Test cricket on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh.
Hazlewood around the wicket, and he drives at this. He's caught behind. He's out. He's nicked it. Hazlewood gets the breakthrough at last for Australia. A moment a little bit loose outside the off stump. Misses out on a well-earned half century perhaps, but he's out for 49. Whips the ball down the pitch. He has a crack and hits it over mid-off. Bingo, bango, bongo. 6. He's hit it all the way.
Nathan Lyon bowling again. Quicker, flatter, driving Shanto. And a single. A 50 for the captain, Najmal Hussain Shanto. Not to be played down. He is leading from the front. Line bowls, Tanzit drives down the ground, and there it is. An innings from his wildest dreams. A maiden test century, and it's against Australia in Australia.
Line comes in, and he's driving at this. Where's that? Up in the air. It's going down towards Stark. He takes the catch. He takes the catch in the deep, running around from long off.
Mushfiqur on strike. Shirt flowing in the breeze as Cummins runs at him and bowls, and he's trying to leave it. He edges it, and he's caught. Smith takes another. And wickets are tumbling here at Marara. Mushfiqur goes for 36. And Steve Smith draws level with Joe Root for the most catches by a non-keeper. 218 catches in Test match cricket.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport on the Boundaries Edge, Marara Oval in Darwin, Bangladesh. They controlled day one. They controlled day two. Is it time to start talking about one of the greatest upsets in Test history? Or is an Aussie fight back for the ages about to begin? That's what's in front of us. Day three here in Darwin. The sun is out. It's only a few clouds scattered around. It is warm again this morning, and we're ready to go for day three of Test cricket. We've made it to the weekend. There's a little bit of apprehension about when we landed in town, talking about, how deep would this match go? People that had tickets on Saturday and Sunday, can they expect to see some action? Well, if it doesn't go to Sunday, it's going to be a catastrophic loss in a cricketing sense for the home team. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Alongside me, former Australian opener Phil Jaques. Hello, Jaquesy.
Morning, Corbin. How are you?
I'm very well. Still a little scratchy, so apologies for our audience out there. I feel much better.
Mate.
Feel much better, but bad news for you. I still don't sound much better on that front. What are we in for today?
Well, we've got blue skies again. No rain up here in the dry season. The state of play, as you said, Bangladesh have bossed this last 2 days. I, for one, as a cricket lover, want to see Australia fight back this morning. They're going to need early wickets. They're going to need to bat for the best part of 2 days to get back into this game, but I'm certainly not going to write off this Australian team from a comeback. However, from what we've seen in the first 2 days, Bangladesh have been truly amazing in this Test match. They played the perfect game so far, and they've really showed Australia, I guess, the blueprint in how to get back into this game.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal performance through 6 sessions so far. Xavier, Doherty, 3-format spinner for Australia, with us here on the Boundaries Edge. They couldn't have done much more, the tourists, to be in the position they were in to start day three. Good morning to you.
Morning, Corb. Morning, Jaquesy. Jaquesy, spot on. They've played the perfect game of Test match cricket, haven't they? And it's been old school. It's been against the Bazball era that we're all become accustomed to. But it's like you say, they have shown Australia how to play good, hard, solid Test cricket. Australia in that last session last night, well, pretty all day yesterday. They tried and tried. They managed to get a few wickets towards the end of the day to, give that glimmer of hope. Fancy talking about the Australians like that coming into this Test match, that maybe there's a chance. But like you say, they've got so much work to do to get their noses even level to drag it into day 5.
So 6 for 351 Bangladesh, 6 for 351. They lead the Test match by 153. So 153 the advantage on first innings, with Mehdi Hassan Miraz not out on 32 and Hassan Mahmood is not out on 13. Bangladesh have outbatted, outbowled and outfielded Australia in this Test match, and it's so rare that we say that through the first 2 days, and really that was epitomised again after yesterday. They dropped the centurion twice en route to his maiden 100 in Tanzit Hassan, and then on the very last ball of the day, just to cap it all off, Jaquesy, Miraz was put down at the end by Cam Green in the gully off Marnus Labuschagne. So it feels like in any direction in which you look, they've just simply been outplayed by Bangladesh.
Yeah, they certainly have. And if you could have written written a nightmare script from Australia's perspective. We've seen it over the last 2 days. We've seen some drop catches on the first morning of the game at Lion with the high ball, saw a catch off the last ball. These are things that this Australian team just don't do. The way that this script has gone so far, it's perfectly written for a Bangladesh victory. However, we're talking about Australia here. We're talking about a side that won't go away. They're a very proud team, and if they lose this game, they're going to go down fighting today.
Bo Webster spoke at the close of play last night. This is what he had to say about the state of play.
Yeah, full credit to Bangladesh. They batted superbly this morning when it probably did a little bit, and then carried it on into the afternoon and played the spin well. Aggressive at times and absorbed pressure at times. So yeah, full credit to them. They batted beautifully today.
In Test history, Australia, from 150 behind on the first innings, have won only on 9 occasions. The last time they did that was 16 years ago in the January Test match at the SCG in 2010, in the game between Australia and Pakistan, where Mike Hussey got that memorable 100 and the Aussies came from a fair way back. Elite's 153 at the moment, so it belongs in that category. If it gets out beyond 200, only 3 times in the history of Australia's Test experience have they come back from 200 down on the first innings to win a match. If you look at WinViz, Bangladesh 77% the likely winner from here, Australia just 23%. And yet, despite everything we've seen in this match so far, where one team has outplayed the other, there is still this Aussie optimism somewhere, Xavier, that exists, that feels like, the Aussies will work their way back into it. What more do you need to see to think that one of Test cricket's great upsets is on the cards here?
It's crazy. Well, the fact that it's 23%, I think if you're talking about any other Test nation, and it's 23% is still a decent chunk, isn't it? There's still a lot of people out there, and the stats will sort of tell you that there's still a good chance. You've got some very good cricketers in amongst them, and some guys under pressure, which I'm sure we'll talk about soon. But they have a very good chance, and I mentioned it a few times yesterday, Corb. I'm still yet to get my head around the fact that Australia at some stage won't they haven't won a session yet. They may have squared the last one. At some stage, they're going to start dominating a session or two, and once they've done a couple, maybe it'll be an interesting reaction that we'll look forward to Bangladesh. How much do they believe? When will their beliefs start to waver if and when Australia do start to get on top? So it's the great thing about Test cricket at twos and fro's over the span of 5 days. But we're ready for an Australian fight back soon.
So this is always, how long's a piece of string? And usually we ask it as a throwaway line as the players walk out, and we throw up to Jim, obviously, for the first ball. But just in a broader conversation, what do you think the most likely scenario is from here? Like if someone said to you, hey, what's going to happen over the next 3 days? And obviously none of us have a crystal ball and know what's going to take place. But in all your experience watching cricket and what you know of the Australian team, what's your best guess as to what happens next?
Well, the result, who knows from here? A lot will depend on what happens in this morning. I think how long Bangladesh can bat for and how big this lead gets. I think it's going to go deep into the 5th day from here. And I thought it was going to be a 2 or 3 day game before this game.
I think the two extraordinary things would be Bangladesh to risole Australia later on today and beat Australia in 3 days by, perhaps an innings. That would be. And the other extraordinary thing, in my eyes, would be Australia make 500 or 600. So I think that the thing that first comes to my mind is Australia have got a 200-run deficit. They might get to 350 or 400, and then Bangladesh perhaps chase it down. That's got to be the most obvious answer, doesn't it? But I'm still struggling to grapple with that thought that the two perceived mismatches between these two teams that Bangladesh are somehow going to win this Test match.
Well, and it seems a long way away for Australia to make 500 as well. We haven't made 500 for a very long time with our batting.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to bat out of their mind well to actually get back into this game.
I just think we haven't seen any evidence of it in the short term. Like in 6 sessions so far in the way they've bat bowled and fielded. Like I just think we're sort of relying on this version that Australia once was, or something that they've done in the past to be able to come out and replicate again. But they're going to have to be a different team today than they've been the first 2 days of this Test match.
Well, they've got three guys in particular under pressure as well, don't they? You talk about the 200-run deficit. There'll be more on the minds of Jake Weatherald, Marnus and Cam Green in particular. Guys who have come into this Test under pressure and not scored runs in the first inning. So on the flip side, you've got 2 of the best batsmen in world cricket at the moment, Smith and Travis Head. So they're 2 guys that say to me, they're going to have something about them in this second innings, but it's going to take more than 2 of them. And as I said, there's going to be a lot of demons floating around in the heads of the Australians when they get their chance.
Well, as you said, you've got two world-class operators there in Head and Smith. You've also got Alex Carey, who had an unbelievable summer last year as well. However, you can't afford passengers. If you need 500 runs in a score, we need the whole batting unit to fire. And those guys under pressure have got to put those personal things aside and those mental things that are going on in the back of their heads completely aside and say, right, the team needs me today, I need to step up. We saw the way Bangladesh went about it yesterday. That they didn't score particularly quick. I think it was 250 runs scored in nearly 90 overs for the day. There was only 5 wickets that fell, and really there were 2 guys that threw their wicket away. The Centurion and Tanzit Hassan danced down the track and was caught at long off. The Mominal off the top chased a wide one and nicked off. But apart from that, the only other 3 wickets that fell were all against the new ball. So the Aussies were able to take 3 wickets in the space of 29 deliveries. And apart from that, it was dry out there. There were very few opportunities. You guys have both been and had a look at the pitch. Is there going to be? Is there something to suggest in the way that the pitch looks that this will be a favourable conditions for the Aussies to have a hit?
There's no doubt it's going to be better conditions today for Australia to bat than it was on day one. No doubt about that. And on the flip side of that, Corb, I know we live in an era of, you play your own game and, you take it on and you stick to your processes. But surely Michael DiVenuto and Andrew McDonald sat down after day one and it's like, right, when we get out, or maybe this morning, and Jaques, I'll throw this to you, surely they sat down at some stage and it's like, right, when we get our chance, we've got to absorb a bit of pressure. We've got to take our time. There are plenty of runs out there. You've just got to be patient. Surely they've had that conversation, haven't they?
Well, you'd hope so. There is definitely a modern way of play your way and trust yourself and back yourself, and there needs to be an element of that. You don't want any doubt in the back of batsmen's minds. However, I think you could definitely look to the way that Bangladesh have gone about it and take some drawings and some learnings from that and say, on this surface, we can play a slightly less aggressive mode and or understand where you can attack on this wicket. You still want to be positive and thinking attack, but you've got to know when and you've got to know how. What's all the usual lines? We got to get them before they get us. There might be one with your name on it, all the rest of it.
I think they go out the window, Cole. Honestly, they have to. They've got to.
If they don't, they'll lose the test match.
There's got to be a little bit more respect shown to Bangladesh the way that Australia batted in the first innings. I think they'll take their time. They'll soak up. They'll have a good look, like Marnus did in the first innings. I'd imagine he'll do the same again. They have a good look. Maybe a bit more intent to sort of rotate the strike rather than being all or nothing, which is perhaps more the Australian way. There might be a bit more middle ground.
It's a huge cycle coming up, which we spoke about, obviously, leading into the test match, as many as 21 tests. In the next 14, they can afford to lose 6 of them and still make the World Test Championship final. But with trips away to South Africa and India, they weren't banking on dropping one at home to Bangladesh. And you said earlier, Rex, you can't get your mind around the fact that Australia could lose at home to Bangladesh. It is the ultimate doomsday scenario. With that in the background and thinking about what the reaction's going to be and the postscript leading into Mackay, is it overstating that to say there's a couple of guys who could be batting for their careers right here in Darwin in the second innings?
Not at all. A loss to Bangladesh doesn't happen in Australia. Plain and simple. Doesn't happen in Australia. If it happens, there will be a fallback. There has to be. Because the Australian public expect more. This Australian cricket team expects more. And I think what it does is it accelerates that transition. And I think I think we will see a different team in Mackay if Australia lose this game. But how much? That's the big question. It won't be wholesale. It won't be 5 or 6. It might be 1 or 2.
I disagree. I completely disagree. Obviously, the noise will be 10 times. The noise from outside will go through the roof. And so it probably should, as unexpected as it is. But these guys don't make changes. McDonald and Bailey and Cummins, they stick to their guns. And I think one loss, it won't change that. They have played some very good cricket, albeit 7 months ago, knocking off England and before that. So I don't think they'll knee-jerk react. And they've got form in doing that. They stick to their guns.
How many times do you need to say the same thing, though, before you go?
I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying if that happens...
I agree that they don't, but they haven't lost to Bangladesh in Australia before either.
Honestly, I'm sure we'll talk about it when the time comes, but I can't see Inglis playing the next test. because I think they will stick to it, whether it's Green, Marnus, or whether all at the top. They will stick with them.
Even if they square the series, say they lose here and square the series in Mackay, and then Africa comes around quick, they're playing the best Test nation in the world there, which is going to be tough sledding.
Yeah, I think beyond that is when they'll make the changes. I think they'll whoever it might be, they will get another chance in Mackay.
Yeah, it may not be for Mackay,
but certainly if they drop this test, the changes will happen, but I don't think it won't be next week.
We're about 10 minutes away from the first ball on day 3 here in Darwin. 6 for 351 Bangladesh, so 6 for 351 after 110 overs. So that means the second new ball is now 30 overs old. 153 is the lead for Bangladesh, so essentially a lead of 153 on the first innings, still with 4 first innings wickets in hand. Corbin, Middlemas alongside Xavier, Doherty, Phil Jaques on the boundary's edge. You'll hear from Ben Cameron throughout the day in commentary. Jim Maxwell and Jaques Gillespie will kick us off in about 8 minutes from now. Now, the bowling. So this is the other thing. As much as we're talking about it as if it's a fait accompli, I mentioned there was 3 wickets fell against the new ball yesterday, and apart from that, it was batsman error that contributed to the other 2 wickets. So it's pretty tough to try and get breakthroughs, even for this future Hall of Fame quartet that the Aussies have. I asked James Franklin about the bowling workloads last night for an aging group, and what that looks like, given the fact they've now spent 110 overs in the dirt after a long layoff.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's obviously well documented. We're at the start of a long journey in Test cricket for us over the next sort of 12 to 15 months. So this was the first proper day, first proper hit out in that journey. The heat, it's obviously pretty warm up here in Darwin. We've had some good training down in Brisbane, but it is a step up in temperature here. So, again, the messaging was, shorter spells, 4 or 5 over spells, and I think we saw that from Pat today. As I said, there was a lot of chopping and changing of spells. No one really bowled longer than a 5 over spell, I don't think. So that's just to try and maintain a little bit of freshness in the legs as we go through the day. And it has been a long day. Is there a number where they'll max out and they can't bowl anymore? Or no. That doesn't work in Test cricket. Oh, no. Good to hear that. So that doesn't work in Test cricket. I mean, I understand that, but this surely, Jaques, is not part of the plan, that you've got these guys in their mid-30s. You've got to warm them up, cool them down. 3 days in a row, they're now bowling on the 3rd consecutive day, and we're not even in the second innings.
Well, that's it. You've got 3 ageing fast bowlers, an ageing off-spinner. You've got 2 guys coming back from injury as well, in Pat Cummins and Hazelwood, who haven't played much cricket at all in 12 months, coming back from injury. So certainly not in the plan, but it's a test match. You don't manage bowlers in test matches. However, they're into their 3rd day straight bowling, and there were some tired boys in the warm-up just watching them get their bodies going again today. They're going to have to get up again. They're going to have to go back down to the well and truly find something deep inside them to get these last 4 wickets, put their feet up for hopefully a day and a half, and watch this Australian batting side go to town and go to work, and then a big push on the last day. The wicket is flat. It may not deteriorate how they hope, so they're going to have to be at their best, and they're going to have to be high energy for the whole game.
Well, there was certainly management yesterday. I know James, they're not going to put a number on it in there and say, Pat's got to stick to 22 overs and Josh. But there was certainly management. Nathan Lyon bowling the 92nd over. So they bowled 11 or 12 with the new ball with their big 3. They got the 3 wickets that they were after. They had Bangladesh, 100 ahead. There was a real chance just to keep that lead to 120, 130, 140, something like that. And then not that Nathan Lyon's quality, but he's probably not the man to be bowling in that situation in an ideal situation. So there was certainly management going on, and we saw, the hour and a half after that, they weren't able to extract another wicket. They had to rest those big 3, and the rest of the bowlers picking up the slack weren't able to get that breakthrough, and it was just an opportunity. Every run is so valuable now, but so is looking after those quicks, as Jaques said.
Every game you manage quicks, you have to, because they're humans, they're not robots. So you definitely have to manage the quicks. That's why you pick all-rounders. That's why Bo Webster, Green are in their side. But Nathan Lyon bowled way earlier than what he would have normally.
So the distribution here, 25 overs for Lyon, 21 for Stark, 20 for Hazelwood and Cummins, both coming back off injury, 10 for Webster, 8 for Green, 4 for Marnus, and 2 for Head. So 8 of the 11 have bowled.
So let's think beyond this. Let's think the 4th innings, where Australia are actually going to have to go back and try and get 10 wickets, potentially with not many runs on the board. These guys are going to be cooked. So that's also something when we think about the unthinkable of Australia trying to win win this test match, they're going to be trying to knock over Bangladesh with some seriously heavy legs.
The other thing is, too, like, the heat is different up here, and James Franklin said that. So it would be incredibly zapping. I mean, even us standing out here, we're all sweating just standing on the boundary's edge, let alone running in and bowling and, you know, working around in the field. So I wonder the cumulative effect that would have over multiple days.
Well, Pat Cummins' first ball, Jaques and I were watching it this morning in the warm-up, was, I think, a tick over 50k an hour. they're sore. You know, they're human, Corb. You know, they've got years under their belt.
Had him covered.
Yeah, so, you know, they are human. They do feel it. They're not robots, these guys. So it'll hit them hard.
A big knock-on effect too. So I'm sure they would have looked at these two test matches thinking this is the perfect dress rehearsal for us before we go to South Africa. Hopefully some runs into our batters that are, you know, short on runs, and the bowlers get a chance to flush it out and get some, you know, competitive match practice underway, and then obviously the big tour against the World Test champions. All of a sudden you're thinking, do they need to broaden the squad for Mackay? Do they need to rest some of these guys, bring someone else in? I mean, they've only got a squad of 13 at the moment with Boland and Inglis has had a back problem.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few bowlers added to that squad, at least as cover in the lead up to that test starts this time next week, Saturday morning.
I think there's a massive chance that Boland plays in Mackay.
Oh, of course, he'll play. And I think there's a good chance someone else will. Because, as you say, Corb, they didn't add anyone after. Well, I haven't seen anything this morning. So I'm sure that'll happen over the next 24, 48 hours. There'll be another quick or two added to that squad.
But then the same thing, you're going to Africa in October, so that's another month away. And if, say, Cummins or Hazelwood doesn't play, they've played one test match for Australia in, you know, however long.
Yeah, I get that. But I'm thinking of the greater good, and I'm sure we'll get to it later on. They're going to roll through a lot of players over the next 14 months, Australia, and, you know, I think that'll start next week.
And the other thing we haven't even thought to think about is, let's just hope that the guys we're talking about, the name brand players, that they're still those guys. They're not just the remains of them at an older age that are no longer capable of what they once did. It's a long time, 8-month layoff when you're in your mid-30s, and it can change fast. And we've seen in this test match so far, 6 sessions down. It's been all the tourists so far, 6 for 351. Before we kick it upstairs, final word from you, Phil. What are we in for today? And the morning session in particular, how long can Bangladesh hold out?
Well, they'll be trying to take it as deep as they possibly can. I think you saw the intent yesterday afternoon to bat time and get these bowlers coming back more and more. They'll be more of the same. Australia will be looking for a quick kill this morning.
Australia will be batting by the first hour, Corb. I think there'll be an early wicket, and I don't think there's a lot in the shed. So Australia will be batting, and then that's when all the eyeballs come to them.
I still haven't got a definition for this, whether it's whether you're just a historian and you lean on the fact you've seen it so many times before, or whether it's this Aussie arrogance that, you know, how could we possibly lose to Bangladesh, and we'll find a way from whatever position to fight back and avoid the unthinkable.
There's a very good chance I'll have the tail between my legs, Corb.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be so positive, but like you say, I haven't seen a lot so far to prove that.
Richard Illingworth and Kumar Dharmasena are on their way out to the middle, 6 for 351. Bangladesh resuming on, so 4 first innings wickets in hand and a lead of 153 in the test match. Here come the Aussies, led out by Pat Cummins and the 2 not-out batsmen in Mehdi Hassan Miraz and Hassan Mahmood are about to make their way out too, with Miraz on 32 and Hassan there on 13. To get us going, Jason Gillespie upstairs in the ABC Combox alongside the voice of the dry season, Jim Maxwell. Good morning, Jim.
Dry and sweaty, that's how it is. Hello, and welcome to the show. What a show this is turning into. You wouldn't know where to turn. You'd think that Australia will knock them over in the first hour, make 400 or 500, and make life difficult for Bangladesh in the final innings. But that's a fair way off at the moment, Dizzy, with Bangladesh 6 for 351. These two have batted for 25 overs. Hassan Mahmood, 13 not out of 76 balls. Mehdi, 32 from 75 balls. And it's been pretty close to chanceless, this partnership, other than a belated offering to a tired Green in the gully from the last ball of the day. And Labuschagne would have been all over it had Australia picked up that wicket, but they didn't. And now we might be waiting for the third new ball here. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Jim, and good morning to all our listeners. I'm not sure it's going to get to the third new ball. In Shane Warne's thinking that would be very overrated, I would have thought. No doubt about that.
What were his overrated items again that he peeled off?
Dancing, holding hands, and the third new ball. They're his overrated things.
Very good. Yeah,
and lettuce. I never saw him. I never saw him eat lettuce. So, but he thought it was overrated. But
no, he wasn't like you. No, he was more a spag bog or beans on toast.
He was. No, but we'd go out to on tour. We'd go to a nice restaurant, say a nice Indian restaurant or something like that. He would order a pizza from the local pizza bar, and he'd sit at the end of the table and eat it out of the box. Eat a margarita pizza. He would always do that. He was very particular with his food, the king. So
here we go. Day 3. Cummins runs in from the scaffolding end, and he's back and in behind, gets an edge. So don't you do that. That's not yours. He picked the ball up on the batsman and played it down the pitch. There's a former Australian captain who used to say that to batsmen who were trying to be nice. And what happened? He went back and he got a little inside edge into his pad. It dropped at his feet, and he did a polite thing, but it's not yours.
Hey,
leave it alone.
Say that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Don't you touch that ball. That's our ball.
6 for 351, a lead of 153. Cummins races in, and Mahdi, the melody of Mahdi, he goes on. But it's Hassan on 13 who's got the strike, actually. 6 for 351. Partnership's not a big one in terms of runs, but occupation, it's got to be a couple of hours already, and they've put on 43 valuable runs from 6 for 308 when it looked like Australia might knock them over before the close.
I think it's about 25 overs, Jim. It's been a fantastic partnership. It's old, as Phil Jaques has been saying, it's been old school Test cricket. It's been great. We've loved it.
Here comes Cummins, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That had a bit of fizz on it. He played, it hit the pitch, it bounced just past the outside edge of his bat, and it went hard into the keeper's gloves. So this ball's not new, but it's not ancient either. And that was a serious effort ball. It would have got the nick on a few others, not that one.
Oh, what a beautiful delivery from Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, from the Michael Long end. We've talked about it. There's two parts of the surface, the two ends. It seems to be the end that the ball tends to carry through a bit better.
Cummins rushes in again, and down the leg side he tries to help it on its way. It's taken by the keeper, so it's game on. You sense that the Australians are feeling the pressure if they didn't yesterday, but a little refreshed this morning. They're trying to make a statement here and knock the lower order over and do it quickly. Can they do it?
Well, if you listen to Xavier Doherty in the pre-match, he's thinking Australia will be batting within the hour. I'm not sure about that. I think there's a bit of work to do for the Australian bowlers here. The ball's 30 overs old, Jim. It's going to be some work to do here.
Cummins rushes up again, and he's back. Hit on the pad and appeal for LBW, but not a concerted one. May have got a nick. There was bounce. We're a deep backward square. It's a bit hard to tell in terms of line, but we can get an idea of the bounce, and that looked as though it was a little high going past the leg stump. Definitely high. Hit the thigh pad. Just nipped back off from Pat Cummins, so there's a little bit in this surface. But as you see, Jake Weatherall's been moved to deep backward square, maybe just to get the batsman thinking that a short ball may be coming. I don't think he's going to hook. He'll take the single. He will. Cummins charges up, and he's forward, edging in front, well in front of Green, who's there in the gully. So a maiden to start the third morning here, and a lot hanging on what is likely to come in the next couple of hours in this test match, which has been so much more absorbing than most of the punditry thought it would be. 3-day game? Well, if it's a 3-day game, I think Bangladesh will be winning it.
If it's a 3-day game, they're definitely winning it. There's no doubt about that. But look. I think fair play to Bangladesh. I think they've played so far. They've played some excellent cricket. They've played. Yes. You could say it's the modern game. It seems to be old school. But 250 runs yesterday, Jim. But they played the conditions. They played the situation, and they did it well. The Australians bowled well yesterday, so no dramas there. But Bangladesh were up to the task, equal to the task, and were able to absorb good bowling. They were able to impact with the bat when the situation dictated. Fantastic. That's what Test cricket is all about.
Now, Mahdi's on strike, and from this airport end, he beats the outside edge, Hazelwood, as he speared in and hit the pitch with bounce away from the bat towards the slip cord. And there's 2 slips and a gully. I think they rate Mahdi a little bit more than Hassan as a potential hitter of the looser ball for 4. They've got a deep point, a deep backward square, a deep square in, 2 men behind square.
I'm not having this deep point.
No.
Jim, I'm not having this deep
Third
point.
slip. I reckon the first one will go 3rd or 4th slip. Here we go. Hazelwood bowls it, and he's forward. And there's a run there, but he won't take it. Now, that's interesting. He's shielding Hassan from the likelihood of Hazelwood getting a wicket. There was an easy single there. That was interesting. They were taking the singles yesterday, but not there.
To be fair, but not the first few balls of the over. I think it's good strategy. It's good Test match cricket. The Australians are offering the opportunity of those easy singles.
They're not bowling to Bradman. Hazelwood charges in again, and he's forward, and he's hit on the pad. He's out. He's been given out LBW. That was pitched up, and he's gone for the review straight away. It's hard to tell what that ball was doing, but it was pitched up. He was trying to hit it through the onside. Illingworth's finger went up straight away.
That's out, Jim. Sorry.
Full and straight?
Full and straight. Probably not quite enough of that from the Australians.
Should have taken a single.
Yeah, it's easy to say now, isn't it?
Well, it was blindingly obvious to me. I mean, they've been in a good partnership, and it relies on not just occupation, but turning the strike, collecting the crumbs, and they may well have lost a wicket here. We're just waiting for the technology to click in.
Unless he got a scratch on it with the inside edge, this is absolutely out.
Geez, I'm looking forward to your umpiring career when you're in square leg.
Easy to say from here, isn't it? You can tell I was a fast bowler in a former life.
Here we go. We're getting the replay, and it looks close to the line of leg. Is it hitting or missing, though?
I will need RDS here, please.
It looked as though it was on the line, but where was it going?
Is it umpire's call? Or
well, umpire's call is dead, of course, but he played and missed. The ball hit just below the knee roll.
Height won't be an issue.
I can see a gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Umpire's call or hitting leg stump?
It's only got to be clipping it. Let's see. Here we go. And the decision will be not out because it's missing. It's missing. Umpire Illingworth got that one slightly wrong, only slightly, because you've got to
You're on screen now.
judge very quickly what you think the ball is going to do. So, another good moment for Bangladesh in this game. They've had a few close calls that they've managed somehow to survive, and that's another one.
So, Jim, maybe you didn't need to take the single the previous ball.
Take them all. Take them all.
I don't disagree with you. I think, at this stage, start of day 3, you want to just get as many runs as you can. I mean, Hassan's batted for 71 deliveries, so 70-odd deliveries, so he's shown that he can hang around.
He tries again, and this time it is driven beautifully away through a wideish mid-off. Only a single. They take the single that time, getting closer to the end of the over. The first run of the day. So we've had a little bit of excitement to start with. A lively over from Pat Cummins, a maiden. Didn't quite get the nick on one beautiful delivery. And then an LBW decision against Doherty, overturned on DRS, as it was clearly, according to the forensic examination, missing the leg stump. 6 for 352. Wipe the sweat away, Bangladesh supporters, for the moment, and see if this partnership can continue. 3 slips in the gully. Hazelwood moves in and bowls it, and he's forward, playing it neatly away on the onside. So a critical time, the first hour. Runs, wickets, what will happen? It looked like a wicket, but it wasn't.
Jim, I thought it was interesting. We were chatting to James Franklin, the Australian bowling coach, last night in the grandstand at Stumps. And I asked him a question. What did you learn? And they said, we wanted to start the day, we wanted to bowl a bit fuller, a bit straighter. But all we saw was short pitch bowling.
I saw some of it as Hazelwood has him leaving alone outside the off stump. So 2 overs gone, 1 run scored, 1 LBW decision turned over on the DRS, and Doherty is 33. Hassan hasn't added, he's on 13. 154 the lead.
Yeah, so I found that interesting comment from James Franklin. I think the intent was there to bowl.
He's watching side on as well.
He's watching side on. So I think the intent was there to, when they were looking to bowl line and length, they were going a little bit fuller, but they did. There was no doubt yesterday there was a strategy at a point in time, and particularly when Pat Cummins was bowling, to bowl back of length and short. There was no doubt about that.
This is now a record 7th wicket partnership against Australia. If they don't get the 50, you don't count them. And they haven't got the 50 yet. They've only added 44. Okay. Cummins rushes in and bowls it, and it's defended back down the pitch. We love stats in this game. And that's why I'm pleased that Rick Finlay's having a nice little holiday at Bishono, singing his heart out with his barber mob or whatever, because we wouldn't be overwhelmed by stats. Having said that, we're missing you, Rick. We really are.
We are missing Rick.
Yeah.
We are. But I'm sure he's enjoying himself and relaxing. But
he'd be surfing.
He's listening to the coverage, though. We know that. We know that.
He sends us a little reminder every now and then.
Every now and again.
Yeah. He probably sent us that one. As Cummins runs in, and it's pushed away on the offside. There's a single. Yes, take it. Run, son. They take one. That's all I'll get. He was a little hesitant there, Doherty.
I really was thinking initially that he may have been able to jag 2 there. But then he didn't counter the fact that Cameron Green was just at gully and could just run 10 metres to his right. So
they're having a little discussion here. And I think one bloke's saying to the other, don't change your plan, just block. And if it moves, it'll hit the edge and you'll get a run down to fine leg or third man. Okay? Right.
Just keep these Australian bowlers out there as long as possible. That's the plan from the Bangladeshis. And they'll score runs. They will score runs if they bat time.
Now Cummins bowls, Hassan ducks a bouncer. It went harmlessly by in the end. And Hassan Mahmood is having, the man of the match game so far. 6 for 55, 13 not from 85 balls he's faced. It's got night watchman status all over it this innings, hasn't it?
Oh, he could certainly be a night watchman, without a doubt.
Well, he's a middle order watchman at the moment.
He's playing very, very well. There's no doubt about that. He's been excellent.
Over 2 hours, this partnership. And Cummins rips in again, and he's back, and he's behind it, knocking it out there on the offside. So what pressure can Australia apply? Just the hope, it seems at the moment, that they're going to get one to hit the seam, do something with a bit of extra bounce, a little movement to get an edge. So Steve Smith, amongst a number, will be ready to pounce on another one. 3 he bagged yesterday.
3 very good catches as well, weren't they? So we see Jake Weatherall's just being moved from front of square leg to a...
Where's he going?
Leg gully?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah.
Oh, well. More of Cummins. He bounces up and down the leg side. Shouldn't have moved him. Shouldn't have moved with him. It's gone wide of him for an easy single down to Hazelwood at backward square. So Hassan is off the mark today. He's 14 and the score dribbles along 6 for 354. That's 46 added. And they've taken the score from a little shaky 6 for 308 to 6 for 354. Can Bangladesh keep Australia out there in the heat for a couple of hours to extend this lead and really put a bit of a stamp on the game from here? Australia already playing from a fair way behind. As Cummins bowls Doherty, ducks a bouncer over his right shoulder. Now that was sharpish from the captain, and that ends the third over of the day. The lead is 156 wherever you are, basking in the sunshine or wrapping yourself in a blanket down there in the Huon in Tasmania, or just doing the form guide for the races today, which some people do on a Saturday morning. 6 for 354. You don't?
I don't.
You know what a horse looks like?
No, I know what a horse looks like.
Yeah.
I'm not into horse racing. No, that's not.
What are you into?
Not my
What are you
jam.
into? Dogs?
No.
Not even pet dogs?
I don't have a dog. We've got cats at home. We've got a rabbit.
All right. The old galores. Have you got some few galores?
Yeah. We're in a pet rabbit named Plum.
Plum?
My daughter's rabbit, Plum.
Why Plum?
I've got absolutely no idea why Delaney called the rabbit Plum. No idea whatsoever.
Hello, Plum. Here comes Hazelwood, and he gets a good ball in line and he pushes it the way down the pitch.
I've got no idea why she called.
You haven't got any budgies or canaries or crocodiles?
No, we've got 3 cats. We've got
what are the other ones' names?
So we've got Halo and Nova.
Halo.
2 cats.
Nova.
We actually had 2 cats, so a brother and sister called Tango and Cash, after the great movie from around 1990 with Sylvester Stallone and Kurt Russell. But Tango, unfortunately, got bitten by a brown snake. Passed away.
As he bowls a bouncer and it goes through. Tango, that reminds me of a movie, The Last Tango in Paris. You remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
Marlon Brando?
Oh, no, a bit before my time. It's more your vintage.
It would have been.
It's your vintage.
You wouldn't have been allowed to watch it.
Why's that?
Well, you have to go and dig it out to understand why.
Okay, I'll have to do some research.
There's quite a useful usage of dairy food in it.
Right, okay.
Yeah, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Because someone will think I'm speaking out of order.
No.
The censors are very reluctant in the ABC. Thank goodness. He bowls wide of the off stump, but it's taken by the keeper. If I was on another network, well, I am. I'm on the BBC. Apologies for that. You know exactly what I'm talking about, won't you? Of course. It's only about 50, 60 years old, that movie.
Is it?
Well, Marlon Brando has been dead for a long time.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, and you remember where else he performed?
Marlon Brando?
Yeah.
Where?
Our Godfather.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yes.
That was in the early 70s, wasn't it?
Well, I think it's 50 years.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, I was born in 75, Jim.
Were you?
So, yeah,
You've missed a lot. You've missed a lot.
I don't feel I've missed a lot. I'm a kid of the 80s, so...
You're still a kid.
I am still a kid.
And you got a few kids too, haven't you?
No, I'm 51 now, Jimbo.
No, I mean, you're not ancient. You're not even middle-aged. The leg gully's back. Wetherall's gone around the corner. Here comes Hazelwood and he bowls a bouncer, another bouncer. Well, these bouncers haven't been very effective. Because of the blandness, I suppose, the slowness of this pitch, most of the time they're just saying, "What are you doing, duck?" Goes over their head. I haven't seen anyone really troubled by a short ball yet.
No, well, what the Bangladeshis have done, they haven't taken the bait, have they? So you bowl bouncers for 2 reasons. One, to try and get the batsman to look to score off it and maybe create a wicket-taking opportunity, or it's an intimidatory tactic where you try to mess with their feet, get their feet muddled up and create great indecision.
Hazelwood bowls, and that's pitched up. That's LBW. He's out. Even from here, he shuffled across, and that was a very good follow-up to the bouncer. It was straighter. It was fuller. I think he's gone for the DRS again, but that looked, even from deep extra cover.
That looked out, didn't it, Jim, from here?
Umpire to director. We have a player review for
Mahmood.
Original decision now.
Sort of half shuffle across the stumps. And Hazelwood got the length right. That's the place to bowl, as Freddie Truman would say. Don't waste bumpers on those batsmen. Hit the stumps like. Hassan, 14. Is he out? At the moment, the scoreboard's saying yes, because the finger went up for an umpire Illingworth. Here we go, the replay. I think that's close. That's hit his back leg in front of the middle and leg.
That's what we call salmon trout.
Bat line and the ball passes the bat. No bat involved.
No bat involved. No. And it's gone past the inside edge. A pretty good delivery to a lower order player.
Thank you. I'll go back
and
to
it's hitting middle and leg. And a wicket ball. Hazelwood gets the breakthrough that Australia have been striving for. And Bangladesh lose their 7th wicket after a partnership of 46 here. 7 for 354. A vigilant, gutsy Hassan innings comes to an end on 14. Corbin Middlemas is going to come in and join you. More from you, Dizzy, at a youthful 51.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live from Darwin, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
It was pretty out, wasn't it?
It was absolutely, we call it salmon trout.
Yep.
Out. It was, it was pitched in line. It was just the right length. Just back pad. It was, it just looked good, didn't it? And well-deserved Josh Hazelwood. I think he's been fantastic on his return to the Australian cricket team. 3 wickets now, 3 for 69 in his 22nd, towards the end of his 22nd over. That's a real positive for the Australians, Corby, is Josh Hazelwood back to full fitness and bowling well. It's a good hit out for him in this first innings. And the Australians will be delighted with that.
Tajul Islam comes in here at 9. He does own a couple of first-class 50s. Awaits Hazelwood. He's on the back foot and defends out on the offside. And he's going to take a single there. Moving up from mid-on. Collected by Pat Cummins. So single taken. It was a wicket maiden for Josh Hazelwood. So Tajul Islam off the mark. Ball 1. Mehdi Hassan Miraz, 34, not out. 7 for 355. Bangladesh. So far they've added only 4 runs to their overnight score in the first 20 minutes, and a couple of nervy moments. Mehdi was given out on 32. LBW Hazelwood had it overturned by the DRS, and then the following over that Hazelwood bowled, he was able to upend Hassan Mahmood. Absolutely dead. LBW, they did review it. Naturally, late in the innings, they had all 3 reviews, but that was as out as you'll ever see. And
tell you what,
he went for 14.
It was a very good innings from the young man. Backing up his 6 for 55 in the first innings, and he's come in and an important partnership. It was not so much the runs, it was the time. 40, what was it, 44? 40?
Yeah, 14 off 92.
Yeah, and what was the partnership, 44? 46?
Come back to that. 46.
46.
Cummins around the wicket. It's short and just weaving out of the way. Tajul watches it go through to the keeper, Carey. So 7 for 355. It's an interesting hour, isn't it, in the context of the Test match? So 157 the lead for Bangladesh. It's going to be an uphill battle for the Aussies regardless, but if they're still bowling closer to lunch, it's going to be even tougher.
Well, if they're bowling close to lunch, the lead will be 200 plus, won't it? So that's certainly not what the Australians will want, but absolutely the Bangladeshis will be eyeing that number off. I would have thought 200. That's a significant lead in a Test match, that's for sure.
Here comes Cummins on his way in again around the wicket. Bowls to Tigel, who flirts with one outside the off stump through to Carey. Carey didn't go up. Manus liked it. And his hands in the air, but not to be. And not out is the call.
I mean, Corbin, we were talking last night in grandstanded stumps. For Australia, only 9 times they've won a test match with a deficit of 150 plus.
Yep.
And only 3 times with a 200. So they're going to have to go against history here.
Yeah.
Australia. So it's going to be tough work, that's for sure.
3 full days left in the test. We'll see weather won't be an issue in these parts. Cummins around the wicket, bowls to Tigel, who square drives. That's a fine shot. Backward a point and away for 4.
That's a beautiful shot.
It's his first boundary, 7 for 359, and Bangladesh get moving. Their first boundary on the morning of day 3.
Fantastic shot. Just only a touch of width from Pat Cummins. It wasn't a bad delivery. Just a very, very good cricket shot. Well, that's an excellent. That's a good ball. So Pat Cummins didn't do a lot wrong there. Just timed the ears off it. It was on the up as well. It was a great shot.
Spoke about him a bit when they were in the field. He's the all-time leading wicket taker for Bangladesh in Test cricket. As Cummins bowls to Islam, who just pushes the ball away out the point. There's no run. Tigel Islam, he had that busted finger that he copped batting actually in the tour game. So he bloated the index finger on his left hand, which is his bowling hand.
How many wickets does he have in his Test career?
260.
260.
Yep.
So is he ahead of
270?
Is he ahead of Shakib Al Hassan?
He's number 1.
Wow.
Number 1.
I for some reason, I thought Shakib was their leading wicket taker in Test cricket for Bangladesh.
So he's up to 270 now. He didn't get one in the first innings, did he?
No,
he went to the.
No, he didn't bowl great in the first innings. Remember, he bowled that first ball, the full toss, and Steve Smith hit it for 6.
Quick's got all 10 wickets. Cummins around the wicket here, bowls to Tigel at short, and he ducks underneath it, flies through to the keeper. So we'll see how he goes here down at 9. He was originally listed at 8, and Hassan Mahmood went above him. 92 ball stayed at the crease for the number 8. That's you'll take that
every day of the week. As I said before, I was talking to Jim. It wasn't about the number of runs; it was about the time.
Yeah,
you're going to score, and yes, admittedly, with him and Mahedi, they only scored it just over 2 and over. But I didn't think that really mattered. The situation dictated that they bat that way.
Last ball of the over, field spread, and Tigel's forward and just driving through the vacancy at cover, and with Manus deep, that's an easy single. He's happy to keep the strike. Bangladesh happy to take the single, so he moves to 6. Mehdi Hassan Miraz, the set batsman's 34 not out, and Bangladesh 7 for 360. So 7 for 360, the lead is 162. Just repeating the 1 wicket before this morning, Hassan Mahmood out for 14 off 92, LBW off the bowling of Josh Hazlewood. It is Test cricket season, so not only the Test match underway here, there's a certain Test match starting this afternoon at 2 p.m. our time in Gaul, where India head to town to take on Sri Lanka. So looking forward to seeing how that unfolds. Obviously ramifications there for the World Test Championship.
Oh, without a doubt. Oh, sorry, Corby. Yeah, look, wonderful cricket ground, Gaul. Beautiful. One of the most picturesque cricket grounds in the world.
It's India's 600th Test match.
Is it?
There's a little stat. As Hazlewood comes around the wicket, and that's a glorious shot. Tigel just throws their hands at it and drives all the way along the ground through extra cover. Jaques going downhill for Cummins, who bowled the previous over. And he reels it in front of one of the light towers here at Marara. He'll get through for 3. So Tigel's 9 off 8, and the lead's up to 165.
What's extraordinary about what you just said there? India have played 600 Test matches. Sachin Tendulkar's played 200 of them.
That's wild, isn't it?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's extraordinary.
Now, even though we've still got a lot of the cycle to go, basically India need to be winning 2-0 here to stay sort of a realistic chance to be in the WTC.
So where are they on the... at the moment. Have you got that on? Sorry to question without notice. Sorry, mate.
Here comes Hazelwood on his way in again. Bowls to Meddy, who's forward. It's a thick edge, and the ball runs away backward of point down to the sweeper back on the offside in Weatherall, and a single taken. They're fifth at the moment, so they're behind Bangladesh. So it reads Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, England down in seventh, Pakistan and the West Indies. But it's such a weird system where not everyone plays the same amount of tests, there's certain weightings, it's a percentage calculator.
Australia played 20 test matches.
It's amazing. So next 12 months. I was saying in the pre-game, Australia can afford to lose 6 of the next 14 and still make it.
Really?
So, and when you think about the fact that they're going to go to India and South Africa, that's handy because you think they're going to need to be spotted a couple of test matches here or there. It's unlikely that you'd go on some dominant win streak through the next the next patch. Hazelwood on his way in and bowls around the wicket to Tigel, who square drives again, can't break the infield, picked up there by Marnus, who does the fielding. So 7 for 364. Meddy's on 35 and Tigel on 9. The lead's 166.
So in comparison, do we know how many test matches Bangladesh are playing in the same period, Corby? Australia are playing 20, which is a lot.
Yep.
So how many, for instance, do we know how many Bangladesh are playing in that same period? I can't imagine they'd be playing 20 test matches.
Tigel's on strike, awaits Hazelwood. He stands up on his toes and just defends out on the leg side. The other thing, Jim just whispered in my ear too, the over rates is the other thing to keep in mind. So the Aussies are 10 behind. You lose points.
10. Are they 10 down this game?
Jeez.
It just says -2 up on the board here at Marara.
Right. Is that for today? No. So they're only 2 behind. 2 behind.
Two down. I find that hard to believe. I think the match referees are very forgiving over rates.
Hazelwood on off stump and defended away by Tigel out on the leg side. And you know what? They're going to take a single. And that's sharp running. They've had great batsmanship right throughout this innings. Been alert for quick singles, turn the strike over. And it's so unusual you see that against an Australian team on a ball that's just been dropped inside the ring. The Aussies a little slow to get to it. And they thought, you know what? There's one there and they take it.
I love it. I've been really impressed with Bangladesh this test match. I think they're bowling in the first innings. Corby. They're not as quick. Average speeds aren't quite as quick as the Australians, but that's okay. They pitch the ball up. They ask questions of the Australians' technique. And then they're batting. They've just had good application. Phil Jaques has been on about it. The first 2 days about getting through tough periods, adjusting and adapting your game to the situation, the conditions, and I think they've done it really, really well. They should be given a lot of credit for that.
Meddy 35 not out, awaits Hazelwood. Oh, that's an unorthodox shot. Almost tried to hook it. It wasn't quite short enough. Tried to take it down towards fine leg where there was protection back as well with a deep backward square and a fine leg, but playing a miss. In the end, that's not a bad result for the Bangladeshi all-rounder. Got into a very awkward position. 7 for 365, and the lead is up to 167 for Bangladesh. That's it for Jason Gillespie for now. He'll be back during the lunch break by popular demand. We will have our retrospective on Dizzy's double 100 coming up during the lunch break today, so stick around for that. We'll relive the events from Chattergram back in 2006 with Dizzy during the lunch break. The good thing is Xavier Doherty, he's had a few goes at telling the story, Diz, so hopefully he'll be ready to go.
Yeah, I think he's in the warm-ups, 20 years old. No, how many years ago, Diz?
20
years. Oh, yep. Spot on. There you go.
20th anniversary.
But he's been brushing up for the last 3 days, solidly. It's been a solid warm-up.
He has. You can ask him some questions on the way through. We'll throw the SMS line open, so 0467 920 222, the SMS number. Tajul Islam's a new bat. He's 10 off 11. And the heady Hassan Miraz not out on 35. Mitchell Stark's on for the Michael Long centre end, and another square drive, just throwing their hands out at Tigel. Picks out the cover point fieldsman in Labuschagne, and no runs there. Actually, the floppy wide brim hat's popular today.
It is, yeah. The baggy greens are few and far between.
5 of them out there out of the 10 fielders, if you include the wicketkeeper.
She's warm.
Do you wear the wide brim much?
No. Again, I've got a massive head, Corb, to go with the bridge on my nose. So
Right.
tough for caps and sunnies.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. Hard to find a hat that fits me.
167 is the lead for Bangladesh. Stark rumbles in again, bowls to Tygel, who again is driving away on the offside, a crowd catch.
No.
Manas appealing for it.
They're not being genuine there.
He took a low down at cover point. It looks like your classic crowd catch on the hop, and
They're going to ask.
the Aussies are going to ask the question.
He's now giggling, Marnus. I think he was...
Mitchell Stark's laughing, walking back to the top of his
Yeah,
mark.
I'm not sure this is what we need. Like, it was half a shout, and they put the slightest amount of doubt in Kumar Dharmasina's head, and now they're going to have a look. That just looked like a perfect half volley off the bat.
Can we start with the best angle piece?
A nice one-handed pickup from Marnus at extra cover, but clearly bounced.
Yeah, thank you. Satisfied. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
So here's a point, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't Kumar Dharmasina just say, look, it's not out? And if the Aussies wanted to use a review, they can.
Well, exactly. It's a good point, Corb. Like, it's just something... the giggling from the Australians probably tells you something there.
7 for 365. Stark on his way in, bowls to Tygel, who just throws the long handle at it, and in the end it ends up out a mid-wicket with head. I think he tried to carve that through the offside, and thick inside edge of the bat ended up out at mid-wicket.
He's an entertainer, Corb. I've only seen 12 balls, but he's played some beautiful shots, and he's not going to be happy standing still here. A lot of drives on the ups, just the front foot just plonking down the wicket. Keen to move the game forward and farming the strike at that. I don't think Mahadi's faced...
Yeah.
How many balls? He might have faced one ball since Tygel got out there.
He's 35 off 82. Mahdi Hassan Miraz and Tygel Islam there on 10. Lead 167, Bangladesh 7 down. Stark to Tygel again, square driving out towards Manas Labuschagne, who fields at cover point. He's a thriller minute here, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Tygel, he's a shot maker.
He's going for best shot of the Test match every ball. Just chatting about the umpire's call. You reckon Richard Illingworth was happy with his follow-up after getting one wrong?
Yeah.
He was pretty happy with the follow-up, wasn't he? They don't come much easier than that.
No.
He would have been sitting and stewing. He was like, oh, I've messed one up. I hope I get a goodie.
And you want one soon, don't you?
You want one soon. Get and knock it over, and he couldn't have got his finger up quick enough.
Just looking at Tygel Islam's strike rates in other formats, as Stark's on his way in and he whacks one into the rib cage there of Tygel Islam. He's got the padding on the body, and that is very fortunate because that is exactly where that landed. Pitched halfway down the track from Mitchell Stark. I think this is thumped straight into his guts.
Oh, in the glove. And he's got a dodgy digit too, doesn't he?
Yep.
So, and I can see why. Because his front foot goes straight down the wicket. That the short ball is not even in his thinking until it's coming straight at his grill. Yeah, that's uncomfortable. They've moved the short leg in here. I'm not sure they'll follow it up with another short ball. It might be one of those back of a lengthers and get him to chase one, but
that's his left hand too.
That's the one. That's the one he copped one on. He's got
his spinning finger. He's got the left index finger hurt there. Tygel's on strike here as he works the ball off his thigh pad. That's well played. Tucks it down to fine leg for one, so leads up to 168. Tygel moves to 11.35 for Mehdi Hassan Miraz. 7 for 366 Bangladesh. Just on Tygel in other formats, so he's got 2 half centuries in first-class cricket, but strikes across his career there at only 45. In T20s, he's only ever batted once. In ODIs, he's got a strike rate of 63, when you think for a guy that bats 8 or 9. But again, a high score there of 39 not out. And his highest score at international level actually is come in Test cricket, which is 47.
He actually looks quite capable, doesn't he? Like, I think it must just be the injury that he's batting behind Hassan Mahmood for, because he's looked very capable since he's got out there. Very flamboyant, looking to move the game forward, and
he's a shot maker.
He is, yeah.
Mentioned Test cricket time, obviously, with England, Pakistan around the corner. Sri Lanka, India starts today. Obviously, this series will continue over the next week. As Tigel on strike, awaits Hazelwood, who starts a new over. He turns this away in the air.
Oh, my goodness.
He has tucked that off his hip and put Josh Hazelwood over the rope for 6. A deep backward square. Tigel Islam with a no-doubter. Moves to 17. Where did that come from?
I said he was going for shot of the test match. He has just played it. A nice length ball from Josh Hazelwood. He has just picked that up, no fuss, and put it 80 metres over the deep backward square rope. That is an amazing shot. Fantastic timing. Like you say, Cobb, I was expecting it just to trickle past Dharmasena at square leg, and it's gone for 6.
The Aussies got a short leg in, 2 slips a gully and a catch and cover. Islam is playing his shots as he gets high on his toes here and just drops the ball to short leg. So Tigel 17 off 19, striking as well as anyone in the test match so far. 35 for Mahdi Miraz, and at the moment Mahdi is the all-rounder and the number 3 rated all-rounder in the world. He's taking the back seat.
He is. He's just having a break. You know, he's been out there for 82 balls already. Most of that last night, of course, but taking a backseat role here as we see the deep square go out.
There's not too many guys who can say they've done that to Josh Hazelwood. Pick up a length ball and just whip it away on the leg side effortlessly.
No.
6.
No, absolutely not. That was an amazing cricket shot.
Point and square leg back. Hazelwood, third ball of the over, on his way in. Tigel walks at him and then checks his stroke. Just taps it away out to cover point, and Labuschagne's there to field. So 7 for 372. Man out this morning, by the way, Hassan Mahmood, who went for 14 off 92. He was LBW off the bowling of Hazelwood earlier in his spell. Corbin, Middlemas and Xavier Doherty, your thoughts throughout the day, 0467 920 222.
This is box office just at the moment, Corb. Absolutely loving this contest. Not allowing the Australian quicks to have their way here. They got their early wicket, but Tigel is box office.
Hazelwood continuing around the wicket to him, and Tigel keeps it out off his thigh pad, knocks it away on the onside. The other thing that's obviously ongoing at the moment in the cricketing world is the 100. So you would have seen the results overnight, and all of a sudden we've got our finalists set. I know Jim's a big fan of the 100, so the Trent Rockets have made it through to the final in both the men's and the women's. So the men are playing the Manchester Super Giants.
Yeah.
And the women are playing the Sunrisers Leeds, but essentially both the men and the women for the Trent Rockets in the final.
There you go, Corb.
Here's Hazelwood on his way in, and defending away on the offside is Tigel. So
off the top of your head, any Aussies involved in the? Because we had this conversation off air the other night. It's like I struggle just to tune in given the time zone and everything else.
Just a little forward promote here. So for our audience throughout the BBC, on BBC Sounds, BBC Two and iPlayer, you can catch coverage of the final on the 16th of August. So the men's final starts at 6 o'clock. And the women's final starts at 2:15.
There you go.
Lead 174. I'll take that one on notice.
Yeah, sorry about that. I caught you off guard.
Full preview later. Oh, there's a big nick. Tigel straight into the gully, and Green hangs on to it. Hazelwood gets him in the end. Tigel out for a thrilling 17. And 40 minutes into the morning on day 3, the Aussies have now got 2. 8 down, Bangladesh, 8 for 372. And the Aussies are 2 wickets away from having a hit again.
Yeah, in true style, Tigel Islam tried to replicate shot of the day once again. That was a flamboyant attempt at a whip off the pads again off a length ball from Josh Hazelwood. Tried to put it over mid-wicket, that one. The back leg went up. You know, it was a big follow-through. Only succeeded in a sort of a leading edge, and we spoke of Richard Illingworth getting a nice, easy one to follow up. That's a nice one for Cameron Green to take after putting one down last ball last night. He'll feel a little bit better about the world after that. But, again, a nice wicket for Australia. I did predict in the pre-match, Corb, that Australia will be batting by drinks.
Yep.
They've got 17 minutes to knock over these last 2.
And you'll be here for all of them. So Xavier Doherty with us on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's about to come in and join him. Bangladesh 8 for 372.
Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
doesn't look like this lead will get beyond 200 now, but we have been speaking via Rick Finlay about the fact that only 3 times Australia have overcome a first innings lead of 200 or more after the first innings to go on and win the test match. I asked Rick, how many times has it happened? How many times do you think
history?
It's happened? Yep.
A 200-run deficit to win the test match?
No, I mean, how many times do you think Australia has had a 200-run deficit?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
After the first innings.
Out of how many tests? How many? 1,000 tests? Oh, yeah. This I need some context.
82 times.
82 times, Ben. Yeah, I was about to say.
So they've only won 3 out of 82 when trailing by 200 or more.
Okay.
Mahady on strike, 2 slips in a gully. Stark beginning a new over, full and straight and digging it out. He won't take the single even after beating the gully fielder. Cameron Green lunging to his right, knocking it down. So Taskin is the new batter at the crease, and Mahady keen to just farm the strike. So I think that just gives you an idea of, how significant this comeback is going to have to be. Once we know what the deficit is, we'll run the numbers, how often Australia's trailed by that number or more after a first innings, and how often they've been able to turn that around into a winning test.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to get my head around it, Ben. Like, I just can't comprehend. Like, Australia being in this position, this is not the furthest thing from my thoughts. And I'd love to know the real thoughts of the Australians. I know Corbin asked James Franklin last night that the belief was still there, but surely they're starting to doubt themselves.
Stark in and bowling to Mahady, who's leaving a ball outside the off stump, just back of a length. They put in a fly slip here. Travis Head's gone down there. They're going to have a little switch in the field.
Yeah.
Josh Hazlewood will go into that position. Travis Head will go to a backward point. They've got deep backward point, I should say. They've got a fine leg as well. 2 slips in a gully. And a whitish mid-off, which is Marnus Labuschagne, who's flicking the ball to himself. Lobs it back to Stark, and then Pat Cummins at a wide mid-on. Also a deep backward square, Jake Weatherald, who is just chatting to the pavilion for the Australians. Mahady whacking away. The left arm of Stark bowls to him now. A short ball, and he ducks underneath it. Yeah. Awkwardly, it must be said.
Well, this is where it becomes real cat and mouse, isn't it? Because the Australians know that then Mahady's not going to take the single. I haven't got... What's... Taskin's batting, he averages 11 in Test cricket, so he's okay, he can hold it, but he's not going to expose him too early in the over here. So the cat and mouse is right. What are we going to do to force Mahady into a shot? They've got the short ball catches out, if you like. But again, it looks like Mahady's just happy to put more overs into these. Let's play the long game. Runs whether our lead's 180 or 220 or 260, whatever. The lead is the lead. Let's just keep these guys out here.
Mahady awaiting Stark, who's bowling now on a good length, and he gets a ballooning edge that goes over the slips cordon and probably wide of them as well, down to that third-man fielder. And they take the single on this occasion. It's ballooned off the shoulder of the bat. 8 for 373. Bangladesh's lead 175. Mahady on 36, and Taskin about to face his first delivery.
Yeah, so Mitch Stark's got 2 opportunities here to bowl at Taskin. You can only imagine it's going to be fast, sliding into the left-hander, trying to crash the stumps. They've gone the short leg, the leg gully, just to put a little bit of doubt in the mind. But yeah, Australia have had enough here. They want out. Yeah. They want out. They want to get off this park.
Taskin on strike. Whacking away, 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a bat pad, and Mitchell Stark rumbling in and bowling to him, and Taskin defends well. Slightly leg side of the ball as he does, shows a lot of his stumps, but keeps it out, survives for the moment.
I know you're not a big camper, Ben.
Yep.
Taskin looks like he's set up his camp.
Yep.
He's back, sitting on his stumps. Well, he's not going anywhere.
He is an outdoorsman.
Is he? There you go.
He went out on the water with Alex Carey and Jake Weatherald.
Oh, did he?
He put it on his Instagram. He captioned it off the pitch and into the blue. He was having a little bit of I think they had a bit of a fish out there as well, but taking in the sights of Darwin, the crystal blue waters. Picks up his batters. Stark hits the crease, delivers, and a thick inside edge. Maybe a little bit of pat as well, and he won't take the single. So Mahady will remain on strike. 8 for 373. Mahady on 36. Taskin yet to get off the mark. He would have otherwise there, but elected not to take the single. The lead for Bangladesh, 175.
Yeah, so this is sort of where we start to get to management stage for Australia. They're 50 minutes in, 48 minutes into this day. We've spoken a lot about the miles in the legs and these older legs of this Australian bowling lineup. We're sort of getting to the time of day where Pat Cummins, who's already bowled a spell himself, Josh Hazlewood's bowled a solid spell himself. You know, they're coming back from injury. We're almost getting to the point where it's like, right, we really need these 2 wickets, but there's so much cricket ahead, and that we really need to look after these assets of ours. Who do we throw the ball to? And you know, Nathan Lyon bowled okay yesterday, but didn't extract a lot. You know, Webster and Green weren't able to get through either. So it's a really tricky time for Pat Cummins to try and manage this. You know, he's hoping it's 10 or 15 minutes, but it could well be an hour or two.
Hazlewood from the airport end. Mahady on strike, 2 slips in a gully. Hazlewood hits the crease on a good length, but very wide of the off stump, and Mahady leaves it through to Carey.
Particularly when it's in this situation, Ben, where they know Mahady's not going to take a single. You know, is it actually worth Josh Hazlewood steaming in for the opportunity to bowl 2 balls at Taskin? You know, can we just do something a little different? Can we just burn it over, bowl Marnus, and until we get Taskin on strike for 6 balls? You know, do we? Yes, he's looked solid, Mahady, but he's a middle order batter. He's capable. Is it worth burning all these overs into Hazlewood just to have 2 balls at Taskin?
Hazlewood bowls, and Mahady fends away a ball from back of a length out into the gully region, and then rehearses the stroke. He was a little bit jumpy as he played this shot. Does a little bit of gardening now. 8 for 373 here, Bangladesh. There'll be a lot of people around the place who are enjoying their Saturday mornings, maybe doing the junior sport run, maybe doing a few chores around the house. Listening in, 0467920222. Lots of texts coming through. We'll get to those in a moment. Mahady trying to farm the strike. Hazlewood bowls back of the length. He's pulling a top edge, and it flies away very fine down to the fine leg boundary. 4 more, and Bangladesh's lead moves to 179 on the back of that Mahady boundary. He's on to 40 now. Good innings from him. Did score a century in that tour match against CA11 in their first innings. These are handy runs.
They are. It didn't go where he wanted to, but nice bowling from Josh Hazlewood. He's got the men out for that hook shot, but you can't actually plan for that. It's landed, 15 metres behind Alex Carey. Tough to set a field for that one. But as you said, Ben, handy runs.
Brings about a change in the field. So fine leg has gone finer. They've got a deep backward square. They've taken out a slip and put in a sort of forward square leg that's deeper than regulation. Not quite out in the deep, but certainly deeper than the ring. Mahady awaiting Hazlewood again. He lumbers in and bowls. Comes down the track and plays a swat back to the bowler as it chops bouncing down the pitch. 8 for 377.
Just talking about the winter sport, as we drove in, there was hockey, there was footy, there was athletics all going on the way in. It looks a little different up here than the winter sport. There's a lot of 7:30 in the morning, 8 o'clock, a lot of hats and sunscreen and zinc and that sort of stuff. They don't do that in Tassie.
No. There's sport going on everywhere. This is a fantastic precinct. There's rugby union and rugby league grounds. There's clay shooting. There's BMX. There's hockey. Yeah, there's a great hockey facility. What else is there?
Basketball? Did you say basketball?
Yeah, we saw kids in their singlets and their shorts with a basketball under their arms. Kids everywhere on a Saturday morning being active. You love to see it. Again, they're changing the field here. So Smith goes out a slip into a sort of long stop position or a fly slip. But a very fine leg, that deep backward square. They've got the forward square leg deeper than usual.
6. They've got 6 fielders set up for the hook shot here.
Got a deep point and a third man as well. Hazlewood in and bowling to Mahady, who's trying to glide it, and he does. Past the gully, he gets the single. So he'll only expose Taskin for one delivery here to Josh Hazelwood. 8 for 378. And Bangladesh is manipulating this beautifully. The lead 180.
Yeah. Again, these are not overs that Josh Hazelwood wants to be bowling. He's got himself 4 for. He's into his 25th over, and these are not easy overs. He is slamming the middle of this Marara wicket. I don't know. I never had to do it myself, but might be something to put Dizzy to. Must take an extra 50 or 100% to slam it in and try and get it up around the ears on these surfaces.
So slightly more regulation field here for Taskin. 2 slips in a gully. Fine leg deep backward square as well. Deep backward point on the boundary. Hazelwood around the wicket to the lefty, who's gliding a ball out to that fielder at deep point, but they won't take the single. So Mahady will be back on strike. 8 for 378. A lead of 180.
Again, and the sting's gone. You know, we'll mention that he's bowled that in the entire morning, hasn't he? So that's 50 minutes he's been running in. He is tired. That ball to Taskin just had no venom. He had one opportunity at him. He had no venom whatsoever. Taskin just stood up on it, patted on the head out to deep point, and you know, his job was done for the over. So there's quite a few heads down from the Aussies here, wandering around, hoping and praying that this is coming to an end soon.
So far this morning, we've seen 2 wickets fall and 27 runs added for Bangladesh. Has been a slowish morning. Bangladesh manipulating the game as is their want. 10 overs bowled with that 2 for 27. Stark begins a new over. Mahady on strike, a slip in a gully, and he's fending a ball away into the gully on the bounce. Green knocks it away, and then there's a bit of a chat with the deep backward point. They've got the third man. They've got a fine leg, which is Nathan Lyon, who's warming up, unfurling in shadow deliveries. They've got Jake Weatherald at a deep backward square. Bo Webster's at a forward square leg, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. A wide mid on in Pat Cummins, and then Marnus Labuschagne at a wide mid off. A very vacant region from Marnus to that deep backward point through the covers. Mahady farming this strike. Mitchell Stark athletically comes in and bowls, and he leaves a wide delivery. Good carry through to Carey again.
Excellent carry. 140. Oof, that's good. That's good clip, isn't it?
Yep. Coming up for a third day. That's very good clip. Stephen says, loving having the cricket back on the airways. As a little circuit breaker in the footy season, chipping away on the tools here in Adelaide. Whilst my mates are in Darwin at the cricket, some others are off playing golf in Tasmania.
How good. What a treat for them.
Short straw for Stephen. It's beautiful and sunny here, but a dark part of me is wishing rain on those parts of the country.
What a mate.
He's not bitter at all. Stark goes into Mahady again, who's backing away and leaving his bat to defend the ball off the stumps out to that backward point. He does survive, though. There's a little bit of junior cricket in that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Too quick for the batsman involved, but he's better than that. Mahady has been very good here. Sometimes in junior cricket in the nets, it's a bit of a habit of the batsman stepping away.
Stepping back there.
Coaches used to lay another bat behind them, sort of where a fourth stump would be on the leg side, so that they couldn't back away back in my junior days. I remember that. Stark. He's in and trying again, going full and straight and beating Mahady. It didn't miss the off stump by much. It beat the outside edge, it beat the bat, and it beat the stumps as well through to Carey.
Yeah, it was a different load up from Mitchell Stark there. We're just getting a replay now. Yeah, that's smashing into a fourth stump. He's trying his best here, Mitchell Stark. It's just not quite happening for him. What are we up to? The fourth ball of the over here, are we? Or fifth ball?
What did you notice on
something's happening here?
What did you notice on the load up?
Yeah, you see, he just sort of recalled it a bit different, like it was going to be, like he was trying to change the position on his fingers. on the ball just as he bowled it.
So is there a single here for Mahady? Fifth ball of the over, he plays and misses, squared up, angling across him. He was flashing the bat at it, trying to defend or glide. So now it's the fifth ball. Can he get a single here, or can Australia orchestrate an over at Taskin?
Yeah, so this is a big delivery. And Nathan, you said Nathan Lyon was warming up. I'm interested to see if they manage a dot here and Taskin is on strike, whether they'll pursue or persist with Nathan Lyon, or will they maybe give Josh Hazlewood one more, or maybe Pat himself might bring himself on, sensing that opportunity. But it's a big ball here for Australia. They need to try and stop this single.
Can they find a single? Just making sure they've got the field exactly how they want it. Cummins just manipulating. 4 back behind square. 2 on the on and off side. Slip in a gully. Final ball of the Stark over. Mahady flicks it away down to fine leg and they get the single. So Mahady will find the strike. And he will still be on strike for the next over. 8 for 379. They can only chuckle the Aussies. Mahady onto 42. Taskin yet to get off the mark, but he won't be facing up. Just releasing, or we're about to welcome, rather, some of our listeners in Darwin. A big hello to those of you joining us on local radio and DAB Plus in Darwin. Great to have your company. It's been another positive morning for Bangladesh. It has to be said they resumed at 6 for 351. They have lost 2 wickets, but as it stands at the moment, they are 8 for 379, a lead of 181. Mahady is 42 not out. Taskin is yet to get off the mark from 3 deliveries. And Rick Finlay has texted through and told us that with the current lead in excess of 174, 105 times Australia have trailed by more than 174 on the first innings, and they've only won 4 of those test matches. As Phil Jaques steps in.
No, hey, Ben.
These are not good numbers, Jaques, are they?
It's not good viewing. Good listening, that. That's not what you want us.
Line beginning a new over. Slip in place, and Mahady lunges forward, defends, just noodling it out onto the offside. He's been able to manipulate the strike, and he's done it beautifully, JT, hasn't he?
He has, and they're just a bit short on ideas, aren't they, Australia, to try and get him out. It's been, come on, guys. It's been bouncer plan and trying to limit the amount of strike.
Line bowling again, giving it some air, and Mahady on the drive into the covers. Cummins will stop it. No thought of a single. I mean, you open the batting primarily, or batted in at the top of the order, sometimes 3. Did you bat with the tail much, and what would he be trying to do here, Mahady? What would be going through his mind? The line trots in from the airport end again. Unfurls now, sweeping through square leg. Doesn't take the single, it goes out to the deep mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, I didn't bat the tail a whole lot, but the times that I did, you're trying to find where you can get 2 or 4. You're looking for even numbers early in the over, and then obviously singles late in the over, without taking a risk, because you don't want to be leaving 2 bowlers in at the end.
Line goes in and bowls to Mahady, forward defending. Bat and pad closely together, a ball outside the off stump.
And the greater good of this as well, this partnership is, and this period of the game, is to bring the bowlers back one more time. Always putting overs in the tank for later in the game, which it's a massive advantage. The longer that Australia are bowling, the more advantage that Bangladesh have got in this game.
And this is only a 2-test series, but if this was the Ashes or a tour when India or New Zealand are down here, or 4 or 5 tests,
they all become big factors, yeah.
Which teams generally don't do now because the games move so quickly, like we saw that with England last year. Changing the field here, they're going to bring in the deep backward point. So Travis Head will come into the ring. They've got a catching cover, Pat Cummins, a mid-off, long off. Sort of a straightish mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, forward square leg, a deep backward square as Mahady takes a single and tucks it behind square very simply. They tried to keep him on strike, but it was too easy. He gets down the other end, and Taskin will only be exposed for 1 delivery again. This is a great game of cat and mouse. 8 for 380, a lead of 182.
So I'm going to question he didn't try hard enough to keep him on strike there with the fielders out. There's too many fielders out. Even the guys that were up were too deep. It's too easy to get a single there.
You want them all in, basically.
Encourage him to go over the top. Yep. If he's good enough to slot one over the top and wants to take a chance on 5 and 6, you then give yourself an opportunity to have maybe 6 balls at the tail ender.
So the Seagulls come around the bat. Silly mid-off, bat pad, slip in place around the wicket line to the left-handed Taskin, who keeps a full delivery out on the bounce to that silly mid-off. And Bangladesh are leading Australia on a merry dance at the moment. This is all just a little bit too easy for them. Mahidi manipulating the strike, farming the strike. 8 for 380 Bangladesh, a lead of 182. Mahidi on 43. Taskin yet to get off the mark. Will this lead get beyond 200? It's time for a drink. On the other side of it, Jim Maxwell will come in. Bangladesh on top and manipulating the Aussies.
Find out which songs mean so much to Lainey Wilson, David Byrne and Jacinda Ardern in brand new Take 5. With me, Zan Rowe. Best thing you'll ever hear. Starts Thursday, August 20 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
Hazelwood bowls, and that's pitched up. That's LBW. He's out. Even from here, he shuffled across, and that was a very good follow-up to the bouncer. It was straighter, it was fuller, and Bangladesh lose their 7th wicket.
It's Tigel on strike, awaits Hazelwood, who starts a new over. He turns this away in the air.
Oh, my goodness.
He has tucked that off his hip and put Josh Hazelwood over the rope for 6. Where did that come from?
He said he was going for shot of the test match. He has just played it.
Oh, there's a big nick. Tigel straight into the gully, and Green hangs onto it. Hazelwood gets him in the end. Tigel out for a thrilling 17. And 40 minutes into the morning on day 3, the Aussies have now got 2. 8 down, Bangladesh. 8 for 372.
Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Well, there's a few people enjoying a drink. Of course, the umpires deserve to have theirs, and Mahidi. He's been there for the hour, and so the Australian bowlers and the fielding side, who are gathering in a bunch to try and work out, if they're talking about that, there might be something else, how they're going to finish this innings off, because Bangladesh have been very tenacious in their second innings. And yes, we've had an hour of cricket, and they've still got 2 wickets in the tank. So let's see what they can do, because it's the thing about this game, we've never really talked too much, a little about over rates or scoring rates, because if the cricket's absorbing, you're not looking at those stats, you're just watching the game and enjoying it, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it, and it's been an enthralling test, hasn't it? Bangladesh, as you said, have been truly world class. They really have shown Australia how to play Test cricket. It's been a bit of a throwback almost into how they go about it. They're bringing the bowlers back for multiple spells. They're batting time. They're manipulating strike really well. They haven't really opened the door for this Australian bowling attack to run through it at all. And that's the thing, they've been constantly fighting for partnerships. They haven't lost 2 wickets in a row at any stage throughout the course of the innings, and that's just good long-form batting. And I felt like their bowling was equally as disciplined, and they should be really proud of their efforts, no matter what happens in this game. And at the moment, it's looking like a victory. Don't get me wrong. They are driving this test match.
The pitch, anything changed there?
Not yet, no. It seems to be a new ball wicket. A lot harder to get wickets when the shine goes off the ball. But yeah, there's still plenty of runs out there, and Australia will have that in the back of their minds, that they can still eke their way back into this game with a disciplined effort with the bat.
8 for 380. We resume after drink. Stark's got the ball, and he's on his way at Mahidi, who pushes forward and sends the ball gently up towards mid-off. Extra cover. He's 43 from 103 balls. Taskin, yet another left-hander in this Bangladesh
team, and it's half a dozen, a bit like Australia in the old days and England a few times when full Jaques for Australia was one of many left-handers in the side.
Yeah, we had a lot of lefties at the time, especially up the top of the order. But yes, it's a very heavily left-handed stacked side, isn't it?
Yes, well, with Bangladesh, they're almost getting sinister as Stark bowls, and he swings and misses. He went for a ripping stroke somewhere into the Italian club over the road, wherever it may have gone. Probably off the edge was the most likely. And there is a bloke down there at fly third man. So he's going to have a crack when he sees something juicy, a little bit wide. But at the moment, he's not having much success, and nor is Stark, who's been struggling for the rhythm we'd see mid-season. He's 2 for 71 from 24.2 overs. Here's Stark. He runs in towards Doherty. He ducks a bouncer, another bouncer, and it is easily avoided by the little right-hander, as they've done for most of the time in this innings on a pitch that hasn't had any real venom except with the new ball.
No, it hasn't, and Australia, as I said, will be happy with that while they're batting, but they're going to want to see some deterioration as this game goes on to have any chance of getting 10 wickets in the second innings as well. So they're going to want the batting, the conditions to be good. They're going to need to take it into that fifth day and then hope that it goes up and down on that last day.
Here we go. Stark runs in again and he's forward. There's the single if he wants it. He doesn't. It runs all the way to cover where no one is fielding except Labuschagne trotting around to collect it from down there at mid-off. So what we've been seeing here for the last couple of days is a reminder, as much as many of you who listen love watching white ball cricket, that there's a big difference between this form of the game and what I call the frolic, the entertainment part of cricket. Great to have the diversity, of course, but this is, as ever, an examination of your temperament, your technique. Test cricket, aptly named. Here comes Stark again. He bowls and Mahid. He tries to turn, almost gloves it down the leg side. And Stark's throwing his hands up saying, he got a feather on that, didn't he? Come on, boys, what's going on? No support from anyone. They're going to have a belated a DRS? No? Yes, they are. Now, what's happening there? That wasn't a DRS signal, was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Umpire Damascene has gone upstairs. Gee, that was almost out of time. That was so late. Down the leg side, he looked to flick it away. Did it get a bit of a glove? It didn't get much support from Carey.
No, Mitchell Stark doesn't seem overly bothered either.
They've had a few curious reviews. What did it hit? Shirt, glove?
Can we have RTS, please?
We can see the ball close to the bat and the body. The hands down the leg side. What did it hit?
There's a clear gap between bat and ball. Thank you. I'll go back to Kumar on field.
Came off his shirt, I think.
Kumar, you can stay with your decision.
Yeah, it must have been a bit shirt on the way past.
It was close to the bat, but not close enough. We had one absurd review before, prompted by Labuschagne at cover, who thought he'd taken a catch, but it was a clean bump ball. And as was argued in the box, they should lose a review for that kind of ridiculous influence to the umpires to DRS. Stark tries again, and it's short, and he's after it, and he misses it down the leg side. It's not going right for Starkers at all here. He's bowled a maiden over, but they've got Taskin on strike at 8 for 380. They're lingering on here, Bangladesh, and Australia just struggling to finish this off. And Australia have run out of reviews.
They have. He left nothing in the tank on that shot, did he? He wanted to hit that one into the next suburb. It was a big swing for Mahidi.
This is a really fascinating time of the game, isn't it? And it's going to be really interesting to see how this drop-in wicket here at Marara does wear as well. If this game does go into the 5th day, how's it going to play? Will you see the variable bounce
like the Hume Highway, like a road? I reckon.
Could get flatter, and that's often what happens with these drop-in wickets. They can get flatter as the game goes on, and that is worst nightmare stuff for Australia.
Thank God they're not playing with that overrated missile that's pink, which goes so soft as the innings goes on. But here we are. Lyon is coming up around the wicket, and he digs out a quickish ball in at his toes. And Taskin is a tall left-hander who bowls better than he bats, but he can hold a bat, and that's what he's trying to do here, to keep this innings floating along with the help of Mahidi. He's forward now trying to drive, and he drives well stopped at cover. A beautiful bit of fielding by Labuschagne. He was fast down to his right to stop it going past him. He's at short extra cover. So there's just a slip and then a ring field with a deep, just in front of square. Man out there on the boundary, Hazelwood. Lyon tries again. Taskin goes forward, looking pretty competent so far with the bat. It'll be the tempter that won't get him into trouble if he has a lash.
Yeah, he needs to keep changing his pace up here, Nathan Lyon, doesn't he? Get the carrot out, try to toss it up.
Lyon goes in, Taskin's forward, slower ball. And not much assistance from this surface for Lyon. Slow, occasional turn. It's more the variety of flight. And he's pretty good at that as we watch him with his little trot. Then he goes in and Taskin's forward once more, pushing back up the offside. Guys, just toss one up to the clouds, Nate. See if he slogs it out here towards Hazelwood. Now what are they doing? They're getting a bat pad, another man close in.
It's Travis Head. He's coming on the offside, I think.
I can only see three blokes on the onside, yes. A wideish mid on short leg and a deep mid wicket, or thereabouts in front of square. So slip, short leg, and we'll silly it off more than silly point. And Lyon has one ball to come in this over. A rare maiden, perhaps, for Nathan Lyon. He's around the wicket, and Taskin forward pushes the ball away up the offside. So that completes the over. It was a maiden over for Nathan Lyon, and Lyon has 27 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 93. It's 8 for 380. The lead's 182. So his Hume Stark is going to continue from the scaffolding end of the ground. And again, there's a pretty good crowd in here today. They've got to find a spot in the shade, particularly here on the grandstand side where it's exposed. A change. Cummins is back into the attack. He's rested Stark after a couple of overs. And Cummins it was who started down at that end of the ground, and he started with a boom too. Beat the bat a couple of times. Here he comes over the wicket, running in, and Mahidi tries to uppercut and misses. He just tried to slide that over the slips. There's a very fine fly slip third man in place, as well as a deep backward point with a cover, extra cover. Who else is around here? A wideish deep mid on, and a man in just out in front of square in the deep, and 2 men behind square. So just the old-fashioned delivery near the off stump might be the best bet. Let's see what he delivers. How will he tempt Mahidi? He comes up. Mahidi waits and pushes, and there's a single, but he won't take it because he wants to control the strike. So the little cat and mouse game goes on here as Bangladesh linger tenaciously, but Mahdi's just trying where he can to wallop one away.
He is, and he can just. I'm just looking around at the deep fielders from this Australian side. There's a lot of hands on hips. There's a lot of frustration starting to build. Every single over is another brick in the wall for Bangladesh. Cummins in again. Mahedi is going away on the back cut, and he squirted it down between the two men in the deep, and it will be collected just inside the boundary as Nathan Lyon tosses it away to Travis Head, who's running around the boundary, and they collected 2 runs and no ball. And no ball indicated via the third umpire, and the score moves to 383. Yes, he was clearly over by a millimetre or two, as we see a replay of that stretch by Cummins. Just guided the short ball wide of Gully, slip in the Gully weight. Cummins in again, and Mahedi says no thanks, not interested in that bouncer. But we're up to 3 balls left in the over, so he won't be rushing to take the single off the next ball, I suppose. But that's the game within the game that goes on here. Australia trying to find the wicket-taking ball. Mahedi's been there for 112 balls so far, and about 3 hours at least of batting in the lower order, and doing an outstanding job as Bangladesh try and push this score beyond 400 at the moment. Cummins runs in, and it's short, and he cuts it on the awkward bounce into the gully where Green is there to stop it. So Green took a catch a while ago with Tajul Islam taken off Hazelwood for 17, and Hassan Mahmood, LBW, Plum LBW to Hazelwood for 14. Cameron Green at Gully actually came up about 4 steps after the last ball went through Gully region. Seemed to be a bit of a plan from Pat Cummins, and he decided he was decided to try the slower ball bouncer. So that last one was really slow, 111 k's an hour. Cummins to finish the over? No, not yet. He tries to swing the short ball away as it goes down the leg side. He's had a whack at a few of the shorter balls, but hasn't made contact very often. One more to come. Cummins at 1 for 60. And as you'd imagine, the bulk of the bowling in this innings, which is up to the 125th over, has been by the 4 frontliners. They bowled just over 100 overs, and there's been a few. 10 from Webster, 8 from Green, 4 from Head, and 2 from the dynamic medium fast bowler Manus Labuschagne, the bouncer bowler. And he had a drop catch as well. So the field just manoeuvres with Smith out of the slips into the covers to stop the single, with 1 to come in the over. Another bouncer. Here's Cummins rattling into bowl now, and the ball is wide of the off stump, and it's a wide. You see, that's what happens when you get too smart. And umpire Dharma Sanders not having any of it. It was far too wide. So that's 1 more for the score. 8 for 384. Yeah, he knows he likes to give himself a bit of room. He tried to just go wide and hug that wide line, but just got a little bit too cute there to Pat Cummins. Another run to the score. Oliver Yorker. He's on 45. Here comes Cummins. Mahedi swings this and gets it away. Out through the covers, square of the wicket and out towards the boundary. It goes for 4. Well, kiss and cry before you say goodbye, baby. They didn't get a single, but they got 4. It was a sumptuous stroke through the offside, or over the offside, inside out, over cover point and away to the boundary. Corbin Middlemas is coming in to join you with Bangladesh up to 8 for 388, a lead of 190.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live from Darwin, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. 40 minutes before lunch, Jaques and the Aussies are still bowling.
Yes, Xavier Doherty's prediction of all-out first hour has turned into a nightmare for Australia, hasn't it? Yeah. They're still going. Not easy work at all. I felt like if Australia could bowl out Bangladesh this first session, that they would be quite happy with that.
Is there a psychological aspect to this too? Like if you're a batsman and you're waiting to bat, the difference between, I know it sounds, you were talking about 10 or 8 runs, but something that's got a 1 in front of it compared to something that's got a 2 in front of it, all of a sudden it's a different hurdle if you're chasing 200 plus just to make them bat again.
It is, and extra time in the field, heavy legs.
Stark's been swung around, he's on his way in, he extracts the edge of Taskin, but it's safe wide of the gully, and down to the rope for 4, so they count all the same. Taskin's off the mark with a nervy boundary. But more runs on the overall lead, 194 for Bangladesh, 8 for 392.
It's a runs factor, but it's also keeping this bowling unit and fielding unit out in the field for as long as possible. There's a lot to be said about trying to open the batting with heavy legs, I can tell you that for free. It is not an easy game when you've been in the field for a long time. Into the 3rd day of fielding now, and it is not an easy task at all to then get yourself mentally up and sharp, ready to face that first ball.
Stark's bowling his 26th over. We've got a short leg, 2 slips at gully, and bowls to Taskin, who drives, can't break the infield. Nice bit of work from Marnus, collects it, extra cover and throws the stumps down with a backhander. Back in his ground, Mehdi Hassan Miraz is 49 not out, and Bangladesh 8 for 392.
It's been great in the covers again, hasn't he, Marnus? This game saved 30 or 40 runs at least, I think, this game.
And it hasn't been a spectacular performance in the field from the Aussies.
No, but he's led the way, hasn't he? He's been sharp.
We're actually just having this conversation in the back of the box where to think about, when we think of Australian fielding teams, you think of guys like Ponting and Simons and Clark and all these dynamic fielders that Australia have had over the years. Stark's over the wicket here, bowls a short one to Taskin. He tries to just heave it out of the ground, a play and a miss through to Carey. And Taskin's having a laugh back down the track. He's 4 not out. Mehdi Hassan 49 at the non-strikers end, the lead's up to 194. It's certainly, yes, they're old, so the average age is 33 and a half. There's only one guy under 30 in Cam Green, but they're also big because of the fast bowlers and then Webster and Green. So it's a very different looking Australian team in the field than perhaps what people are used to.
It is, and Marnus is a key component of that, isn't he? He's the one that is in all the hot spots. Anywhere that you need somebody moving well, he's the man. And as you said, in years gone by, you've had 3 or 4 of those guys to be able to cover those key areas, and sometimes it's felt like you're trying to pierce a force field in the ring to get the ball through the field.
Yeah. And go as far as say he might be the only one that can really fulfil a lot of those roles. As Stark's on his way in, bowls to Taskin, who gets a full toss, pushes it away through the vacancy at cover, and he'll get 1. And Marnus trots back from probably an extra cover position for a single. Taskin to 5, leads up to 195.
Well, when you got Steve Smith catching in behind, he's probably the only other one really, and he's not getting any younger either. So it's certainly a different looking fielding unit.
Of course, it is Saturday here in Australia, so that means the footy codes at this time of the year in full swing. Ultimate round, of course, in the AFL. So if you are listening on Sport Digital in Melbourne, Hobart, Adelaide, Darwin, Perth, you'll be off to AFL coverage just after 12 o'clock Eastern. So it will be Richmond and St Kilda. And if you're on the ABC Sports stream, Sport Digital, listeners in Sydney, Canberra, Brisbane, you'll be off to Roy and HG in preparation for your full day of NRL footy. So if you're listening in either of those 2 markets, you'll have to head to ABC Listen. So you're already paying for it. You can download it on your phone in the App Store. As Mehdi's on strike, just tries to find the gap in the court and picks out Green in the gully, and there's no run there. So ABC Listen, look out for the cricket button. If you click on that red cricket ball, you'll be able to follow along. We'll be here all day, so the coverage will continue in those places for those of you that are going to leave us in, about 8 minutes from now.
And Australia just gave away a no ball, 3 behind square as well, which is a little bit of an oversight from the skipper.
That's not something you see every day, is it?
No, that's drifting.
Wow. 196 the lead. Meddy's on strike. He plays along the ground, finds the gap. Out through mid-on. He's going to come back for a couple. And there's another milestone for Mehdi Hassan Miraz, the world's third-ranked all-rounder in Test cricket. And he gets to 50. And that has been a familiar refrain across this innings. He becomes the third Bangladeshi batsman to get there with 117 balls and takes the lead near 200 for Bangladesh.
Very important knock in the context of this game for Mahadi, that's for sure. He's controlled this end of this innings so well for Bangladesh. He's batted great with the tail. He hasn't overexposed them at all to more than a couple of balls and over. And that's a really well-made 50. As Bangladesh edge closer to 400.
He's now done it a dozen times. He's converted 2 of the previous 11 into hundreds. Mehdi Hassan Miraz, the 28-year-old, is 51 not out. Still a ball to go in the Stark over. On 51, gets a short one and waves out of the way. Backs out the square leg and a dot ball. So the Aussies will get a look at the number 10 in the next over. Taskin's 5, Mehdi Hassan Miraz on 51. And the lead is 198 for Bangladesh, 8 for 396. And Rick Finlay, who's on the job for us from Bishano down in the Upper Isle, informs me that only 3 times in Australia's Test history has an Aussie team come from 200 or more down on the first innings to come back and win out of 82 different examples.
Yes, that's a big ask indeed. And normally it's hard to make up a deficit of 100. Never mind 200. 200 is a big ask.
Yeah.
Especially in a batting side that is a little bit low on confidence and a few guys needing runs.
I'm going to have a roll here from the Michael Long centre end of the ground. Incredibly, as we touched on Jaques here, a no ball for 3 behind square in the previous over. Comes around the wicket here. Taskin plays away from the body, picks out Weatherald, collects, throws at the stumps, misses, and they get through for a sharp single. And the head was coming in from short leg, trying to catch it behind the stumps, and the Bangladeshi batsmen awake to it, and that's something they've done so well throughout the innings, is tick the strike over. And all of a sudden, another partnership beyond 25 for Bangladesh.
That's smart running, but I'm not sure there was a single there for Weatherald. Just a little bit on his heels, wasn't awake to it. It was a bit of hit and run from Bangladesh, and that opportunity to have 6 balls at the number 10 has gone out the window on the first ball.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it very often. He hasn't exposed them at all, and that was the opportunity.
Mehdi's back on strike. Cummins on his way in, bowls to him now, and he just dead bats the ball out on the offside. Turns down the opportunity for the single. The field well spread. Just a little reminder, by the way, if you're on Sport Digital across the country or streaming us through ABC Listen on the ABC Sports stream, you'll need to flick across to the ABC Cricket button. Look out for that red cricket ball in the next 3 minutes to be able to continue to hear the cricket throughout. If you're in any of those markets, you're off the footy coverage, both the AFL and the NRL. It starts in about 3 minutes from now, so we'll give you another reminder before we get there. The cricket ball button is what you're looking for on the Listen app. Mehdi gets a short one. He cracks away a cut shot. There's protection back at deep backward square. Line fields. Single again denied. Mehdi on 51. Taskin on 6. The lead is 199.
Again, Cummins is trying to roll his fingers down the ball. He's trying everything to try and get this breakthrough. Cutters, slower ball bounces, just trying to get something out of this surface to create an opportunity for Australia. They know how desperate things are getting now.
One slip in the gully, field spread apart from that. Cummins sticks one in short, and Hassan Miraz just lets it pass through. Mehdi, by the way, I mentioned he's 28 years of age, third rated
all-rounder in world cricket at the moment. He's one of only 2 players in Bangladesh Test history with 2,000 runs and 200 Test wickets. Shakib Al Hassan, who is probably the most well-known Bangladeshi cricketer, I think, in the nation's Test history, is the only other to have done it.
It's a good record, isn't it? A lot of wickets. And he's been more than capable with the bat here, hasn't he?
Still 2 balls to go in the over. The Aussies almost 90 minutes in the sun today, continuing on. 8 down. An uppercut here from Mehdi Hassan Miraz as he dabs it down to fine leg and down to third man, and Starkfield's on the boundary. So a single taken, and that is the 200. So Bangladesh lead by 200 runs. And the Aussies are on the wrong side of history now. They'll need to do something they have only done 3 times in their Test history to win from this point.
So you're saying there's a chance?
3 of 82.
It's getting slimmer by the hour, isn't it? At the minute.
Well, there was, what do we say? There was 9 from 150 onwards. So they've eliminated 6 over the last 90 minutes. Bangladesh have gone past that.
We're running out of numbers, Corbin.
8 for 398 Bangladesh. A lead of 200 on the first innings. Taskin on strike. Oh, he's jammed up. Ball bobbles up just over the head of Travis Head. That short leg. And Taskin survives on 6. It's a dot ball to end the over. And again, Bangladesh protect him. So Taskin only had to face the 1 ball. Mehdi Hassan Miraz on 52. Taskin on 6. The lead 200 for Bangladesh. 8 for 398. All right, if you're on Sport Digital, you're off to the footy. If you're on the Sports Stream on the ABC Listen app, you're off to Roy and HG. If you want to keep listening to the cricket, ABC Listen, the app is the place to find it. Look out for the red cricket ball button. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Bangladesh leading by 200. Corbin Middlemas alongside Xavier Doherty, who steps in for Phil Jaques to take you through to lunch. And perfect timing for you to sit back down, X, and we can remind you of your prediction pre-game.
Oh, thanks, mate. Pre-day, I've been wrong on everything so far, Corb. I haven't got one thing right this week, so why would they have got 4 wickets in the first hour? But what we are going to see, Corb, you spoke about their history is against them. We are going to see something remarkable.
Yeah.
Whichever way this Test match goes, it's going to create headlines.
Carey crouches down behind the stumps. Nathan Lyons on as he delivers to Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who defends on the offside. It's a great way to frame it. So we're either going to see a Bangladesh win, one of the greatest upsets in Test history. And that's no hyperbole in that. Obviously, Bangladesh in home conditions beat Australia back in 2017, which was a breakthrough win. You think of some of the other examples, New Zealand's first ever Test win. Well-flighted line bowls to Mehdi, who defends out on the offside. And Jim will be able to jump in with a whole lot, I'm sure, throughout the day. The ones that just...
You can nearly go beyond cricket, Corp.
Yeah.
Like beyond cricket as far as underdog wins.
Mehdi's on strike. He's sweeping out the middle of the bat all the way out towards deep square leg. No run.
This is just something no one expected for Australia, well, for Bangladesh. You know, let's put a positive spin on it. For Bangladesh to have played so well against the almighty Australians and put themselves in this position. Yeah, it's beyond cricket greatness, this one.
Line on his way in, middle and off, and defended away by Mehdi back out on the leg side.
Come on, boys.
So you would still, I think it's fair to say, still very much of the thought, even coming into today, that there's a lot of water's going to go under the bridge before we're talking about a Bangladesh win.
Yeah.
Are you still there? Or are you starting to come around
I struggle to, so the 200 run lead, I struggle to see this over today, which would be the doomsday. I struggle to see in these conditions and the quality that is in, you know, there are some players under pressure in the Australian team, but there's still some high quality amongst it, how they don't somehow scrap to 250, 300.
Line to Mehdi, looking for a reverse sweep, but playing a miss, and then a leg side stumping chance from Carey. Back foot planted, so 5 dot balls to stump the line over. The field's come in, so there's, what do we got? Deep backward square, deep square leg, and long on. It's been a minute, isn't it, since we've seen a no ball for 3 back behind square.
And I can't recall the last time I saw it. And I think it was Marnus was the culprit. He just sort of wandered a little too far to his right. and Kumar Dharmasena was all over it.
You know what it reminded me
Straight
of?
out.
Was this the T20 game? There was the Stars and the Scorchers where Warney was captaining, but it was really James Faulkner who was technically the captain.
Correct, yeah.
And that was a thrilling run chase. The Scorchers got there, and on what should have been the last ball, they had 3 behind square. Well, they had too many men outside the circle. Sorry.
That's right.
Then the umpires were all over it. Sure enough, it was a no ball, and it was basically, I think Perth had to hit a boundary or something off the last ball, and because of the no ball and the 2, they ended up only needing 1 to win. There's line, quicker ball, and a reverse sweep there to backward square, and Meddy can't break the infield. Wetherell does the fielding, and that's a maiden.
That's a maiden. That keeps Taskin on strike. So well done to Jake Wetherell on that occasion. He let. I was about to say he let his team down, but he sort of let his own guard down an over or 2 ago and allowed the early single. He was right onto it that one, and well bowled to Nathan Lyon to do his job for his skipper at the other end, and he'll have a crack at the number 10.
Yeah.
But yeah, and of course going back, so you say James Faulkner was in charge. That was because Warney was on a strike for slow over rates, and
it was meant to be. But if you were at the game, you'd notice there was one guy changing the field and moving people around.
It wasn't James
Faulkner. By the way, I've as we love to say, research is not just a suburb in Melbourne. I've had a look at the Trent Rockets and the Sunrisers Leeds and the Manchester Super Giants and the Aussie representation in the 100. Answer your query from earlier, as Pat Cummins is keen to try and wrap this up. Bangladesh still batting 20 minutes before lunch on day 3. And the Aussies in the dirt. Bangladesh 8 down with a lead of 200. So the Trent Rockets, Tim David plays for them.
Okay. So handy cricketer.
Pretty formidable. We don't have any representation in the Manchester Super Giants.
Okay.
So there's a local rooting interest in the Trent Rockets. It's Cummins to Taskin. It's a short ball. He's hooking, and he's got it. Through backward square leg, and that has gone away for 4. Picked it up off the top of his badge, somehow controlled the stroke away and found the boundary.
Yeah, that's a remarkable shot. He had no idea where it went, to be fair to Pat Cummins. It was on the money, that bouncer.
And that, by the way, brings up the 400 for Bangladesh. He took his eye off it, just threw the bat horizontally across his body, and the hook shot in the end brings about a boundary. It was very nearly 6. 8 for 402. And the lead continues to swell up to 204.
An extraordinary cricket shot, Corb. We've seen a couple this morning. That one for maybe not the same reasons as Tijal earlier.
Cummins again to Taskin, who's well back in the crease. Again it's short. Again he throws the long handle ladder. Man's back at deep backward square. It's dropped. Put down. Steve Smith has shelled it. Steve Smith drops it at deep backward square. And Taskin survives on 10. And Australia's sloppy performance in the field and in the Test match more broadly continues. The lead 205. Bangladesh bat still 8 down for 403.
Corb, last night I was praising Steve Smith, wasn't I? He doesn't drop them, and when he does, they're memorable because you just never see it. I have never seen that before in my life. An outfield catch, he might drop the odd one in the slips where it's the ball's ducking and diving. He had 5 or 6 seconds to stand under that. He would have taken 40 of them this morning and not dropped any of them, and wouldn't have even thought about it. That's gone straight through his hands.
He's a taker of great catches.
Yeah, it says a little bit about the mentality of the Australians just at the minute. I think they are wobbling.
Third drop catch in the innings. Cummins on his way in around the wicket to Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who weaves out of the way. This is unravelling for the Australians. So they've been out-batted, they've been out-bowled, and they've been out-fielded across the first 7 sessions of this Test match. And despite the fact it's the number 1 ranked team in the world up against the number 9th ranked team, unless something changes fast and the Aussies aren't the team that they've been throughout the Test so far, they're going to get rolled in one of world cricket's great upsets.
Speechless, Corp.
Cummins around the wicket to Mehdi. He's cutting out towards deep backward point. Turns down the single with still another 2 balls to go in the over after this. Bangladesh lead by 205. Just quickly on the women's finals. So Trent Rockets up against Sunrisers Leeds. Heaps of representation as you'd expect. So Gardner, Mooney, Garth, Bates all playing for Trent. So 4 Aussies in the 11.
Yeah.
And for the Sunrisers Leeds, Litchfield, Sutherland, Jess Jonathan. So when you think about
stacked,
Mooney, Gardner, Litchfield, Sutherland, all in the same final, that's
massive.
With plenty of interest there from an Australian viewpoint in the 100 finals. Same day, back-to-back, both at Lords. Cummins tries again. It's short. Mehdi Hassan Mirez doesn't quite get it on the pull shot. Running back, it's put down. That would have been an absolute stunner. Travis Head running back from regulation mid-on. He got about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, outstretched with his right hand, made contact with the ball but couldn't make it stick. And Mehdi survives. Another one goes down. But that is about as tough a chance as you could get. 8 for 404.
Shades of his catch in the World Cup final, Corb. Was it Rohit Sharma off Glenn Maxwell running back over point? He got a hand to it, Travis Head, but after seeing Steve Smith put one down earlier in the over, that's not a 50-50. That's a 1 out of 10. You take those chances.
Yep.
Particularly with the state that Australia are in just at the moment. But
that's one you try and take running into the swimming pool.
Right. Yeah, that's right. It was a nice effort, but again, just another flattener for Australia.
It was one of those classic miscued pull shots that landed between the infield and the outfield, and Travis Head running back from mid-on didn't quite get there. So Mehdi dropped on 52, technically the lead 206. Short ball from Cummins to end the over to Taskin. 8 for 404. We're less than 20 minutes away from lunch on day 3, and Bangladesh are still batting. The lead's beyond 200. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's in next.
Test cricket is on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Well, this is something, and I have some numbers from Rick Finlay. So we've spoken about it a lot, the fact that Bangladesh have pushed this lead beyond 200 now, a lead of 206. They're 8 for 404. Only 3 times out of 82 instances, Australia have recovered from a 200-plus run first innings deficit to win a test match. I'll give you the 3 instances as well, but in the history of test cricket, 814 times has there been a 200 run or more first innings lead. 9 times has the team with the deficit gone on to win. Line beginning a new over, bowling to Mahedi, who's forward and smothering the spin to defend it away.
They're flat, aren't they, Benny? They are flat, don't they? You don't, like Steve Smith. Like I mentioned at the time, you see the odd drop in the slips where it's, they're never easy.
Line bowls again, and Mahedi goes back and just glides it away to the deep backward point. Anyone who's played cricket has had those days where it all goes wrong and you're hot and bothered and you're not thinking clearly and you're frazzled. That's what they look like right now.
They do. I was going to say, like Steve Smith to drop an outfield catch, like the easiest outfield, didn't have to move. It came straight to him.
Line goes again. Mahedi back and cutting through point, but they won't take the single. Like Pat Cummins having 3 behind square on the leg side.
Yeah, I don't think you can blame all the blame on Pat for that. I think Marnus Labuschagne, who was the deep square leg fielder, probably just lost himself for a moment, and it was only a metre or 2 in the wrong position.
Line goes again, quicker, flatter, straighter, and knocking it away, Mahedi. But it does.
It speaks to the point that they're not 100% here. They are. Well, we called it rustiness on day 1. And then it's all pressure now, isn't it? Like they've been put in a position where even themselves wouldn't have considered 2 or 3 days ago. They are now fighting to stay in this test match. Fighting to make it go into day 4, let alone to stay in it.
Line with the shades on from the airport end. Down the track comes Mahedi and lofts him. Over long off, a couple of bounces. It'll pitch and maybe be run in by Webster at will. A metre in from the boundary line, and they will come back for a 3rd. So Taskin will only have to survive 1 delivery of this line over. Mahedi along to 56, 8 for 407, a lead of 209 here for Bangladesh.
Yeah, even now the Aussies just can't manage to retain Mahady off the strike for the next over. Just everything that they're trying here, Australia, is going against them.
Around the wicket to the left-hander, a slip in a bat pad, line delivers, and Taskin very comfortably just leans on a cover drive. They don't take a run, of course. Mahady will be on strike, 8 for 407. He's on 56, Taskin on 11.
Now, I was chatting with Jim at the back of the box, and he had a great idea, believe it or not. Where's Marnus's leg spin? Like, this is the perfect time. Like, he's got his meds, I get that. But surely his leg spinners are good enough in this position to be bowling at these two. You know, we got one guy trying to get off strike in the last couple of balls, and you got a number 10 who, you know, traditionally, I'm not sure, he might be a gun player of leg spin, Taskin, but that would break the mould. Where's the leg spin? He's a very good option to be bringing on now. I don't know if he's been practicing it, but surely he's Australia's number one leg spinner at the moment.
Yep.
That's a better option than being the sixth quick, which is what he also is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's a better option. Cameron Green is going to bowl from the Michael Long Learning Centre into the ground. The field spreads. Mahady on strike. No slips. They've got a fly slip, sort of long stop, a gully, a deep backward point, a deepish extra cover where he'll move as Cummins will come across from mid-on and go into a mid-off, a deepish mid-off, not all of the way down towards long-off. They've got a deep cover now, a deep and wide mid-on, deep square leg, deep backward square and a fine leg. Green bowls down the leg side. And Carey sprawls to take it low down. So the times that Australia have come back from a 200-run deficit plus in the first innings, 1949-50 in Durban against South Africa, 1992-93 in Colombo against Sri Lanka, and Pakistan at the SCG in 2006, 09-10. Really said 010.
Yeah.
2009-10.
Yeah, well, like I mentioned, we're gonna see something remarkable one way or the other.
Green delivers again, and Mahady shoulders arms a fifth stump line on a good length, but not tempted.
But my belief is starting to wane too, Ben.
Yeah, it's starting to get to that point, isn't it?
It is. It's like deep down, I just can't see it happening now. Like it's a nice wicket. It's beautiful batting conditions, nice clear day, not a cloud in the sky. Got a very good Bangladesh bowling attack, but you know they're not the huge names that this team would have come up against in previous years. So they do have a few things going their way, Australia, but just the way they've played their cricket so far, you can't see it happening.
Mahady awaiting Green, who bowls back of the length, and he's hopping, getting right back as he plays it out towards point. Rehearses his stroke as well as the Aussies come into field at 8 for 407, a lead of 209.
Now, I know we talked up the 100, Benny, a moment ago. There's some other big cricket going on in the world that might have slipped past a few people. The might of Portugal have got up overnight over Israel. And why that might matter for a few Australians, because the player of the match with a magnificent 66 off 39, Moses on Reeks.
Were they playing on a hard wicket?
That was on hard wicket. So Moses has donned the sand shoes.
Green passes the umpire, bowls full and driving Mahady through the covers. They like the look of this. They'll take a couple. So he'll come back on strike, and just so clear in his thinking here, Mahady, in the way that he's manipulating things and taking the two when it's on offer. Up to 58, as Corbin mentioned, he is the number 3 ranked all-rounder in world cricket at the moment, according to the ICC.
Teddy Fleming stood up for Portugal as well with 3 for 11. So they've got off to their World Cup qualifying campaign with the best possible start, Portugal.
I'm a bit surprised you can have World Cup qualifiers on hard wickets, to be fair. Like, you would have thought the whole thing would have to be played on proper pitches. No, I don't mean that disrespectfully or to be critical. I think it's good that we have these nations playing cricket. Green around the wicket to Mahady, who's ducking under a bouncer. One ball left in the over to try and farm the strike here for Mahady.
I'll pass that on, Ben. Just what the actual qualifying grounds requirements are, but it appeared as though it was on a synthetic wicket.
We spoke about it last night, but if you weren't with us, Mahdi Hassan Miraz does have a couple of test centuries, an average in the mid to low 20s. Certainly can hold the bat. He's captained Bangladesh at ODI level and doing a real shift for them here. Green around the wicket again. Can he farm the strike? No, he ducks under a bouncer. So Taskin will have to see off a full over, or at least start the over on strike. 8 for 409. Bangladesh lead by 211. Mahdi on 58. Taskin not out on 11 at the other end.
Yeah, and with the opportunity to have a full set of 6 at Taskin, Pat Cummins has brought himself back into the attack. You know, Nathan Lyon is trying his best out there, but extracting very little out of this Marara oval pitch. Captain Pat feels it's best that 6 balls of the paces might be a far better option. I'm intrigued to know who the ranked 1 and 2 all-rounders are, Ben, but the internet's just stopped, so I can't actually find that out at the moment.
Oh, I've got it. I'll come back to you in a moment.
Yeah. But certainly the first time I've seen him on television, obviously, but first time I've been able to watch him in the flesh. He didn't get a lot of opportunity with his off spin, and I'm sure we'll see. Well, maybe we'll see him at the crease a few more times, but his batting's been very, very impressive here so far in this Test match.
So Pat Cummins from the airport end, bowling here to Taskin. The left-hander is fending away at a ball, and he drops it down on the offside and says, yep. Skips down towards the non-striker's end, and the field was spread instantly.
That is flattening, isn't it? What do we got? We've got 6 minutes till lunch. That'll extend into the lunch break. I'm not sure Australia will want to extend it. They might want to take the break.
Then they'll have to warm up again.
They will.
After lunch, after a little sit-down. But what was the thinking there?
But like on that occasion, first ball, we've got our man on strike. Let's have 6 at him. First ball to be fair, it's Mitchell Starc who was at mid-off, but just sort of sitting back on his heels.
But why was the field so spread?
Well, because I think they were going for the short ball. Taskin's shown so far that he can't really help himself. He struggles to duck under it. Given his height, he usually takes the short ball on, but he was able to ride that one and just drop it at his feet and sneak through.
Mahdi back on strike, looking at Cummins, a slow ball outside the off stump. And he gets onto the back foot, leaves his bat resting on his right shoulder and just watches it bounce and bounce and bounce through to Carey. Just on those all-rounders quickly as well. So the top 3 ranked all-rounders in Test cricket at the moment, Ravi Jadeja and Marco Jansen of South Africa. Then in a tie for third, Mitchell Starc is actually in the rankings with Mahdi Hassan.
No surprise there, given Mitchell Starc's batting over the last few years.
Cummins in and bowling. Another slow ball, and it beats the outside edge of Mahdi, who crabs across and then drops the bat down late, but misses the ball.
They actually showed a replay of the ball before, Benny, as you mentioned and called beautifully. It was a big off-spinner from Pat Cummins. It actually hit one of the big footmarks out there that probably Mitchell Starc has been using and spun back and wasn't that far away from off-stump. So not a great sign for Australia, given they've got a big task ahead of them. But you're looking at it from on our pitches in front of us. It's not the big pizzas that you see when you talk about footmarks. They're a small little scuff marks, really.
Cummins goes again and gliding it away. Here's Mahdi into the gully along the ground.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, we're 4 minutes to the break.
Yeah.
At 8 down, they'll walk off when the clock ticks over to midday local time. If Australia do manage another wicket, they'll extend that into the lunch break. As I mentioned, I'm not sure that's in Australia's best interest just at the moment. I think they'd like to take their 40-minute spell and grab a drink and recollect themselves and chew a bit more time out of the game.
Yeah. So the lead at the moment just continues to build. 212, 8 for 410. Mahdi facing Cummins around the wicket, pulling and down to fine leg, and they will take the single. So that will leave one delivery for Taskin to negotiate safely. 8 for 411. a lead of 2-13. We've seen how Australia have played here coming in off their FIFO prep, flying in and flying out of Brisbane to get ready for this series. Interesting to note, they will not play a warm-up match in India next year.
Okay.
Which is how Australia has prepared for Asian tours under McDonald. They've sort of had camps in Dubai and similar sorts of things. But I think this is fascinating when the first test in Nagpur begins less than a fortnight after the New Year's test ends against New Zealand. So all of a sudden, what we were so critical of England about last summer in Australia, we could be doing when we go to India.
I'm interested to know the thinking behind that. I can only imagine.
Cummins to Taskin, a bouncer, and he ducks underneath it, ill-directed down the leg side. End of the over. 8 for 4-11, a lead of 2-13, one before lunch.
I can only imagine that their thinking is we're worried about getting hijacked and not getting the quality of cricket, a 3-day President's 11 or something against club cricketers rather than a hardened team. And then again, it's the conditions. It's got to be valuable practice if you're going to play them, Benny. It's all well and good to rock up and play a first-class team at a first-class ground, but the flip side is you could end up at a substandard pitch against substandard cricketers, and it becomes a glorified centre wicket, which they obviously feel they can get better practice elsewhere. But on face value, it's an interesting move.
6 out, Green beginning a new over, delivering full and straight to Mahidi, who digs out a ball on the popping crease, picks it up and flicks it back to Green.
Not before having a look. He just wanted to have a check of this ball.
How did you go when the batsman touched the ball?
It didn't bother me too much. There were certainly guys that and the quicks. Big Hilf. Big Hilf didn't like his prune being touched.
Where is Hilf? What's
Hilf's
he up
around
to these days?
Hilf's around.
I was a big Ben Hilfenhaus guy back in the day.
Good bowler.
Yeah.
Good man to have on your team. He's still floating around, involved in the Uni Cricket Club, doing a bit of work. He's an engineer, qualified engineer, Ben Hilfenhaus these days.
Green arrives, bowls on a good length, and Mahidi defending, but opening the face as he runs it to deep backward point. No thought of a single again. So the field here for Australia, well spread. They've sort of got a deep cover point. They've got a gully, a deep backward point, that fly slip, fine leg, deep backward square, deep square leg, a wide and deep mid-on, a wide mid-off, and that's all of the 9 in the field.
Well, game, Benny, this is going to be the last over. I think Mahidi's just going to see this one out. He's not going to worry about farming strike or anything like that. He's just going to negotiate these 4 balls.
Green goes again, and he just sways out of the way. So I think back of a length.
So I think this tactic is actually Pat Cummins probably needs to pick up on this and force him into a shot just before the break that he perhaps doesn't want to play. Because I feel as though he's just going to see these 6 through to Carey, particularly if they're back of a length like they were there. He's happy with the lunch break. Yeah,
he'd have to be. He's just having a little chat to Taskin at the moment, which is fascinating too. I wonder if that's the conversation they're having, that, if we get through to lunch, we're happy with that. Coming up at lunch, we are going to relive Jason Gillespie's infamous 201 not out. Green in and bowling on a good length, and Mahidi plays the draw shot through the legs. Thick inside edge off his pads and through his legs and out towards backward square leg.
Yeah, no doubt that's what they've said. That little chat the ball before was Mahidi's just suggested to his partner in Taskin, I'm going to take all 6 of these and let's get through to lunch. 8 down and allow the Aussies another miserable break. They'll sit over their lunch and just sort of contemplate where it's gone wrong again for them.
Still might be a single on offer if Australia leave the field out, but maybe he won't force it as he has. Green around the wicket, bangs it in, and Mahidi flashes at a cut shot, a plainer miss. It was half an appeal from the Aussies, but they don't follow it up. 8 for 4-11, a lead of 213.
Yeah, and another tick. Assuming, even if they don't get through this ball, another tick to Bangladesh here.
They've only lost the 2 wickets in this session. And they'll go, what's that, 6-1 up, Benny? I think, or maybe 6 with a draw.
Yeah, six and a half.
Yeah,
6.5 to half
for the session count.
Last ball before lunch. Mahady facing green, who's bowling around the wicket, and he slogs it away for 6. Over fine leg's head. Stark was down there. It doesn't matter. It's carried into the stands. And Mahady just puts an exclamation point on it. Bangladesh, 8 for 417, a lead of 219, and Mahady, as he walks off, admires his work on the big screen.
Oh, as you would. What a way to finish the session. I'm just looking at the body language of some of the Australians. Marnus Labuschagne's only just taken his hands off his hips there. He cannot quite believe how that session's panned out. And for it to finish in that fashion, as you say, Benny, just an exclamation mark on Bangladesh's work for that 2-hour session. It's just to take that, you know. Australia were going to have a miserable lunch as it was, and they've now got that last ball to really dwell on. Again, all Bangladesh this morning. A fantastic effort from them as they make their way off Marara Oval. They'll certainly enjoy their break. Fantastic session again for Bangladesh.
So Bangladesh resumed at 6 for 351, so 49 plus 17, 66 runs coming in this session for the loss of 2 wickets. And they just manipulated the strike. Mahady was able to protect Kaskin, a 45-run partnership. Rick Finlay will get back to us. I'm sure that will be probably a record 9th wicket stand for Bangladesh against Australia. Yeah, Rick's already one step ahead of me. He's just texted through another wicket partnership record. This one beating 36 from Chattogram in 2006. Also, I'm just looking at the Bangladesh scorecard here, and outside of Lytton Das, who made a duck, every single Bangladesh batsman has scored double figures.
Yeah.
Which is quite something when you look at it like that. So this has just been an incredible, 2.5 days of cricket today. Xavier Doherty.
It has, absolutely. Again, as we mentioned, it's 6.5 to a half as the session count. Bangladesh have just dominated all but one session of this test match. The only one outside that was the last session last night, where it was 3 wickets to the Aussies, but Bangladesh in that situation would have been very happy with that. That session this morning, we saw drop catches, we saw fielders out of position, we saw Pat Cummins having to scramble his bowlers, we saw fielders sitting back and allowing singles. Bangladesh have got these Australians rattled. And it feels like we spoke about all the possibilities of how this test match might end up this morning. In a normal situation here, and it's hard to imagine that this is a normal situation, the team that has to go in and bat for the rest of the day today, when they do get these 2 wickets, usually just crumble.
Yeah, because they're normally...
It's just like, we are so far behind. I can't see how we're getting out of this. The motivation goes and they fall over. There's a lot on the line for Australia. That's the only thing that's really going to keep them up and about. Like the fallout, if this match ends today, will be huge.
And I'm thinking about Jake Weatherall, who's under pressure, Marnus Labuschagne, who's under pressure over 1,100 days since his last test century. I'm thinking about Cameron Green, who had a soft dismissal and was out for 13. The pressure on those 3 men is going to be immense when they come out to bat. So the bowling figures for the Aussies: Mitchell Stark, 26 overs, 2 for 79. Josh Hazlewood, 25 overs, 4 for 86. He's 1 wicket away from 300 in Test cricket as well. Cameron Green, 10 overs, none for 34. Pat Cummins, 27 overs, 1 for 75. Nathan Lyon, 29 overs, 1 for 96. Bo Webster, none for 28 off his 10. Travis Heads bowled 2 overs, none for 3. And Marnus Labuschagne, 4 overs, none for 4. Also, just quickly, the last time Australia bowled more than 130 overs in a single Test innings was against India in Ahmedabad in March of 2023. India made 571 from 178 overs. So that was in the 4th Border Gavaskar Trophy Test match there. Whew. I'm going to go have a breather, take a Bex, have a lie down and try and make sense of all of this, because Corbin Middlemas is about to come in and relive that incredible innings of Jason Gillespie at lunch here on day 3. That's coming up next.
I'm Sana Kadar. Join me to explore the psychology behind the biggest questions in our lives, from relationships to stress levels to solving crime.
Your lie detection ability approximates chance.
Search All in the Mind on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
End of the over. Bales are flicked off. We're heading off for a refreshment and a meat pie. And that ends the morning session. That is lunch.
On ABC Sport, this is Grandstand at Lunch on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Lunch on day 3 of the first test at Marara Oval in Darwin, and more of the same. It's been the theme of the test match so far, with the tourists well on top, with the ball in the field and with the bat. Hassan Mahmood, who played his role coming in at number 8, he faced 92 balls before finally Australia had their first wicket of the morning.
Hazelwood bowls, and that's pitched up. That's LBW. He's out. Even from here, he shuffled across, and that was a very good follow-up to the bouncer.
All bar one Bangladeshi batsman faced over 20 balls. Tajul Islam played his shots when he was there, finished with 17 before Hazelwood packed him up too. Oh, there's a big nick. Tajul straight into the gully, and Green hangs onto it. Hazelwood gets him in the end. Tajul out for a thrilling 17. But that's where the wickets ended. So the last hour before lunch, both Mehdi Hassan Miraz and Taskin Ahmed were able to get Bangladesh there. 65 for Mehdi and 12 not out for Taskin. The lead is 219 at the lunch break for Bangladesh. And gee, didn't they get there in style?
Last ball before lunch. Mahady facing Green, who's bowling around the wicket, and he slugs it away for 6. Over fine leg's head. Stark was down there. It doesn't matter. It's carried into the stands. And Mahady just puts an exclamation point on it.
What a test match it's unfolding. 7 sessions. Bangladesh have won just about all of them. Even if you wanted to split the honours last night, they certainly haven't lost any of the 7 sessions so far. And one of the biggest upsets in Test cricket history, to overstate it 0, is brewing here at Marara Oval in Darwin. The number 1 team in the world, Australia, on the ropes. The lead's 219 for Bangladesh, still with 2 first innings wickets in hand. This is Grandstand at Lunch. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Alongside me is a man who took almost 260 test wickets. He was one of the fast bowling greats. And yet, in my time working with him, I only ever hear about 1 innings in which he scored with the bat. I never hear about any of his wickets, his fifers, any of the great things he did with the ball in the game. His name is Jason Gillespie, and I'm pleased to say it is now time to relive the events of 20 years ago. Hello, Diz.
Hello, Corby, and hello to all our listeners. You want me to tell the story?
I think so. I think it's now time for it.
Is it time? We've been brewing. It's been brewing for a couple of days, hasn't it?
It has been. We did say right from the outset we're going to talk a whole lot about it. I mean, it's. You think of Australia versus Bangladesh in Test cricket, and this is the moment people think of when a night watchman strolled out to the middle back on April 16, 2006 at Chattogram, or Chittagong as it was called then. First of all, here's how it sounded as you walked out, courtesy of Fox Sports.
Now, this is very interesting. I thought Australia under Steve Waugh certainly had a no night watchman policy. They worked on the principle, and I thought it was a sound principle, that between a number 3 and a number 9, the man more likely to play out time was number 3. They've mostly gone back on that. Jason Gillespie is coming in against this fearsome attack.
Do you want to pick it up from there?
Well, the fearsome attack, I like that from Harsha Bogle. So, Corby, after we defeated Bangladesh in Dhaka in the first test, I think I might have hit the winning runs there as well, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
Come from behind win.
We're 150 odd behind in that game. We moved to Chattogram, as you mentioned, for the second and final test of the series. My Adelaide Cricket Club teammate, Dan Cullen, made his debut, which was awesome. So Adelaide Cricket Club, for that test match, in the Australian 12, we had 1/6 of the Australian cricket team came from Adelaide Cricket Club. So that was a big thing for our club, which was awesome. So, look, we found ourselves bowling first, and we managed to knock over Bangladesh for 197. I was pleased with my performance. I got 3 for 11 off 5 overs, strike rate of 10. So I was very happy with my work. So then we finished up, and Matty Hayden and ABC's Phil Jaques went out to open the innings. I was taking my boots off, Corby, and I was about to jump in the shower when I got a tap on the shoulder. It was our esteemed number 3, Wisden, number 1 batter in the world, and skipper, Ricky Thomas Ponting. He asked if I would mind putting the pads on. He just felt that even though he was one of the best batsmen in the world, this Bangladesh attack just posed too many threats. And he asked if I could do his job for him at number 3. I had to think about this because it's now become very dark and overcast, which would aid the Bangladeshi seamers. With plenty of movement through the air. On top of that, it was one of those rare pitches that not only had uneven bounce, but it was seaming, it was turning square on day one. So it's not for the faint-hearted, I can assure you. However, when your captain says he doesn't fancy it and wants you to do his job, you just nod and say, yes, Skip, no problem. I will step up and do your job on top of what I've just done. 3 for 11 off 5 overs, strike rate of 10. So, look, Corb, I strapped him on. No sooner had I done it than a wicket fell. Matty Hayden, great. We've seen him on the coverage here with his little hair hat. Out to the wily Mohammed Rafiq, the brilliant left-arm spinner. Out I strode, number 3 for my country in a test match. Inspiring. I take guard. Middle stump to the left-arm spinner, open stance so I don't thrust my pad out in front of my stumps and get LBW. I need to back myself to hit the ball, Corb. I go through my little routine, 2 bat taps behind me, 3 twirls of the bat in my hand, go into my stance and tap my bat 3 times before looking up at the bowler who's coming in. To be honest, this routine repeated well in excess of 400 times throughout the innings, but I'm getting ahead of myself, Corb. I survived that first ball. Played it back down the pitch to the oohs and ahs of the Bangladeshi fielders. Managed to survive with Jaquesy till stumps. It was an incredible effort considering the conditions. It was a hard graft, showed a lot of guts, showed a lot of character. The displays of hard graft, concentration, courage, guts and character were in abundance over the next few days. The Bangladesh bowlers were superb on a pitch that offered them all the assistance in the world. Yet I was immovable, playing straight with the ball when the ball was at the stumps, expanding my repertoire of shots to include a cover drive to complement the forward defence, the leave outside off stump, and the tuck off the hip. Any young aspiring test number 3 who wants to succeed in immeasurably tough test match conditions should take notes. This innings, though, was not without controversy. Although it was a 9.5-hour masterpiece of concentration, there was a lapse. I might have run out Ricky Ponting. An innocent mistake, of course. I was simply admiring my defensive shot that squirted out the backward point. When I look up and I saw Ricky halfway down the wicket looking for a single, I was disappointed that he did not once stop to admire perfection in my forward defence. But he wanted to keep the scoreboard ticking over. The nerve of him. I was no chance, Corb, of leaving my crease, so I set him back and unfortunately was run out. Mike Hussey came out because I heard all these rumblings. I heard a word that rhymes with fire truck as he's running off the ground. I heard dizzy, heard banging of bats, everything. And I made a decision there and then that I cannot go back into that dressing room. Mike Hussey's come out to join me, and he's just looked at me. He started laughing. He said, God, you're in trouble, aren't you, Diz? I said, yeah, I'm in big strife. So I made the decision there and then that I'm not going to go back into that dressing room. So I committed to knuckling down and ticking off some milestones along the way. Got to 50. The next milestone was 61. My great mate, ABC's Glenn McGrath, his highest score was 61, so I ticked that off. I actually raised the bat. I don't know, people were wondering what the hell was I doing. But
on 61?
On 62. Well, I got to 62, so I raised the bat. I think the boys were giggling. They understood where it was, but I think the rest of the world going, what the heck is going on there? My good mate, Damien Fleming, was next with 71. Again, I raised the bat. I reached the 90s. So, Corb, I've never been in the 90s in my life in any form of cricket. So I decided to simply stick to my basic batting plan. I was desperate to get to 100, but I knew I had to be patient. In any case, I had a goal to raise my bat for passing Warnie's highest test score of 99. I reached 100, raised my bat to the small crowd. I pointed my bat to the dressing room, desperate to get a glimpse of the great man, Warnie.
Let's have a listen when you brought up three figures.
That's a lovely shot through the covers. And 100 for Jason Gillespie. Look at that. Coming in as a night watchman and getting a test century. Everybody in the Australian dressing room standing up and applauding the effort.
Look, all I was looking at, I was looking for the great man, SK Warne. I couldn't see him, but apparently he nipped out the back for a fag. But I knew the respect was there, Corb. Yes. Right? So what do you do? What do you do when you find yourself in unfamiliar territory? In my case, having never scored 100 in any form of cricket, you have to simply continue what you're doing, don't you? So I continued to offer sound advice on the art of batsmanship to my junior partner, Mike Hussey. Although he was scoring at a quicker rate, I was the glue holding the partnership and, in fact, the whole innings together, really. I had to keep reining Huss in because when it got difficult, which was most of the time, he kept playing silly shots or going for suicidal singles so he didn't have to face the bowling. My calming influence allowed him to get to 180 before the pressure got too much and he perished. It was a decent knock. A shame he couldn't go on and get a double 100, of course. But look, he played well, Huss. I mean, fair enough. I plodded on, passing legend after legend's highest score along the way. Mark Waugh, Darren Lehman, Michael Vaughan, and the great Steve Waugh. Unfortunately, when it came push came to shove, these lads could not find a way to get to 200, and in Tugger's case, he could not remain unbeaten. A shame, really, such quality players not being able to dig deep and remain unconquered. The Bangladeshis, Corb, they had no answers. Seam, swing, spin, didn't matter, mate. It was all to no avail. They fed my cover drive, and my speed between the wickets in the searing humidity allowed me to pick off twos with ease. The big moment came when I tucked Mohammad Rafiq around the corner for 4 to go to 201 not out. Hysteria engulfed the ground. Teammates and support staff on the balcony laughing in disbelief. Not quite sure why. It was always on the cards. Michael Clark was not out at the other end. I think he was about 20, Corb. And he was very happy for me. As we walked off, we declared I decided to give the young pup a piece of advice after our embrace. Because, every day's a school day, isn't it? We're always learning. And I just said to the young man, son, that's how you score test match double hundreds.
Here's how it sounded as called on Fox Sports.
It's 4 runs, he's got 200. Oh, he's got 200. Jason Gillespie is running all the way down. He's scratching himself. He's enjoying himself. Well played, Jason Gillespie. 201 not out.
You said everybody was laughing. Even Harsha was laughing in the commentary. And
Harsha was having a giggle, yeah.
Amazing.
I don't know why. It was always on the cards, wasn't it? Actually, it was a funny moment. I think I was batting and Huss was still out there. And I played a rash shot and it's just missed shaved the leg stump, just missed it. And Huss is walking down the wicket, tapping the pitch, doing some gardening. He's walked up and he's motioned to me to come in, and I'll walk up, meet him halfway. Yeah, what's up, Huss? He said, Dizzy, you are never going to be in this position ever again in your life to score a test match double 100, pull your bloody head in, right, knuckle down, and don't play silly shots. And my initial instinct was defensive. I'm going, surely I could do this again. Look, leave me alone, Huss. And I walked back. By the time I got back to my crease, I realised he was 100% correct. I'm never going to be in this position again in my life.
So incredibly studying the scorecard. 5 not out stumps on day 1, 28 not out stumps on day 2. There was a bit of time obviously lost on day 2. 102 not out stumps on day 3, and then after lunch you got to the double 100. That's like, at what point did you, like when you were walking in at tea and lunch and meeting your other teammates, What's the nature of the conversation that you guys are having at that particular stage as the number keeps going up and up and up?
The boys were just laughing, basically. Yeah. They were just laughing. What is going on here? Like, it was just one of those bonkers situations.
Yeah.
And I think after I got the 100, and then the Bangladeshi, they spread the field. So I had like 6 fielders on the fence, and I'm just thinking, I'm a tail ender here, but I am sitting on 100, and it's actually not that difficult. So I just kept knocking singles. Like, so, my first 100, it's funny actually saying that, my first 100 took 300 odd balls, right? But my second 100 only took 120 odd, because I just knock it one. Knock it one. And, it was just a really bizarre feeling.
Do you ever get another 100 at any grade of cricket?
Yeah, I got 3 first-class 100s. I got 100 for Yorkshire against Surrey at the Oval, and then I got 100 for South Australia against Tasmania at Bellarive. I was actually out first ball. I punched one to the keeper off Ben Hilfenhaus. I literally straight off my glove to the keeper. Umpy gave it not out. Ricky Ponting was at short cover and gave me the biggest spray of his life, just abusing me. And then I went back at him. I was going hard at him. So we're just going at each other for about 3 or 4 overs. And then, I just kept batting. And, it was just one of those rare things.
And they both came after the Chittagong.
They both came after the greatest innings in the history of the game,
It's just the confidence on the back of it is unbelievable. Your thoughts, by the way, if you want to have a say on this, 0467920222. Steve says, I'd love to ask Dizzy how he dealt with his 31st and 74th deliveries, please. He'll know. 31st and 74th deliveries.
I wouldn't have a clue what they are.
Okay.
Is that Steve? Sorry, Steve, I don't remember.
This might have been a story you've told at a sports.
Maybe, yeah.
The Trogan Tiger, question for Dizzy. Who was the hardest bowler to face in Chittagong in 2006? Was there an incident or two when he was trapped in front and thought, I'm gone here, only to be given not out?
Look, they were all really difficult. You had to be a good player to get through that. Mohammad Rafiq, wonderful left-arm spinner. Shahadat Hussain, I found him hard because he was bowling about 150 k's an hour. So that was really difficult to negotiate. But, I just had to find a way, Corby.
Go Dizzy, hilarious, no name, no pack drill. From Wayne in Mildura, he says, fellas, great yarn, Dizzy. I thought... Though I think his former teammates didn't want to hear this tale often, and meant it was his last innings as a result. So you never played Test cricket again?
No, never played again. Averaged 240 with the bat in that series. I averaged 11 with the ball. Man of the match, man of the series. Never played again. You know what the moral of the story is? Don't run out your captain.
Yes. It is lunch here on day 3. Bangladesh in total control, 8 for 417. The lead is 219 for Bangladesh. They're still batting 133 overs into the innings. Also, I think this is why we're doing this at lunch, to remember happier times in Australia versus Bangladesh contest. 2 men who are here at the ground today were both part of that innings. One man who batted alongside you for a long period, and you referenced in that story. So we thought, you know what, we're going to catch up with both of them and get them to remember the innings in their words. First of all, here is Mike Hussey.
Dizzy's double 100 against Bangladesh. Well, my memories are that he went in as a night watchman and he actually ran the captain, Ricky Ponting, out. So I think he was actually too scared to get out himself and go back to the dressing room and cop the wrath of the captain, Ricky Ponting. So he stayed out there and batted and batted and batted, and I was lucky enough to bat with him for a fair period of time, and it was absolutely hilarious. He just wanted, his motivation was just to tick off the highest scores of some of the other Australian great players that have played the game. So when he went past Mark Waugh, his highest score, he just ticked that one off and said, yep, thanks, Junior, just past you, and went past Damien Martin, went past a couple of others, and the one he really wanted was Steve Waugh. He really wanted to pass Steve Waugh, and I think Ricky Ponting declared on him before he could pass Steve Waugh, so he's a bit angry about that, but yeah, double 100, nonetheless, it's a pretty incredible innings from a great man.
What a legend Mike Hussey is. I love hearing the way that they retell it, having just heard you tell the story and the things that are stick in the memory. One is obviously, as Huss said there, the highest scores. The other one is clearly how central Ricky Ponting is as a part of the story. It's the guy you ran out.
Well, yeah, I did run him out. I mean, I played the forward defence. It squirted out to the offside, and Rick, the nerve of him, he was halfway down the wicket. So I just sent him back, and Rick's got the turning circle of the QE2, so it took him a while to turn around. And I didn't realise, right, so there was a left-handed fielder, and the ball just sat up beautifully, like it just sat up, picked it up one hand. I think Abdur Razak, the left-half spinner, was fielding it back and point. He's just picked it up, thrown the stumps down. Ricky was out by about 6 feet, and yeah, that was the moment, Corb, I knew I could not go back into that change room.
Turning point. Jack, off the SMS, I have and still use a Summers 201 not out dizzy. Special cricket
beautiful.
That from
Beautiful.
Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
All right, let's give the last word to this man, the great Adam Gilchrist.
Oh, here we are, still talking about this famous innings, or infamous, whichever way you look at it. But the standout moments, the celebration, not of the 200, but of passing 153, that 154th run. Jason Gillespie knew exactly who he'd passed for his highest test score, being Mark Waugh. I thought that was a significant landmark moment. And Dizzy knew too also that you don't run the Australian captain out and expect to play another test match, and that lived true. But it really was a celebration of, well, I wouldn't say a miracle. Dizzy was always a wonderful ally for me, batting with the lower order, and he's one of the great blokes of Australian cricket, so we all celebrated and loved what he achieved. Well done, Diz.
What a legend.
He's a great man. Look, I've never actually spoken to Gilly about it, because he gave me the honour, the absolute honour, of singing and leading the team song after that test match. We won the match, and we were up at the top of the Built Hotel, and Murph Hughes was there. He was a selector on duty as well, so we're all there celebrating, and I got to lead the team song, which was great. And I reckon, so Gilly and I have never spoken about this at all, but I just reckon he had a feeling that was probably me done as a test cricketer, and I certainly had that feeling, that because I was there as a replacement player and stuff like that, so I think it was sort of unwritten code, I suppose. But yeah, a wonderful way, Corby, to finish a career. I'm very fortunate to play 71 test matches for our country, and very grateful for each and every one, and to finish on that note and to be able to replay and tell the story, it's a bit of fun. Yeah, absolutely.
What a great story. What a great story. At 71 test matches, as I said at the start, almost 260 test wickets, one of the great fast bowlers the country's ever produced, and it's the innings at the end that we're still talking about 20 years on. Thank you, Diz.
Thank you, Corb.
That's us done. Grandstand at lunch on the other side of it. The start of the second session on day 3. Bangladesh still batting. They lead by 219.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Indonesian officials have lifted a tsunami warning after a powerful earthquake and several aftershocks hit north of Flores Island. A spokesperson for Indonesia's disaster management agency in Flores has told the ABC the situation appears to be safe. At least 2 people are believed to have died. The spokesperson says assessments are still being carried out, but there's only been minor damage to buildings. U.S. President Donald Trump is urging Americans to accept higher fuel prices caused by the war with Iran, as he claims the Strait of Hormuz will soon be declared a U.S. territory. Here's the BBC's Daniel Bush.
President Trump says a lot of things. It can be difficult to know when he's being serious, when he's joking. This was a speech that President Trump was giving to a rally of Republican supporters. And in those kinds of moments, President Trump will oftentimes throw out lines that are popular with his base, saying that he will declare the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. territory. On its face, appears to be absurd. It's not something that we could expect or think might actually happen. So this seems to be an effort by the president to try and rally Republicans ahead of the midterm elections around the idea that he is winning this war with Iran.
Luigi Mangione is admitted to killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City in 2024 and pleaded guilty to federal stalking charges. Here's our North America correspondent, Cayman Gok.
Luigi Mangione spoke calmly and without emotion in court as he admitted to shooting United Healthcare executive Brian Thompson. Now, this brazen shooting took place in December 2024 on a sidewalk in New York and sparked a days-long manhunt to try and track down the now 28-year-old. He has pleaded guilty to 2 federal stalking charges, and in court today, he described how he'd had years-long pain from a broken back and felt that he hadn't received the support or care whilst navigating the insurance system.
Hundreds of people have gathered in Alice Springs today for the funeral of Kumanjai's little baby. The girl's family invited the wider community to join them for today's service, acknowledging the hundreds of volunteers who searched for the 5-year-old when she went missing from a town camp earlier this year. At the service, the girl's grandfather, Robin Granitz, says it's important for people to come together following the period of cultural mourning known as sorry business.
In our culture way, we used to get together, paint it up, and making sure that you are being there to be helped and represent on your family from your communities, and that way we know that we are all connected in culture, coming together, and that's our big culture. Sorry business is the main thing of all things.
Tasmanian Government MP Joe Palmer says 2 wild seabirds found on King Island yesterday have tested positive for H5N1 bird flu. It brings the total number of confirmed cases in Tasmania to 4. A brown skua tested positive to the deadly H5 strain in Tasmania on Thursday, before a crested tern was identified as positive on King Island yesterday. Police say there's still no sign of missing bushwalker Lily Hooper as the search for the 18-year-old enters a 4th day. Search and rescue teams are continuing to scour areas in the southern highlands of New South Wales. Aside from her car, which was found near the Bonham-Pick walking trail on Wednesday, crews are yet to find any further sign of the experienced bushwalker. Police are expected to provide an update on the search later today. Tasmania police say a woman allegedly used an app to deliver coffees laced with an unknown substance to an ex-partner multiple times. Clancy Bunlun has more.
The 43-year-old South Launceston woman has been charged with 2 counts of attempting to unlawfully administer poison with intent to harm. At a media conference this morning, Police Inspector Alina Crack alleged the woman used Airtasker to find a delivery person to send the coffees.
The woman has purchased the coffees herself and then has gained an Airtasker from the Airtasker app to deliver the coffees on her behalf.
Tasmania Police says the alleged victim, a 47-year-old man, did not drink the first coffee and reported it to police, resulting in a months-long investigation. Police say there's no reason to suspect the delivery people had any involvement.
The woman's in custody and is expected to appear before the Launceston Magistrates Court. And in the AFL, the Brisbane Lions and the Gold Coast Suns will face off at the Gabba in Brisbane this afternoon for the hotly anticipated Q Clash. The Lions are sitting in 4th spot, while the Suns are at 14th on the AFL ladder. You're up to date with ABC News.
Alan Jones was a broadcasting powerhouse. Now he's in court fighting charges of indecent assault and sexual touching. To follow the trial, what's alleged and how it's challenged, search for the Case Log podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Well, it's hard to fathom, but Bangladesh leading by 219 runs over Australia, 8 for 417 after Australia were bowled out for their lowest ever total against Bangladesh, 198. The Aussie bowlers with the very unenviable task of warming up again. They bowled on day 1, they warmed up and bowled all of day 2. They've warmed up on the 3rd morning, and Bangladesh have survived through to the luncheon interval. And so Josh Hazlewood looks like me on some cold mornings in Melbourne as he tries to warm up in front of us, Phil Jaques. I don't think any of us can believe what we've witnessed so far in this Test match.
No, it's been a recurring nightmare, hasn't it, for this Australian cricket team? And as he said, so many warm-ups having to go into the 3rd day. Now they're into the 2nd session of that 3rd day. And it's not getting any prettier the longer this game goes. And Bangladesh have just done a great job in keeping this Australian bowling lineup out on the ground, wearing them down, and have forged a really significant lead in this match.
Certainly have. I'm sure we'll be able to speak to Jason Gillespie a little bit later on about just how tough this would be for the Australian bowlers. Also, if you joined late or midway through the luncheon interval and heard Diz recounting his innings of 201 not out, we are going to upload it as a podcast. So under the Best of ABC Sport in the podcast store or feed, wherever you get your podcasts, you'll be able to find that and listen back to it in full. A great deal of humour in amongst all of that, running out Ricky Ponting, going past everyone's top scores and getting to that milestone of 201 not out. We had voice memos from Adam Gilchrist and Michael Hussey to remember that innings as well. So you'll find that online later today. Jim Maxwell is back from his long lunch and in position ready for this second session here on day 3. Jim.
Ben, I was just getting warmed up with Tim Lane and Gideon Haig, talking about old times and whatever else is happening around the game at the moment that involves Australia struggling just a little bit in this game to stay alive. It was fascinating, actually. You sit down and you talk to people who know the game and everything else. You get drawn into a conversation.
What was their take on the last 3 days, Jim?
I think they're still shaking their head, puzzled, amazed. I think there's a general agreement that the train was coming last year, but England didn't catch it and allowed Australia to escape with a performance in the end that was convincing, but it just did make you wonder what could have been had England actually turned up, which I'm afraid they didn't. But Bangladesh, you could also say a bit the same about if you looked at their recent test performances against Zimbabwe. What the hell's going on here? But they've turned up with a resolve, and it'll cause someone to write a piece about how many times teams have been underestimated after an ignominious performance with the bat, as they had the other day bowled out for 54. I think there have been a couple of other occasions, we've seen it in football, where a very poor performance from just a good but not great side was followed by a combination of the conditions going their way, the toss and all of that, and everything fell into place to the point where the much vaunted team playing in the game lost control or never got control of the game. And that's where this game is at the moment. But as I heard someone say before, we're not yet in terms of time even at the halfway point for another hour of this game. So there's a lot of potentially cricket left, but whether Australia can pick themselves up and stay in the game remains to be seen. That's why we're here talking about it. Can they do that?
Well, I think they can definitely do it. The time is there in the game. But as you said, it's going to take the resilience that Bangladesh have shown to come back from their their pre-tour game that they had, where they were bowled out badly in that second innings of the tour game for 54. But they have shown immense character, immense resilience to pick themselves up, turn that around in a week, and put in the performance they have in this test match. It's a credit to them. They have played the perfect test match so far. They have caught well, they have bowled really consistently, and they have batted with discipline and smarts. They've had a game plan, they've stuck to it for long periods, and they've really shown Australia good test match cricket in this game.
Tactically, and the discussion will continue, particularly if Australia end up losing here, about their mindset going into the game. Did they always have it in their mind that they were going to, if they won the toss, bat? And was there ever a consideration? Perhaps bowling was a better idea. There was enough greenness about, tackiness about the surface to suggest it was going to be helpful. But it's like Australia sort of locked in after all the preparation. Right, we'll win the toss, we'll make a pile, and we'll control the game.
It was a 50-50 decision. They haven't taken the wicket, but there was enough green grass to go that there was going to be assistance there. With Bangladesh getting bowled out for 54, it would have been a positive move to go, let's go for the throat and try and knock them over and take them out of the game. However, 99 out of 100, if you saw that against any other test side, you would bat on it as well. Because batting first in a test match is an advantage. If you can get through the first hour or two,
and Australia did get through the first hour.
Yeah, you get through unscathed, and then you bat with discipline. It's the positive move, because generally speaking, the wicket gets worse as the 5 days goes along. However, you get knocked over in that first innings, and then the opposition scores big in that second innings of the game. You're behind the 8 ball, and you've got to fight tooth and nail to get back in that fixture, and that's where Australia are at right now.
So the players are back on the field, and it's one of those lovely Saturday afternoons where you're full of contemplation about where things can go one way and another. And at the moment, the momentum's completely with Bangladesh. Australia muffing a few chances and generally being frustrated, particularly by Mahidi, who's made 65 not out, and Taskin has held in somehow to make 12 from 22 balls. 8 for 417. The lead is 219. So here we go with Hazelwood from the airport end. First ball after lunch, and it's pushed away out towards cover, where it's collected there by Labuschagne. So they started the day at 5. What were they? What was the score at the start? 353 for the loss of 6, wasn't it? 6 wickets. They lost 2 wickets in the session between the first session of the day. So they lost 2 wickets for 64 runs. But the fact is they weren't bowled out. Hazelwood goes up, back goes Taskin, and gets a run just past the left hand of Travis Head at short leg, who dived away, couldn't get his fingers around it, and they just went past him. It's been a bit the story of Australia's performance in the field. It hasn't been all that untidy on the ground, but in the air they've dropped a few chances. That was just wide of his left hand.
That's a chance. It's a tough chance.
Yeah,
but it's a chance. He definitely came up a little bit too early there, Travis Head. And as a short leg, you really have to stay down low so you can get those ones that are low around your ankles. You don't want to be coming up too early. And it is that natural reaction when the ball is bouncing for you to rise up. However, you as soon as you come up out of that position and stand up, you're out of the play.
You're hearing from someone who's been in there and knows what's required. So we're back with Mahidi, and Hazelwood has him defending, and that's what he's done exceptionally well in this innings. He's been vigilant, and he's managed to squirt the ball here and there, and then just before lunch, last ball before lunch, Green tried a bouncer, and he said, well, I didn't know dessert was available already, and he helped himself to a smashing shot over fine leg, lifting the ball beyond the fence for a 6. Lovely way to finish. A very good session for his team. Hazelwood goes in again, and he swings at this, and he's gone. He's out. So Hazelwood has pitched the ball up, and that's a rare attempt to slog, and he's nicked it. 9 for 418. Hazelwood's now the 9th Australian to take 300 test wickets with that dismissal, giving him 5 in the innings. And no doubt when the honour board goes up here at Marara, his name will be honoured. So well done to him. Straight through to Carey as he tried to wallop that into the crowd. Well played by Mahidi. And Sri Lanka lose their 9th, and Hazelwood holds the ball up, as is the gladiatorial manner of bowlers who celebrate a milestone. A big milestone. And he joins his three mates in getting to 300 Test wickets.
Yeah, congratulations, Josh Hazlewood. 300 Test wickets. Amazing effort. 9th Australian to get 300 Test wickets for Australia. Unbelievable career. And to do that in 70 sets, 77 Test matches. Fantastic effort. And 5 wickets here as well in Darwin. 5 for 87. He's led this attack in this match and gets a vital breakthrough of Mahidi.
Yes, well, that certainly disprove those that thought perhaps maybe that Scott Boland should be the pace bowler, not Hazlewood. And if you look at their numbers comparatively since Boland came into the side, Hazlewood's right up there. Although he's missed games with injury, but when he's played, he's been as effective, if not more effective on occasions than Boland. So there it is, 9 for 418. Can Australia get the last wicket here fairly quickly? We should ask our oracle over there, Xavier Doherty. When do you think this last wicket will fall, Xavier? Just think about that for a moment. It could be this ball. As Hazlewood bowls now, and he's defending away on the offside. Ebadot Hussain is out there. 9 for 418. I'll write down the time if you'd like me to.
It's already gone. He said this ball.
This ball.
That's gone.
All right, that's it. You've blown your bingo there, baby. 9 for 418. The lead is 220. And I hope Rick Finlay's enjoying all the stats that are flying around this as he lies on his lilo and watches the whales go by at Bicheno while he enjoys a bit of lobster and champagne. So a couple of slips in the gully. Here comes Hazlewood, and he's playing back and maybe played and missed outside the line of the off stump. So the Hazlewood bowling figures are impressive in view of what's gone on around him. 26 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 87. 5 for 87. And the gun bowlers have picked up all 9 wickets in this innings. Not surprising, but I think some thought it may happen more quickly.
Yes, it's been a grind, hasn't it? Been a graft.
The mopper up is coming on, Nathan Lyon, to try and get the 10th. Where's Nathan Lyon, other than getting older? Is he losing the effectiveness? Can we question him?
I was just about to ask you exactly the same question, Jim, but it's a very good question you ask, because he certainly found the going tough, hasn't he, in this game? It is first innings in a game, and he's paid to take second innings wickets, but hasn't looked overly threatening so far.
Now, he comes in from the scaffolding end, and he's pushed away out into the covers there by Taskin, who's on 13. Lyon, 29 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 96 so far in this game.
Hi, guys.
He's had a good opportunity, mainly down at the airport end. He goes in now, and it's pushed firmly into the covers, and it's fielded out there by Cummins. So we've got a slip, backward point, short leg, cover, a long off, a long on, a cow corner, a deep backward square. He comes up around the wicket, and again, Taskin pushes forward and out into the covers. How long will this last? When's he going to have a crack? Is Lyon going to offer him something to crack? There are blokes in the deep, so he wants a good strike if he goes, and he goes now and miscues, and it trickles back down the pitch. He was looking to hit it somewhere over at the bowler's head, whatever, down the ground, and he didn't get a good chunk of it. Now, as a result of that attempt to swat the ball, heads moved from silly point to short leg. Line goes in and forward once more. It comes quietly, pushing out into the cover. So you sense this is going to be over soon. But we said that before during this innings when it was 6 for 308. And that's a while ago. And they've batted for 4 hours since then. 9 for 418. And Nathan Lyon, a chance to wrap all this up. And he bowls 2 innings quicker into his pads, and he pushes out and back to the bowler. So a maiden over for Nathan Lyon, 9 for 418 here at Marara. A nice quiet Saturday afternoon. I hope you're feeling relaxed and enjoying your own company, if not someone else's, while you listen to the cricket.
So, Jim, you've seen a lot of cricket over the years. Lots of cricket. That's an understatement of the year, I know. But how much do Australia need to get, do you think, in this second innings to put some pressure on the Bangladeshis in the second innings?
400 plus.
So anything over 200 would be a tough chase for Bangladesh?
It could be. I'm not sure if the pitch is going to change in character, but the kind of scoreboard pressure could be enough to give them a chance as Hazelwood bowls and sends Aberdot back onto his stumps in defence. Yeah, I'd reckon 200, even 150.
Yeah, I was going to say, would 150 create a wobble? Because it's almost like they're expected to win from there.
It could, yeah. Early wickets, new ball wickets, and it could open the game up completely. Could change course dramatically. But I'm not sure about them getting 400 unless they see off the new ball stuff. Hazelwood bowls now. Back he goes off the pad to short leg. Yeah, 150, but more like 200 just for a bit of a sort of insurance with field placings and things like that.
So 420
the other part of that is that the Australian bowlers would like the batsmen to bat for a while, wouldn't they? Have a rest.
They're going to need to be batting for the best part of 2 days, aren't they?
Well, yeah. Yeah, there's still so much time left. Yes, that's a good question. How many will be tough? Hazelwood back, bouncing, and it's left alone, sort of, by Aberdot. The lead is 220. So, yeah, Australia are going to have to make 370 plus, you would think, to have a chance.
To have any chance, yeah.
Yeah.
I think even 200 on a drop-in wicket, day 4, is still a very good effort with the ball to be able to bowl them out front at 200.
Yeah.
Normal wicket, where you get a bit more up and down, or a few cracks starting to appear, but there's no sign of cracking, there's no sign of deterioration. It's a good wicket.
Hazelwood bowls short and he's back and he pushes it into his body down in front of him. Then walks over and picks the ball up, courtesy to the fielding side. Yes. This is the pattern, it seems, with these drop-ins more and more, and the way they're prepared. That they're made by the Department of Main Roads. They're there for a long time, not a short time.
They get slower,
yeah,
and a little bit harder to score, but they don't generally go up and down not to the extent of a normal turf pitch. So it's going to be, and they don't spin a lot either, generally.
No, Nathan Lyon's discovered that.
Nathan's discovered it, yeah.
Hazelwood bowls and he flicks him away around the corner down to backward square. And there'll be a run here with Stark scampering across to his left-hand side. Another valuable run. They're playing with determination. Tenacious. 9 for 419, 2-1 ahead. And Taskin is the senior pro of the two out there, numbers 10 and 11. And Hazelwood bringing up a landmark, a milestone in his previous over, taking the wicket of Mahidi, caught by the keeper trying to slog it. And he became the 9th Australian bowler to reach that milestone mark of 300 test wickets. 5 in the innings. Now they're spreading out here for Taskin. No slip. There's a gully and there's a short leg. So it's bump him or cause him to nick one, miscue. And there's no one down through mid-on at all. Hazelwood goes in and Taskin's slogging and missing. As soon as he saw the length, he thought, I'm going to hit this into the Bangladesh supporters at deep square. But he missed it. And it went to the keeper. The end of the over. And, could have gone anywhere. Bouncing him. How do you think that, apart from the catches missed and things like that, how well, in terms of strategy of Australia bowled today?
Well, they haven't tried a whole lot except for bouncer plan, have they? It's been either try and bowl dry and tight or bouncer plan. And you saw Pat Cummins occasionally, he's tried a few cutters and things like that, but there hasn't been a heap of imagination. Certainly thought there could have been some leg spin at some point from Marnus Labuschagne and even Steve Smith. Wind back the clock. I don't know how good his back's going and how much bowling he's doing in New York City, but
10-pin bowling. Here comes Lyon, and Everdot goes for a drive to mid-off, and there was no chance to score. So they've got a few fellas out near the boundary, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, and wide long on, with a slip short leg, shortish mid-wicket. Lyon goes in again, and Everdot forward. And once again, the certainty with which the lower order batsmen are defending indicates there's not much happening off this surface. Very little turn movement, and he's just looking for a chance to maybe crack a drive, push one around the corner. Line comes in and he's forward, full stretch, and it goes out into the covers.
We haven't really seen any balls bite and turn at all yet, have we? The only time the ball's gone past the edge has been beating on the outside of the edge, not rather than the inside.
Straight break. Yep. Line rolls again and he's stretching forward. And it goes way up the offside. So Line just struggling to have much effect here at the moment. And he decides, well, maybe around the wicket's the way to go. And Travis Head moves from short leg. No, he doesn't. He was going to leg slip, but they're going to have a leg slip. Cummins going in there. 3 men and the keeper around the bat here. Line comes around the wicket and Everdot just watches it go past outside the line of his pads. 9 for 419 Bangladesh. The lead is 221. Is there another single for them in this over? Line comes in and he swings and he gets a piece of that. See you later, baby. That has gone into the stand for 6. Line pitched up and Everdot said, oh, my Christmases have arrived. A lovely floating ball in at the line of the leg stump, and he larped it into the crowd for 6.
Well, that's a tail ender's dream, isn't it? Right on a good length on leg stump. He dropped the back knee and he has scattered the crowd in the grandstand. That is a good old-fashioned traditional tail end heave over mid-wicket. And that's a big hit. 6 more.
I think Corbin Middlemas used to bowl those, but he actually got them caught on the boundary. He's going to come in and do some commentary for him.
Test cricket is on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Jim. Still batting. Bangladesh, 9 down, 227 the lead.
Grim.
Yep. Hazelwood has got a 5 for at least. Been pretty hard going for him on his test return. Delivers to Taskin, who's again coaxed into pulling. It'll land safe. With 2 back on the leg side, 3 back on the leg side, and Weatherwood coming off the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Lands short. It's been that kind of day and that kind of test match for the Australians. Taskin to 14.
He's hit that so badly, it's gone nowhere near the fielders. That's the only way to describe that. He looked like he'd done him for all money there, Josh Hazlewood, but just catching up high on the blank bat where the sponsor's name would have been. And catching the right up on the splice, going nowhere. He survives another day, Taskin.
Abdul Hussain, he's not out on 7. He awaits Hazlewood over the wicket and he jumps a long way back, and somehow that's missed the edge and missed the off stump. Into the gloves of Keeper Carey. So 9 for 426. The lead's 228. And only 3 men out today. Mahady and Hassan Miraz went earlier in the session. And he was caught nicking through to Carey off the bowling of Hazlewood for 65. He was dropped on 52 and was given out LBW on 32. Had that overturned on review. So it was the 9th man to go earlier today. Tajul Islam was caught green, bowled Hazlewood, caught in the gully out for 17. It's just dead batting the ball away. Abadot on the offside. And the first man to go was Hassan Mahmood for 14. Having faced 92 balls, he was trapped in front by Hazlewood. So picked up 2 yesterday. Josh Hazlewood 3 today. 5 wickets for him. The fifer. He also went past 300, became the 9th bowler in Australian Test history to get to 300 wickets. Another clean skin bat from Abdul Hussain. 228 is the lead for Bangladesh, 9 down. Here comes Hazlewood trying to wrap it up. He struck on the pads. A huge shout for late before. An umpire unmoved, not out. And the Aussies are out of review, so that'll be the end of that. Abadot on 7. 9 for 426.
Just looked like it was just sliding down leg side. Josh Hazlewood. Wasn't a whole lot of footwork from Abadot. Jumping back to the leg side, big off cut up, just a little bit high and a bit down leg side, just above the knee roll. You get the feeling if he can get one online here, Josh Hazlewood, that it might be all over.
Abadot on strike, Hazlewood on his way in, rears one up, but it's well wide of the off stump, and Abadot just backs away and watches it fly through. He's faced 17 balls now, Abdul Hussain. Incredible when you look through the innings. So Lytton Das, who got a 12-ball duck, and now Abadot, who's faced 17. They're the only 2 guys to have faced less than 23 balls in the innings. So everyone that's been out there has been able to see a little bit of it.
I feel like Josh Hazlewood set him up here beautifully. Got a feeling this one might be a wrap on the pads.
Hazlewood in again to Abadot, and he plays all around it. Comes off the bat through to the keeper Carey, and that'll do. Hazlewood wraps it up. He finishes with 6. But Bangladesh, the halfway stage of the Test match, are well on top. 25 minutes into the second session on day 3, and Bangladesh at last all out for 426. They lead on the first innings by 228 runs. And the Australians will have to do something. Now, they've only done twice previously in their Test history and run down such a deficit to win from here. Phil Jaques, at last, the Aussies, after 3 consecutive days in which they've been out there in the field across what turned out to be 6 different sessions, we can finally walk off and get ready to bat for a second time.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had to earn every single one of those wickets as well. Bangladesh, great effort. 426 runs, 228 run lead, and Australia, this all-conquering fast bowling unit and bowling unit, have earned every single one of those wickets. Josh Hazlewood 6 for 89. The pick of the bowlers as he walks off the ground, ball in air. Test wickets to his name. 301 now.
It's a warm round of applause. Been pretty tough sledding for him and the Australians across
the course of the innings. And as you said, Phil, it's finally over now for Australia. So they made 198 batting first, and Bangladesh in response 426. This is a team that made 54 their last time out with the bat in that tour game. And they respond with 426 and a 228-run lead on the first innings. Gets us to the innings break. We might see if we can have a listen to Josh Hazlewood with Brendan Julian.
Pretty hard work out there on that track. I thought we stuck out. We didn't let the runs flow too quickly there at the end. It was just Bangladesh dug in nice and tough. And it was tough to get wickets out there. So yeah, it was a good effort.
Your first hit out, you've had a bit of a break there from Test cricket I'm talking about, but coming back out here, that's a big one to hit right out here with the conditions and the heat out there, right?
Yeah, it was ticked every box, I guess you could say. First game back, it's tough to go 100 plus overs, but boys have been doing a lot of work, in the background over the last sort of 4 or 5 weeks. So did everything we could, and then we got through it.
You're an illustrious company now, 300 Test wickets. How does that feel? Is that a bit of a feel on the legs?
Yeah, I guess so. You don't really think about those sort of milestones when you're playing. I guess it's probably something you look back on at the end, but I guess just to see the other names there, and I'm playing with 3 of them, so it's pretty cool.
That wicket looked pretty placid out there, so it's good for batting, you reckon?
Yeah, definitely good for batting. I think new ball's the key. I think if we get through that, then we've obviously got a bit to go to catch up, but new ball's the key.
Good luck, mate. Ice bath, rest up. There he is, Josh Hazlewood. What a monument.
Brendan Julian, courtesy of Fox Sports, speaking downstairs with Josh Hazlewood. So in an elite club now, one of only 9 Australians to have taken 300 Test wickets. A lead of 228. Bangladesh finally all out 25 minutes into the second session on day 3. All out Bangladesh for 426. It's a hell of a milestone, isn't it? 300 Test wickets, and as he said, he's playing with 3 of them. To think that all these guys have existed at the same time.
Well, that's it. 9 in the history of the game in this country, and an unbelievable milestone for Josh Hazlewood. He'll be very proud when he sits down and thinks about this at the end of his career, I would imagine. As he said, it's not something you think about when you're playing so much. It's more a reflection piece, but it is still an amazing career and something you should be very, very proud of. And Australia, long way back in this Test match, as Josh said there. New ball is going to be critical. We've seen it in every single spell so far. The new ball has done a little bit. So Australia are going to have some work on their hands to negotiate that, and then they're going to have to bat long and bat disciplined.
Here's the card today. So Bangladesh resumed at 6 for 351. The lead was 153 overnight, so it's now up to 228. And importantly, they've kept the Australians out in the heat for another 2.5 hours. The men out today, first to go was Hassan Mahmood, who went for 14. He was LBW off the bowling of Hazlewood. Faced 92 balls coming in at number 8. So he was the first to go. Now, the next to depart was Tajul Islam, both falling in the morning session. He was caught by Green in the gully off the bowling of Hazlewood for 17. And then Bangladesh, they were able to make their way to lunch at 8 for 417. The lead was 219 at that particular stage. Mahdi Hassan Miraz, he didn't add to his lunchtime score. He was out for 65, caught by Carey, also off Hazlewood's bowling for 65. And then the last man out was number 11, Abidal Hussain, who went for 7, caught Carey, bowled Hazlewood. Now, the not-out batsman was Tuscan Ahmed, who was 14 not out in the end. There were 19 sundries made up of 6 byes, 6 leg byes, 6 no balls and 1 wide. 138 overs in the dirt. Ben mentioned earlier the last time that Australia bowled as many overs was the Ahmedabad Test at the end of the Border Gavaskar series in 2023. It was also the same test in which Cam Green scored his maiden Test 100, so maybe there's a little omen there with a guy short on runs hoping to try and cash in here, and the team definitely needs it. Bangladesh all out 426 and a stunning stage that we reach after the first innings for both teams, with Bangladesh leading by 228 runs. The wicket, or the bowlers for Australia, so Mitchell Starc 26 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 79. Josh Hazlewood, the pick of them, 28 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 89. Cam Green bowled 10 overs, none for 34 with 2 maidens. Pat Cummins, 27 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 75. Nathan Lyon, 31 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 102. Webster, 10 overs, none for 28 with 1 maiden. Travis Head, 2 overs, none for 3. And Marnus Labuschagne, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. So the shorthand of all that, 6 wickets for Hazelwood, 2 for Stark, and then 1 each for Cummins and Lyon. But the workloads were up, Jaques. So 31 overs for Nathan Lyon, 28 for Hazelwood, 27 for Cummins, and 26 overs for Stark.
It's a big shift. First test of the summer. Well, we're not really summer, are we? We're in the dry season, but first test of what is a long stretch of games, and you can't manage players in Test cricket, but you can try and weaken that load a little bit, and Australia have done their best there. In a 130 over stint, lots of overs being bowled. I think they've managed their quicks really, really well there. It's a big workload for them, and it's bigger than what they've seen, but it's not catastrophic. They've utilised Green reasonably well. They've utilised Webster at times. Nathan Lyon's bowled lots of overs, so they'll still have some punch in the second innings. However, they're going to be certainly not as fresh as what they could have been if they'd bowled them out cheaper, obviously.
It's been almost 34 years to the day since they've last done this, Australia, and come from 228 down on the first innings to win a test. Only twice in history have they come from further behind on the first innings. Just on a couple of those other occasions. So 1992 in Colombo, 291 was the deficit on the first innings. There was no 100 maker in the third innings of the match. So despite the fact that Australia was so far behind, they made 471, and they got it done by committee. So no 100 maker. David Boone made 68. That was the highest score as Australia were able to turn around a 291 deficit, made 471, and then bowled out Sri Lanka cheaply to win. So not a single 100 maker on that occasion. And the only other time they've come from such a position back in the Test match to win was Durban in 1950 against South Africa. So you have to go a long way back. 236 was the deficit. Australia actually batted last in that game, so they batted second and fourth in the Test match. They made 336 to win, and Neil Harvey, as Jim's all over it, Neil Harvey made 151 not out to get Australia home on that occasion. Who will it be, Phil Jaques, this time around if Australia are going to do something that they've only done twice in their history and win from such an improbable position? Who's going to get it done for them?
Well, I think they're going to need a village, like you said. I think they're going to need contributions right across the board. They're going to need a real team batting performance, lots of partnerships, and they're probably going to need their main men to step up in Travis Head and Steve Smith from on.
Is there a chance this is over today?
Well, there's a chance, no doubt, but I don't think Australia are going to lie down easily. I think they're going to put in a decent shift with their batting and put a price on the wicket this time.
Thoughts of Phil Jaques, former Australian opener, with us on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Just repeating, Bangladesh all out for 426, so the lead is 228. Two nervous men about to make their way out. Travis Head, of course, Australia's AB medalist for the last 2 years. He's alongside an opener still trying to earn his keep at Test level in Jake Weatherald. He's the first born and raised Territorian to play Test cricket. And he skips out to the middle alongside Travis Head. The Aussies need to make 228 runs just to make Bangladesh bat for a second time in this Test match. Great to have you with us on Grandstand Cricket. Corbin, Middlemas alongside Jason Gillespie. Here we are, Diz, about to start the second innings.
Afternoon, Corby. Afternoon to all our listeners. The Bangladesh seamers, they'll be up and about. They're fresh. They've had well over a day off. Bowled on day one. They had all of day two off. And they can put in a real shift here. You know, they've got 2 sessions to give it everything. Australia under pressure, Corp.
Yeah. You sort of speak to people in and around the camp, and it feels like there's a familiar response that's along the lines of, look, we batted first, we got caught on a wicket that was a little bit tacky, it flattened out, and then it was really hard to get wickets. You can't say that if then all of a sudden you get the chance to bat for a second time and you get rock and rolled cheaply. So there's a fair bit at stake here for the Australians.
There is a lot at stake, and you know, what they've got, as I've said, Bangladesh seamers that are fresh, ready to go. Had good break. They've had best part of 140 over break, which is quite unusual in the modern Test game. So they'll be fresh. They'll be ready to go. And yeah, there's going to be a bit of expectation on the Australian openers here. Got the new opening combination, relatively new. Travis Head and Jaques Weatherall trailing 228 runs.
Taskin Ahmed's going to bowl the first ball of Australia's second innings, the third innings of the match. He's got the ball from the Michael Long centre end of the ground. He's bowling to Travis Head, Australia's best performing bat over the last 2 seasons. Ahmed on his way in, delivers here, and pushed back by Travis Head as he defends confidently out to mid-off. The field that he's looking at, there's 3 slips. There's 2 slips in the gully. In for Travis Head. We've also got a man who's almost in a catching position at backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg, so ring field outside of that.
I'd like to see the cover go into a third slip. Yeah, I think entice Travis Head to... Travis Head doesn't need any invitation, does he? If it's there, he's going to play it, whether there's a cover there or not.
Australia batting for a second time. 228 the deficit on first innings. Taskin to him now, and he lets it pass wide of the off stump. Right armour pushing across the lefty. Of course, I mentioned this a couple of times in day one, but Travis Head, he owns a Test 100 in Perth, in Adelaide, in Hobart, in Melbourne, in Sydney, in Brisbane, and in Canberra. The only capital city in Australia who doesn't have 100 in is Darwin. So he's got the chance to do something that no one's ever done and tick every single box in every corner of the country.
It's no mean feat, that.
Taskin on his way in, delivers to Head, who turns it on the onside but can't break the infield, and there's Tijul who runs across, Tijul Islam from mid-on to collect that. The Aussies batting a second time. Jaques Weatherall watching on at the non-strikers end, and so much intrigue and hopes are so many with Jaques Weatherall. There's so many people here that would love to see him succeed, and I guess not just in Darwin and he's native of the Northern Territory, but right across the country.
Oh, absolutely. You want to see new players or relatively new players to the Test side succeed and do well. This Darwin crowd for sure would want to see that.
Taskin Ahmed delivers and Head lets it go on the fourth stump line. Scratches away. Plenty of voice.
They're up and about, the Bangladeshis, there's no doubt about it. And as they should be. Yeah. As they should be. 228 runs in front. Probably, let's be honest, it's probably rare air for them. Unfamiliar territory, being so far in front of the game, particularly against the number 1 Test nation. Well, it's a great achievement thus far. Played really well for 2 days in a session.
Here comes Taskin again, delivers to Head, who trying to turn one off his pads. He does so, just gets it wide of the diving Littendass behind the stumps and down to the rope for 4. He got nothing on it, said umpire Richard Illingworth. And will go in the book as leg byes. So a boundary for the Aussies, none for 4.
Yeah, well wide of the keeper, Littendass. Just a bit too straight there from Taskin Ahmed. It's been a good start though from Taskin. He's made Travis Head play a number of occasions.
And his 20th Test match, Taskin, 16 of them away from home.
Oh wow!
Unusual way to start his Test experience. He's going to bowl the first over entirely to Travis Head, who's squared up here, played all around that. That is a genuine seed, and he knows it too. As Travis Head takes a long look back down the track, Australia none for 4, just the leg byes off that first over. Taskin Ahmed, an absolute jaffer with the new ball to conclude the opening over.
It's lovely bowling. I think if the Bangladesh seamers can just zone in on that area on the surface as much as possible, they'll give themselves the best chance to impact here.
Thank you, mate.
I think with the day one, it was a little, Steve Smith talked about it being a bit tacky as a surface. So and saw it yesterday and today, there's some indents on this Marara surface. So maybe if there's enough balls bowled in the right line and length, can just hit some of those indents.
Hassan Mahmood on his way in delivers to Weatherall, who chases a wide one, a play and a miss.
He's got a bit more support in the court, and the man who took 6 for in the first innings, Hassan. 3 slips, a gully. There's a man at point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and fine leg is quite square, almost at a deep backward square leg in the shadows of the light tower. Here's Jake Weatherall, the local lad. Came here as a 9-year-old to watch Test cricket the last time it was played in this part of the world. Averaged 22 against England in the Ashes series. He was out for 23 in the first dig, and it was this man, Hassan Mahmood, who got him. Right arm quick, pushing across the lefty as Weatherall just drops, looking to dart off for a single, and prevented by men zipping in hurriedly from cover point, and Mominal Huck prevents the single and another dot ball. No runs off the bat yet. The Aussies none for 4.
Geez, there's a lot of chirp out there, isn't there, with the Bangladeshis, and rightly so. They've played some really, really good cricket.
Sun beating down, mostly sunny day in Darwin. Temperature in the low 30s. Weatherall goes back, he plays on. Weatherall's out for a duck. And Hassan Mahmood is in business early. Jake Weatherall is out for a third baller. And the Aussies are 1 for 4.
Just a little drag on from Jake Weatherall. Ball was there to hit. Was it a little bit close, a bit too close to cut? See with the benefit of the replay, yes. Far too close to play that shot. Kind of an in-between. It's probably worth leaving there from Jakey Weatherall, and he departs for naught. Bangladesh well on top.
1 for 4 the Australians. Jake Weatherall to third ball duck. And 9 balls into Australia's second innings. They're already 1 down. They need another 224 from here just to make Bangladesh bat again. And Marnus Labuschagne, there's another man short on runs, makes his way out to the middle after being dismissed for just 1 in the first innings. And Jake Weatherall, he had to watch on at the non-striker's end for the first over. The first ball he got was a rank wide one outside the off. He chased it, played and missed. And he just turned the ball away out, or pushed the ball out towards cover point for a dot ball, and then the very next delivery looking for bat on ball again to get off the mark, too close to cut, drags it back onto his stumps, and Weatherall out for a third ball duck.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely spot on, Corby. That is all about wanting to get field bat on ball. You know, the art of batting, the art of absorbing good bowling. Phil Jaques has been talking about it these last couple of days. Just being able to get through tough periods. Find a way, make the bowlers bowl to you. As Jaques said, Corby, they're under as much pressure as you as a batter. Like, they're there to take wickets, yeah? So you make them strive and do something different. Because as a bowler, the mindset of a fast bowler, I'm happy just to lock in on a length, be patient, because I want you as a batter to do something different. I want you to try and score off that good delivery.
Yeah. Hassan Mahmood up to 7 wickets for the test. His first delivery here to Marnus Labuschagne. Struck on the pad. Big shout for leg before. Umpire Kumar Dharmasena says not out. Oh, it ducked back into the right-hander. Tick, 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 tick. She didn't look too bad.
Oh, Lytton Dash, the wicketkeeper, saying that it's going down leg. He's indicated that it's probably gone down leg, Corby.
Gee, I didn't mind it from the naked eye on our monitors here.
I think that's a pretty good call from the Bangladesh team to not review that, just from the benefit of the replay we have, Corb.
The first time you watch it in real time, I think because of the way Marnus falls over, it looks probably better than what it was.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That is a horrid way to start after Weatherall chops on the ball before, and then Labuschagne gets wrapped on the knee roll. First ball as he walks out there. Hassan Mahmood and Bangladesh
dare I say it, pressing for an innings victory. Hassan Mahmood delivers and Labuschagne off the mark. Ball on middle and leg, tucks it away and beats the infield. Chase on for Mustafa Rahim out to the outfield and pulls it up just inside the rope. And Marnie's going to chop through for 3, so he's off the mark, ball 2 after a shout for leg before ball 1. First runs off the bat, a triple. Australia 1 for 7.
Yeah, it's a nice shot from Marnus Labuschagne. So just a fraction straight from Hassan Mahmood. It was actually quite a similar ball to the previous one, the LBW shout. And yeah, as we see, it was with the benefit of the replay, it was clearly missing leg stump. So good decision from the Bangladeshis to not review that.
What will be going through the minds of the Australian camp? Weatherald out for a duck, third ball. Cam Green still to bat, short on runs. Marnus at the crease on 3. This is Head, who chases a wide one, trying to get going. A plain a miss. And he's now faced 7 balls without scoring. Steve Smith obviously due in next. That's the end of the over for Hassan Mahmood. What an over at that. Picks up the wicket of Jake Weatherald. 228 the target for Australia, just to make Bangladesh bat for a second time in this test. The Aussies 1 for 7. Ben Cameron is on his way in.
Live Test cricket on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Worth noting, Diz, that Bangladesh's form coming into this test match was an innings defeat to the Cricket Australia 11 and an innings defeat to Zimbabwe.
Afternoon, Benny, and afternoon to all our listeners. You're exactly right. They haven't had the best of it leading in.
Taskin beginning a new over, and he strikes Labuschagne on the pad. There's an appeal, but it's not as confident as the earlier shout. And Lytton Das has his hand up saying, no, don't burn a review on that. They are peppering, though, these Aussie batsmen.
They're up and about, the Bangladeshis, and rightly so. I've mentioned that a couple of times already. As we see the replay here, the Taskin Ahmed delivery. Just a fraction high, hitting the back leg. Marnus Labuschagne being squared up again, Benny.
Jagged away too.
Did jag away a little bit. I don't think it was hitting.
No.
Worth a shout. Always worth to ask a question of the umpires. They're there to make a decision, aren't they?
3 slips in a gully. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg and a fine leg. Taskin hits the crease again to Labuschagne, who's going forward, pushing down towards mid-off. More confident on that occasion, Marnus Labuschagne.
I tend to agree with Phil Jaques. Phil's been analysing the changes in Marnus's technique. From the first innings, he's 1 off 20 balls, and now Jaques, he just feels has been a bit of a shift in his technique. He's not getting squared up as much as he has done, I suppose, in recent history. He's looking quite organised at the crease. He's in a good place. His pre-ball movements are good. It is a big innings for him, though, Benny.
He's awaiting Taskin again, who goes full, and he's driving back down the ground and hits the stumps. No hand on it from Taskin. Head bends over to pick up the bails. It's a good sign from Marnus Labuschagne, albeit no runs because it hit the pegs, but a nice stroke. Made 1 off 15 deliveries in the first innings, Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, 1 off 20, I think. Yeah. So he took some time to get in. Well, looked to get in, but then nicked off. But
I made a boo-boo in my little scorecard. There it is. 1 off 20. I had 15 written down. Not sure what's happened there, Diz. But
you're not happy with yourself at all there,
correct that. Taskin, right arm over the wicket to Labuschagne, back of a length, very wide of the off stump. And Lytton Das just casually gloves it out to his right.
I love how you colour coordinate as well. You've got your 4-colour pen there, and your blues and your reds.
So I actually learnt this from Corbin.
Did you?
So blue day 1, black day 2, red day 3. So you can actually see when the wickets are fallen on which day, when you fill in sort of... When the batsman goes in, you're writing their name in the colour of that day. But then I can see that Mahadi Miraz and Hassan Mahmood were actually out on day 3 because their dismissal was in red.
Right. I love that. That's why Corbin's the GOAT.
Taskin with the new ball again to Labuschagne, who's whipping off the pads. Threw a wide bit on. And that is Marnus at his best. A flourish of the bat as he plays it away to the boundary. And Australia 1 for 12 and Marnus Labuschagne along to 7.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Marnus Labuschagne. Just a bit too full, a bit too straight from Taskin Ahmed. He's actually worked that from off stump, Benny. But you're able to do that if the length is really full. You can basically hit the ball where you want. Head behind the ball, just head over the ball, able to play it pretty much wherever you want to play it when you get the length, that fuller length.
3 slips and a gully go down as Taskin is in and bowling and Labuschagne's leaving with all of the usual mannerisms. Leaves the flourish, then rehearses with the same. Practices defending that delivery.
It seems to be in the game the last number of years, these elaborate movements and then like replaying what the ball did with the hand gestures and that. As a bowler, if I was playing now, I'd be so... That would grind my gears. It really would. It would grind my gears.
I can imagine.
Oh, mate.
Labuschagne batting out of his crease. Taskin bowling. Back of a length that hits him. Comes off the arm and ricochets through to Das. Lucky it didn't go onto the pegs there, Marnus Labuschagne. He's got a new sort of arm sleeve on with a lot of protection and padding around the elbow and also on the forearm, just on his front arm. That hit his back arm close to the elbow. And yeah, he is lucky that hasn't gone down onto the stumps, and that will be sore as well.
Yeah, they don't tickle.
Travis Head yet to get off the mark. Australia 1 for 12. They need 228 to make Bangladesh bat again. Just on Josh Hazlewood as well, Diz, the 9th Aussie to 300 test wickets.
How good. How good. One of the greatest we've ever had, Benny. Wonderful bowler, Josh Hazlewood.
Hassan Mahmood around the wicket, bowling to the lefty Head, who's forcing off the back foot, but straight to the cover fielder. How will you remember him, Diz, in 10 years when he's no longer playing? If someone comes up to you and says, who was Josh Hazlewood and how good was he, what will you say?
I would genuinely say he's one of the best bowlers I've seen play international cricket. Just loved everything about him, that rhythmical run-up, the consistency, the discipline, the longevity. He's played for a long time. And I know in recent times he's had injuries and the like, but 300 test wickets, it's no small feat.
Hassan hitting the crease to Head, full and driving Head. Without timing into the covers again. Diminutive Mushfiqur Rahim fires it back to Lytton Das.
But what's amazing, Benny, is I did a deep dive analysis of Australian quicks, and if you look on strike rates, economy rates and averages, Josh Hazlewood's numbers, strike rate, economy rate and average, are almost identical to the great Dennis Lilly.
Wow.
Almost identical numbers. And Dennis is seen as the GOAT. Well, he is the GOAT.
2 slips in a gully. Hassan bowling very wide of the off stump, and nonchalantly Travis Head puts his bat over his head, flings it around in a big arc as he leaves it through to the keeper Das. 1 for 12 Australia. So do we not appreciate enough just how good Josh Hazlewood's been?
I think he's... I mean, it's hard to say someone slips under the radar getting 300 test wickets, but I think he's obviously played a lot of cricket with Nathan Lyon, who's got over 500 wickets. He's played a lot of cricket with Mitchell Starc, who's had over 400 wickets. Pat Cummins over 300 wickets. He's played with these. They're all legends. They're all future Hall of Famers, aren't they?
Hassan steams in again and heads on the drive. Chunks it off the toe end of the bat into the covers again. Just without his timing here a little bit, Travis said, but he can do this yet to get off the mark. You remember that famous innings at Perth Stadium in the Ashes. He was slow starting there, and then he got into his work.
And then he went, there's only one word for it, he went berserk.
Yeah.
He went berserk. And the English had no answers for that. They panicked. They started to, do all sorts of stuff instead of the tried and tested true line and length discipline. They tried all sorts of things to...
Hassan in and bowling, and Head trying to flick a ball down the leg side. It's too wide. Das does well to prevent any buys. Bangladeshi gloveman. So we've spoken a little bit about Josh Hazlewood and his record. Jake Weatherald misses out again here, and 23 in the first innings as well. Someone you used to coach and clearly like and care for and want to succeed at the level. But how concerned are you with where he's at in the early stages of his international career?
He'll need runs in Mackay. I think if he doesn't get runs in Mackay, then he's at the mercy of selection for mine for South Africa.
Head picks up his bat, awaits Hassan and defends a good delivery on the off stump. Just slightly full of a length back to the bowler and his follow through.
And bear in mind, Benny, no one would know that more than Jake Weatherald.
Yeah.
He understands. He's a grown man. He understands. He knows how it works in professional sport. Performance is your currency. Runs in his case are his currency, and he hasn't got the runs that Australia require. So it is the Mackay Test match is it becomes incredibly important. I would hence to say if he doesn't perform in that, he will be at the mercy of selection, and that's not being negative or being harsh. That's just that's reality.
Taskin beginning a new over, in and bowling, and Labuschagne flicking his bat out of the way as he leaves it through to the keeper. So just going over some of those numbers for some of the best players that we've had in Test cricket for Australia. So Josh Hazlewood with that 300th wicket here today. As Taskin hits the crease again on a good length but wide of the off stump. Labuschagne happy to see it pass to Lytton Das. So Dennis Lilly, 355 wickets at an average of basically 24. As you mentioned, Josh Hazlewood effectively the same. Their economy rates are 2.78 and 2.75. Dennis Lilly slightly the better of the two there. So he's certainly, like you said, struggling to get across and navigate this computer to get to the strike rates. I'm having all kinds of technical difficulties today. I've tried to get on Wi-Fi. I've tried to be off Wi-Fi and use my phone. Nothing's working for me. 3 slips in a gully as Taskin bowls and strikes Labuschagne, leaving a delivery. There's a big appeal. Umpire Illingworth is unmoved. And this is relatively close. It might be too high, but it might be close.
Yeah, Marnus indicated that he felt it was high. I think they might have a dart at this one. Yeah, they're having a go at it. Benny, they're asking the question.
I think this is closer than you think. I think if this was given out, it might be one of those ones that was...
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. No shot has been played. Can I see the front on first?
That would mean that Marnus would survive, given it was given not out by umpire Richard Illingworth. That's Nitin Menon, you can hear there, the television umpire. Look at the replay, the Aussies just having a meeting. It does look high.
Can we go straight to ball hitting piece? No shot offered.
Top of his flap towards the back of the inner thigh pad on his right leg.
It actually might be outside the line, impact outside.
Outside of back in line, wicket missing.
Just over, but
you can stay with
right over the middle of the leg.
You're on speed now. You're on signal.
A decision from umpire Richard Illingworth. I've managed to navigate the computer. So just on Josh Hazelwood, his strike rate 51.79, and Dennis Lilly's 52. So you're exactly right. Their numbers are non-identical.
Did you doubt me, Benny?
No, I didn't. I just wanted to provide the numbers
for context.
For any listeners who might have doubted you, Diz.
So it just backs up my point. It's probably been a little bit unheralded, I suppose. Joshy Hazelwood, he's been immense for Australia for many, many years now.
0467 920 222. Let us know how you're spending your Saturday afternoon. Kaskin bowling again to Labuschagne, full face of the bat. He spins himself around as he does, as he plays it down towards mid-on. Ball fired back from Ashfika to Littendas behind the stumps. 1 for 12 Australia, head yet to get off the mark, 13 deliveries. His stay at the crease, and Labuschagne unbeaten on 7. A reminder that best of ABC Sport you'll be able to find Jason Gillespie recounting his 201 not out against Bangladesh in Chattogram.
That was a lot of fun with Corbin at lunchtime. You were sitting in the back of the box, Benny. Did you enjoy it?
Cackling, chuckling away. 216 behind Australia. Kaskin hits the crease and is wide of the off stump. Happy to leave it, Marnus Labuschagne. Absolutely agree, Dizzy. Should be at the mercy of the selectors. Says Ads from Blackheath on the SMS line.
Thank you, Ads.
It's Jack Weatherald we were speaking about when Jason Gillespie made those comments slightly earlier. Should he not score runs in Mackay, particularly with a tough overseas tour to South Africa coming up, where it can be incredibly difficult against a very skillful bowling attack.
Tell you what, though, it's going to be a tough assignment for any batter, new batter.
Kaskin trying again, wide of the off stump, jacking it back, not missing the off peg by much. 1 for 12 the Aussies, Labuschagne on 7, head yet to get off the mark. And coming in, Jim Maxwell is going to join Xavier Doherty.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Afternoon to you all, wherever you may be, around the country, around the world, and we're watching another starting over outside the off stump from Hassan. Pitches in line, and Travis Head watchfully playing it back down the pitch. 1 for 12. Weatherall the man out, chopping it into his stumps in the bowling of Hassan. Labuschagne survived a few anxious moments, whacked on the pads. First ball, just a moment ago. He's 7, and Head hasn't scored. It's hard to believe that we're in the 6th over and Head hasn't got off the mark. But he's there, and that's what Australia need here if they get a knock off this 2-8 deficit. Hassan bowls again. He's driving, and he's off the mark. Man out there, deep cover. He's unable to get to that piercing, scorching stroke. And we've got a bloke on the boundary just behind point. But he hit that very well as it was pitched up, and it went out through the covers and flew out to the boundary. Typical Travis Head stroke. And he is off the mark. Xavier, good afternoon.
Hello, Jim. Yeah, he's away. They're feeding the Travis Head cover drive just at the minute. He's been finding the cover fielder a few times, but managed to find the gap on that occasion. It's a dangerous tactic. I think Travis Head will relish it while it lasts.
So bowls, and he's accurate and pushed out off the stumps to the onside to mid-wicket. That chap who was behind point is now in front, really on the cover boundary, the square cover boundary. And there's mid-off and cover, 2 slips, a gully, fine leg, mid-wicket. and a mid-on. Lovely afternoon, and there'll be a lot of fans here today, hoping that Australia might make a recovery. But they've been chopped off at the start with that early wicket of Weatherall. Now, Hassan goes in again and bowls around the wicket, and that's cut. And it's gone out to the boundary, the line point this time. There's a fierce riposte from Travis Head. That's all he wants, a little bit of width so he can play that cut shot. Sometimes he plays a little close to his stumps and gets into trouble. But there he had the room, and the ball sped away behind point for 4.
Yeah, as I mentioned a moment ago, it's a dangerous ploy. I can see what Bangladesh are trying to do. They want him playing away from his body. They've got the catches in place. They're hoping for a loose shot, which wouldn't be out of character for Australia so far this Test match. But I think Travis Head's going to be a little more watchful than a few of them were in the first innings.
1 for 20. Hassan pitches up, and it's punched away towards mid-off. And it's a dot ball. So 8 for Head, 7 Labuschagne, 1 for 20. They started the innings 228 in arrears. So Bangladesh able to take the game beyond lunch on the third day. Some resolute, determined, and cheeky batting at times, particularly the last ball before lunch to Mahidi. He hooked it from green over the boundary for 6 at fine leg. And Tax can hit a brilliant 6 over mid-wicket. Now Head goes shuffling across and behind to finish the over. Hassan 3 overs for 11, and wicket, the wicket of Weatherall, it's 1 for 20.
It's not my job to predict the future, Jim, and thank goodness for that, because I've been very poor at it so far this Test match. But what I can do is observe these two out in the middle at the moment. Travis Head, I've really enjoyed the way he's not a reckless batter, but he chances his arm when he gets out there and takes the bowling on. He's so far kept himself just within measure. You know, he's been very watchful, but certainly when the ball's been there, he's put it away. And I've enjoyed Marnus's start. You know, he looks. Technically, I'm not going to try and break him down. That's Jaques' job, but there's clearly been a mindset change. He's looking to score here. His first option is to score and then leaving the ball after that.
Luskin bowls to him. He turns it away neatly behind square. Doesn't have much on it, but he'll still get a second run as he rushes back, and he moves along to 9 with that organised stroke. Yes, he's moving well. Even though he has been whacked on the pads a couple of times.
Yeah. But it's certainly a mindset change. You know, the first innings he faced 20 balls for his 1, and he was happy to be watchful and let the ball go. From ball 1 here today, he's looking to be proactive. You know, he's turning the strike over, looking to find bat on ball, and if the ball's not there, he is leaving it go. But you know, that's not his first option, which it clearly was in the first innings.
So Tashkent bowls again. Once more, he's flicking away to the onside. Didn't quite get the timing nor the placement wide of get a dot out there in front of square towards mid-wicket. So we're in the 7th over of Australia's innings with Bangladesh bowled out for 426. The highlight for them was Mahidi Hassan Miraz making 65, but he was the 300th Test wicket for Josh Hazlewood, the 9th Australian to reach that mark. He finished with 6 for 89, getting the last wicket as well. 426, a lead of 228. So away from the scaffolding end, Taxton Boz. He's got the nick on that. Where's that gone? In front, or did it carry Das dive to his right to try to get a paw or a glove underneath it? But it was a false shot from Labuschagne. Taxton's been working away at the off stump, but a little bit of movement, then straightening. Did it carry?
Well, I'm just wondering whether he hit it or did it hit his back pad. I think it's hit his back pad.
Yeah.
But they were certainly up Bangladesh. Lytton Das was going to his left, and the change of direction given it was late off the back leg, I don't think there was edge on the way through. No, it's hit his back pad. So some nice bowling. Beats the bat once again. But the chance went down nonetheless.
Yes, a dash dive to his right. It was a nice height for him, but he put it on the floor, but it didn't hit the bat. Taxon bowls again, and Labuschagne with a flourish is across and behind and pushing away down towards mid-on. So that's all it takes. Just one ball pitching in the right spot and the batsman can be undone. It's a terminal business, this batting, and Labuschagne has been near terminal a couple of times.
He has. It's been some good bowling from Bangladesh. Taskin in particular, he's had the big shout. He's beaten the bat. They thought they found the edge there. The catch wasn't taken cleanly anyhow, but yeah, they're certainly up and about, Bangladesh, and they really do believe that the unthinkable is on the cards here.
Jackson bowls, Labuschagne leaves, and it whistles through. There's always a little bit of eccentricity, that sort of peculiar mannerism of Labuschagne, as if he's been watching Steve Smith bat for the whole of his career. He tries to mimic him in the way he leaves and doesn't play at the ball around the line of the stumps, just removing the bat at the last half second. And sometimes he gets into a bit of strife wrapped on the pads. He's watching carefully. Taxon starts in 1 for 22, Australia, and bowls to him in his back, in behind it, and plays it away. But he looks pretty positive so far, and he's survived a few anxious moments. He's 9, heads 8. It's 1 for 22 after 7 overs in his second innings.
It's amazing how those little quirkiness traits of Steve Smith have sort of filtered through the pathways of Australian cricket. As you mentioned, Jim, there's no doubt that whether he meant to or not, Marnus certainly leaves like Steve Smith does. You know, the waiting or no run. And I've watched a little bit of cricket through the different ranks in Australia over the last couple of years, and there's a lot of players who do the exact same thing, try and emulate one of the best, even if they're not his best traits or favourite traits from...
You're saying this with young cricketers?
Young cricketers. There's more and more young cricketers, and, you know, as you do, you try and bat like your heroes, and then you sort of make your way into second 11 cricket and shield cricket, and you stick to what you know and stick to what you've learnt. And there are a few players throughout the country, particularly New South Wales, who have based their technique and mannerisms around how Steve Smith's done it.
Who did you imitate in the backyard when you were growing up?
Alan Border, a nuggety left-hander, left arm non-spinners.
Your arm was a bit higher than his when you bowled, though.
That's right. Alan Border, he was my hero.
Yeah, he's a good one. Ebadot's replacing down this end, and Masud's now out in the field as that ball went past the edge of the bat, but wide. His head watched it go through.
He watched it, but he said something to himself after that. He was like, oh dear, or something like that, and he threw his hands up. We just saw a replay there. He threw his hands up. He's like, Travis, what are you doing? Like, you know, he sort of played at it, and he didn't mean to, sort of thing. So just a lapse in concentration. That's what fielding for 150 overs does, Jim.
Yeah.
It starts to play games with you.
Yes, deflates the brain a little bit. Ebadot tries again, right arm quickish comes in, and it's short. He tries to pull and misses. That was around the line, top of the off stump and outside. He's trying to help it on his way. But once he gets into the pattern of fours, he's looking for more, isn't he?
He is.
He wants more of that raspberry ice cream.
He does. It's not the time of the game where he... as we see, there's still some seam movement. We're catching a replay of the play miss earlier in the over. There's still a bit of movement away from the left-hander there.
Keep talking to yourself, Travis. Ebadot moves in once more towards him, and he's watching, waiting back. He goes, defending a length delivery, or just short of a length out on the offside. So a very intriguing little period of the game, given that Australia got so far behind this very well composed, disciplined Bangladesh team. 4-6 in reply to 198. And Australia losing the early wicket of Jake Weatherall for a duck. Chopped on to Hassan Mahmood. Facing 3 balls. Ebadot away from the airport end. He bowls the ball. It's defended out there on the offside to cover. And no chance to pick up a run. The watchful left-hander there. So Mushfiqur Rahim is out there at cover.
I take it you're enjoying this, Jim. You know, the last summer we saw a couple of test matches that didn't stretch into the third day or very far into the third day. We are now seeing, you know, the best cricket team in the world, the Australians, or have been for the last little while, physically and mentally tested.
Yep, that's for sure. Ebadot goes in and Head works it away hard. Past mid-on. And it's running out towards the boundary. It will be overhauled inside the line as they come back for a third. Head to 11, 1 for 25. To me, the disappointment really about last summer was the fact that England didn't turn up. I keep saying this about most English teams that have come here in the last 4 or 5 Ashes series. Only Strauss's team seriously turned up. The rest of them were vanquished pretty quickly. A lack of resolve, a plan, adaptation, adapting to the conditions, and that English side certainly didn't. It's perhaps the most disappointing English tour to Australia in a long time. But there it is. We're seeing now how vulnerable Australia are, as they were last year, but England didn't cash in. Now, we're back with Labuschagne. Labuschagne forward to a length delivery, plays it on the bump back to Ebadot to complete the over, 1 for 25.
Well, I'm interested to see how England changed that, you know, given the appointment of Stephen Fleming last week, who
he hasn't even started.
He hasn't started. It can only be a few days away, don't they? They play Pakistan, you know.
He's not taking over until after this season.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's still on the beach in Hawaii, isn't he?
Is he? Well, and he's coming from a franchise background, isn't he?
Yes.
Like, this is his mindset and his coaching philosophy.
It's a successful one.
It's very successful, and obviously a very good Test cricketer in his own right, Stephen Fleming. But interested to see what characteristics he brings to English cricket.
Well, hopefully some communication and a little bit of discipline about how they go on with the game. Joe Root in charge, maybe the second coming, as it were, of Joe Root as a captain will be a happier one. But the first one wasn't very good for various. Again, around the wicket at Head, and Head goes forward and plays the ball quietly away on the offside. Hassan Mahmood, the star with the ball in the first innings, is below us, a deep point, and they seem to be keen to cover up Travis Head's ability, skill in hitting balls just outside the off stump to that part of the ground. But when he hits them, the bloke who's fielding on that spot may not be able to stop them 10 yards either way.
He'd want to be a good lateral mover, you're right, Jim.
Yeah. He gives them a crack. 2 slips of gully, that man is out with a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. Lovely warm afternoon here in Darwin as we watch Taxton back over the wicket, and it's defended once more by Travis Head. That's where occasionally he gets into trouble if the ball holds a bit. He gets himself very
square on to the bowler.
Square on, and his hands out in front.
Hands in front, and it goes off the leading edge somewhere.
That's right. And we're seeing a different Travis Head than we're used to. 11 off 27. Usually if Travis Head's faced 27 balls against the brand new ball, he'd be a runner ball at least.
Yes, it's just a hint of anticipation about the length, and he wants to attack it. And when he has to change the shot, he gets himself into a muddle sometimes. But the intent is there to score. As Tuscan comes in, and he's leaning and driving away on the onside, wide of mid-on, runs in this stroke, very crisply played away out toward deep wide long on. A couple of runs result. And that's what he's like. He's just looking to pounce. He got the length, and he moves to 13 with that attractive shot, and the score is 1 for 27.
Yeah, that's well, it wasn't a half volley on leg stumps. It's just slightly over pitch there from Taskin and Travis Head, not looking to flay it away or flick it over square leg as you usually might suspect. Just a punch through mid-wicket.
I'm starting to see the pluses of calling cricket side on. You can see foot movement, bounce.
Yeah.
And what the batsman's on about as Tuscan comes in and bowls his forward. He gets a bit of an inside edge, and the ball dribbles away into the gully. It's just as well as the television screen, because giving LBWs, we've given a few out here.
This is it. This is the only time when we do struggle, is when someone gets wrapped on the pads. Are there any other cricket grounds around the world, Jim, where you sit side on?
Used to be at Monica all the time. Newcastle, whenever we went there for Shield games, was side on.
Yeah.
The Adelaide Oval, but that was before my time. That was when McGilvray and a few others, Gilligan were Vic Richardson back in the early 50s. They were always side on. But no, it's unusual. Tuscan goes in and bowls accurately, and he defends the ball down the pitch. Looking good. Labuschagne's almost in. He's 9. Head's 13. 1 for 27. And the Corby van's coming in.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. Afternoon, X.
Hello, Corby. Welcome back.
Like your Tassie Devils hat.
Yes, they're playing tomorrow. They are playing tomorrow. Big game against the GWS. It's somewhere in Sydney.
Gotcha.
Tom something Oval. Tom Wills?
Yeah, that
Tom Wills Oval? Something Wills Oval? Yeah, anyway. Big game. The VFL.
Forefather of the game of Australian rules football, of course, Tom Wills. Abdul Hussain on his way in. Bowls to Marnus. That's a shot. Just carves it away through cover. And that will run towards the boundary. Fair chase on for Hassan Mahmood. It's a pretty good effort. Saves 4. Flicks it back, and Marnus and Travis Head going to run him out. They'll get 3 for it. Goes back. Thought about replacing his divot. 3 more for Marnus Labuschagne, but he's 9 off 22, Marnie. It's his second 3 of his innings. 1 for 27, the Australians. They need 228.
Ooh. They'll check it. Was it a boundary? Having a quick look.
So his right leg here, as we're looking at the replay, I think that's touching the rope while he's still touching the ball. I think this will be 4.
Marnus has given himself 4. He's headed back to striker's end. Yep. Signal now. Kumar Damasina.
It was a good effort, and it was a boundary, and it was nice. It was a nice shot from Marnus Labuschagne. So he's in the double digits.
Well, I've enjoyed his cricket, Corp. This has been really good. 23 ball stint so far for Marnus.
1 for 37, deficit 197. Abadot bowls to Marnie, drop and run. That's when he's at his best, rotating the strike, just taps it out on the offside. And Marnus Labuschagne, you've liked what you've seen, X, in his 24 ball stay.
I have, yeah. That hits the nail on the head there, Corb. Just drop and run, gets the boundary. He's just looking busy, looking to get bat on ball, looking to get himself at the other end, not getting stuck, facing the same bowler, ball after ball and over after over. It's been a clear attitude shift. And my predictions are done, so don't ask me what, Okay. No more.
Retired.
Done.
Here comes Eberdot pushing across the lefty. Travis Head cracks a pull shot away for 4. And the crowd involved now in the Aussies, for just about the first time in the test, are feeling good about themselves. Head to 13. The Australians 1 for 36, and the ball is now in its 10th over.
It's been a big 3-ball period for Australia, hasn't it, Corb?
Yep.
They've won these 3 balls. They're few and far between. They'll take their wins at the moment, but they're not nice there from Travis Head. No foot movement, ball on the hip. He's just turned it away to square leg. No fuss. Yeah, but and clearly he's reined himself in a little bit so far, Travis Head. So they're both looking for long stays at the crease. Yeah, clearly the chat has been had in the Australian dressing rooms that we needed a change in tactics.
4-1-4, Eberdot around the wicket, bowls to Travis Head, who just defends off the back foot out on the onside. I always think a ball's face is such a interesting number if you follow along, and probably tells us a little bit about the pitch too, and what how that explains itself. So if you look at the Bangladesh innings, they've had out of their 11 guys, 9 of them faced 23 balls or more. Yeah, there's only 2 guys that faced south of that. The Australian first innings, they only had 5 guys that faced more than 23 balls. So more than half the team were there for a short period of time. Eberdot Hussain on off stump, and Travis Head's just prodding forward and plays to extra cover. Fielded there by Mushfiqur Rahim. So trailing by 192 runs. Australia 1 for 36 in their second dig. If you've just joined us, ticking towards tea here on, day 3. Bangladesh finally all out 25 minutes after the lunch break on day 3. 426 all out. Josh Hazlewood, the only man that picked up some wickets today, had 4 of them. Went past 300. So 6 for Josh Hazlewood, 6 for 89. Eberdot around the wicket and just defending back down the pitch. Travis Head, it's the end of the over, 1 for 36. Head 17, Mana's 14.
Sorry, Corb. Now we think that Australia need a 100 scorer, don't we? We think that their best chance to get a big lead in. But with the digging that we did off air, wouldn't necessarily suggest that.
No,
that has to be the case. So
the Colombo
game where Australia 471.
Yep. What a spread.
Unbelievable. The high score, David Boone with, you'd think, okay, no one got 100, so it must be, someone must have nicked off on 95 or 98. 68. And they've made, it's like that has to be one of the highest test runs innings without a 100 scorer. But there's actually a few more. But that scorecard makes fascinating reading.
David Boone 68. The next best was Mo Matthews with 64. 57 for Dean Jones. 56 for Mark Waugh. So they're the 4 players that got the 50. And then the next best score was Sundries with 58. The scorecard reads 23 leg buys, and you thought, gee, must have been a lot of buys. 0 buys, 1 wide, and 34 no balls. 34 no's.
Quite incredible, isn't it? For a number of reasons, that scorecard, it actually blew my mind when we looked that one up.
Particularly because the victory target was 181. Sri Lanka were all out for 164. They had 34 no balls, and they lost the test by 16 runs.
Kicking yourself, wouldn't you?
Amazing. The reason we're looking at that, this would be the first time since then that Australia have given up such a deficit from the first innings to win, if they're able to overcome this. Labuschagne, knowing there's plenty to do, works the ball off his thigh pad back with a square leg umpire for 1. So Marnie to 15. The Australians 1 for 37. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. It is a great vibe up here at Marara Oval in Darwin. We've been lucky to be here. Some of the kits, the shirts that people are wearing are phenomenal. We've seen, and this is a great celebration of cricket. So people have pulled out their old cricketing shirts from various generations, and you look throughout the Morris Rioli stand, there's just about every era of one-day kit that you could possibly find. And we did see on our way down yesterday, I walked past a gentleman who was sitting down on the concourse, and he had this quite amazing tattoo. That's Travis Head. He's bowled, chops it on, looking to carve it away on the offside.
side, and Hassan Mahmood, for the second time in as many innings, has packed up both the openers. Head falls in the same fashion as Weatherald. He drags it on for 17, and he replaces his own bail.
Unbelievable.
Picks it up and puts it back on the stumps and turns and walks off. Heads out for 17. Mahmood's done it again. Hassan's got both wickets. The Aussies 2 for 37.
Almost identical to the way that Jake Weatherald fell. Looked to cut Travis Head, but nowhere near wide enough. I think that nothing to do with the pitch or the variable bounce. It's something I've never seen before, almost as if it was therapy for Travis Head.
Yeah.
He's completely reset the stumps before walking off. Almost he just needed a second just to reset himself, and I need to do something before I go. Knock the stump back in, reset it up, and put the bails back on.
191 the deficit, 2 for 37, head out for 17. And Steve Smith passes Travis Head as Head walks off, Smith walks on. He joins Marnus Labuschagne, and Hassan Mahmood is up to 8 wickets for the Test match. He's got the openers in both innings. And Hassan Mahmood is having one hell of a Test match. 2 for 37, the Australians, and it's amazing how a wicket again just changes the context completely. The Aussies still need another 191 runs just to make Bangladesh bat for a second time. Most batsmen, you hear that death rattle, you don't even look. No. Just turn and walk off and go, oh, well, that's it. But to actually turn around and then put the bail on top of this, I've never seen anything like it.
He actually made a mess of it and was like, no, I'm going to do it properly.
Do you know who the last guy to do that was? WG Grace, and he kept batting. He's got to put the bail back up and kept going.
Not out. It's, oh my goodness, that was an extraordinary scene. A huge wicket for Bangladesh. I mentioned that Travis Head was just sort of calming himself and pulling himself back a little bit, but again, just looking for a cut shot that just wasn't quite there.
Yeah.
Just too close to cut. Under edge, back onto leg stump. Huge wicket for Bangladesh.
In the first innings, when Australia were all out for 198 after 10.2 overs, they were still none for. They're 2 for 37 in the second dig. As Smith just dabs the ball out through point, wants a single, takes off. He's got a dive at the non-striker's end. A Mominal Huck trying to throw him down, misses. Gee, it would have been close with a direct hit. 2 for 38, Smith off the mark with a sharp single.
Look, good intent from Smith. I'll give him that. I think he made it. There would have been a few nervous movements. He had to put in some big strides. Yeah, he made it safely, but had to pull out the dive. That's one way to get the heart rate going, Corb. He's off the mark immediately.
The other thing with the two shots, the guys looking to cut and get themselves involved and a bit of bat on ball and get the scoreboard ticking over. There's one thing between, sharp singles and a bit of intent, but what's the rush? The wicket's not doing anything. There's plenty of time to bat.
Yeah.
They're a long way behind. Both openers trying to cut a ball too close to them and dragging back on. Weatherald out for a third ball duck and Travis Head for 17. Aussies on the ropes, 2 for 38. They still need another 190 runs. As Marnus Labuschagne just defends back to the bowler. That, by the way, that 190 runs, that's not to win the test or anything like that. That's just to make Bangladesh bat again.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah. I mentioned they're two attacking batsmen, aren't they? Travis Head and Jake Weatherald, and Jake didn't get the chance to sort of rein himself in. He was gone before he'd scored, but he tried to pull it back, and the temptation got him in the end. The willingness just to get on with it and hit another boundary got him out again. It may have just skidded through a fraction, but certainly no venom in that one. And he leaned on his bat for a second before resetting the stumps, Travis Head.
Hassan Mahmood bowls to Marnus Labuschagne. He joins down on one. Bounces out towards Nominal Huck at point. The man I was speaking about, by the way, had a Western Warriors tattoo.
He did.
The old Western Warriors logo, the proper shield with the warrior on it. I thought that is delightful.
A real cricket fan.
What a great tattoo to have. Just saw a little pocket of Bangladeshi fans who are making plenty of noise and cheering along up in the Morris Rioli stand. And the Aussie fans trying to
counteract some of that. It's been all Bangladesh this match. They've won every session and just about every moment. 2 for 38. Hassan Mahmood on his way in again. Bowls to Marnus and lets it go. Through to the keeper. So Labuschagne's on 15. Smith's on 1. The reason Steve Smith is there, Travis Head, almost an identical dismissal to Jake Weatherall. Tried to cut a ball that was too close to him. Chopped it onto his stumps. Hassan Mahmood's got both openers, as he did in the first innings. So he's got 8 for the match. The Bangladeshi right arm quick, head out for 17, and Jake Weatherall for a third ball globe. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Phil Jaques back from the most anticipated press conference of the week. How are you, Jaquesy? Corby, how are you? Is it true our man Jason Gillespie has just held a press conference here at Marara Oval?
That was one of the most bizarre things I think I've seen in the history of Australian sport out the back.
So a man who's been retired for a decade and a half. 2 decades since
I couldn't miss it. I went out
double century.
I went out and poked my head around the petition, and all I saw was Jason laughing his head off at me at the back. You could see me at the back, and then proceeded to have the most serious press conference I've seen. It was bizarre. It was bizarre. They clearly have a long memory. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Right. Gotcha.
Or they didn't get him after all those years in is it Chittagong? How do they pronounce it?
Chittagong now.
Chittagong. Used to be Chittagong. Yeah. Maybe they missed him after there because he was in too many celebrations or something.
Ebadot Hussain is going to continue. Steve Smith has a look at him for the first time, and Smith lets it go wide of the off stump. 2 for 38 Australia, the deficit 190. So it wasn't a press conference to announce that he's coaching some team somewhere in the world or he's anything like that. It was just to relive.
He's certainly not taking over as coach of Bangladesh or anything like that. No, it was just 20 years they've been waiting for that press conference and decided to hold it here in Darwin.
Yeah, good. There actually is a really strong contingent of Bangladeshi media that have made the trip, and I think they were all keen to do one-on-ones with Dizzy on his feats of 20 years ago. Zebedot delivers to Smith, who drives back at the bowl. They got a hand on it to deflect it. Unfortunately for Bangladesh, deflected wide of Tuscan Ahmed, who has to run back and retrieve that from what would be regulation mid-off to what would be a deep cover position, and Smith gets back for 2. So Steve Smith to 3 and Labuschagne for 15. So quite wisely, Cricket Australia said, hey, how about we get all the media together? You can all speak to Dizzy at once. And
rather than him having to tell the story 527 times, which he's already sold about 525 on air as it is already. So I think let's just put it all in one room and go to the press conference. But it was very humorous.
2 slips in the gully. Smith the new bat awaits. Ebadot is forward and defending confidently on the offside. I feel like Steve Smith's they called you pro for a reason. You're the batting pro, Phil Jaques. Steve Smith loves batting. I imagine this situation would be daunting for a lot of players. I imagine he would chew this up, getting the opportunity to bat on this pitch with 2 and a bit days ahead of him. And Australia obviously need one of his trademark innings.
This is his favourite scenario. The one where he is in the spotlight, and it's up to him to win a game for his team and to bat as long as he possibly can and have in no time frame. He's not batting with the tail, he's batting with the top order. He's got a chance to just get his head down and make a big 100.
Smith awaits Ebadot, and he just defends the ball again in front of the non-striker.
And you know what, Corby, the guy at the other end, who's been a bit of lean on runs over the last few years, he also loves this scenario. So these two will thrive off each other. They'll feed off each other. And for Australia to have any hope in this contest to get anything out of this game, it's going to come down to these two, quite frankly. They're going to need a village to get 500, but the bulk of this has got to come from these two.
Steve Smith whacking away, looks at Ebadot, who delivers over the wicket to him, and Smith defends confidently on the onside. 2 for 40, 188 is the deficit. Quick little catch-up today. Bangladesh resumed 6 down, a lead of 153. By the time they were all out, they led the match by 228. In the first innings, Josh Hazlewood picked up the last 4 Bangladeshi wickets today. Took him to 300 test scalps, the 9th Australian to get there. Finished with 6 for 89. And then as Australia have started to bat for a second time, they need 228 to make Bangladesh bat again. Both Head and Weatherald chopping on. Head for 17, Weatherald a third ball duck. And Hassan Mahmood has both wickets. Smith and Marnus at the crease. Smith 3, Labuschagne 15. Last ball of the over. Abbott on his way in. Bowls to Smith. Cracks a cut shot. Can't break the infield. Nominal Huckfield's low down to his left. Saves 4. It's the end of the over. So 2 for 40 Australia. Smith 3, Labuschagne 15. 188 is the deficit. Coming up at tea, after the couple of test matches ran short during the Ashes series, where Ben Cameron gave us his 10 things to do in. We have his one for Perth and one for Melbourne. We might be getting one for Darwin coming up during the tea break, so stick around for all of that. He's on the way next to join Phil Jaques on Grandstand Cricket.
Live Test cricket on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thanks, Corb. We were out of that press conference for Jason Gillespie, weren't we, Jaques? Australia 2 for 40 here, by the way.
We were. Just a couple of wry smiles between me and you out the back there.
Hassan Mahmood bowling here to Labuschagne for defensive. A ball just outside the off stump, plays it down to mid-off. 15 not out, Marnus Labuschagne. Steve Smith at the other end is unbeaten on 3. To speak to Diz a lot about Nahid Rana, the very quick bowler who's not here unfortunately for Bangladesh, and a lot about this test so far and Bangladesh's chances of a famous upset.
It was certainly a chance of a lifetime, isn't it, for Bangladesh? They haven't been in this scenario very often.
Hassan Mahmood bowling again, very wide of the off stump and left by Labuschagne through to the keeper, Lytton Das. It must be said, I'm going to speak about the top 10 things to do in Darwin. According to me, at tea time, that we did that in Perth because the test ended inside 2 days, so we had a free weekend, and that was where the concept started. Someone texted me, or tweeted me rather, and said, you're going to do it for Darwin. So we thought we'd do it today at tea, but the vibe around the city in the last few days has been phenomenal.
Yeah, they love their cricket, don't they? And it has been a real festival atmosphere in Darwin. They're really enjoying this test series.
Hassan Mahmood bowling again, and Labuschagne once more, shouldering arms through to Das. But just the Darwin festival going on in the city. Have you spent much time at night? The fairy lights, there's little tents of performances. You can hear music, you can hear cheering, there's little food vans, there's everything you could possibly want in the city. And parents with babies, young families, revellers of sort of their early 20s, everyone's out and about and having a great time and a great atmosphere.
It certainly is. And where we are as well, on the waterfront down there, it's a lovely part of the world. Lots of nice restaurants, places to eat and drink.
2 slips in a gully. Hassan trying again, and Labuschagne forced to play this time on the forward defensive, just down the onside of the pitch.
It's been a really enjoyable week, hasn't it? It's been, except for the Australian cricket team, but it hasn't been very enjoyable.
They certainly haven't enjoyed it. We've spoken a little bit about the fact that you coached Marnus Labuschagne when he first broke into the Queensland Shield side, and his determination to do so. He was delisted, but he just kept turning up basically until he burst into the team. You know his game well. How are you seeing him technically at the moment, Jaques?
Yeah, like Marnus when he got delisted was the sign of a really determined young man who wanted to get back in there again.
Picking up his bat, Hassan Mahmood delivering on the off stump, and he plays it out towards cover point. Got on the crease a little bit there as he defended. 2 for 40 Australia.
There was an inner drive that is very rare in a young player, and he didn't care that he wasn't getting paid. He didn't care that he was giving up his week. He just wanted to play cricket for Australia and wanted to play cricket for a living. And
so tell this story again. He's delisted and he comes to you and says,
first day in the job as head coach of Queensland, just got in, and he came up to me and just said, hi, I feel I'm Marnus, and then proceeded to tell me his last name. and it was probably good that he did because I hadn't heard of him at that stage either.
2 slips in a gully for him. Here facing Hassan Mahmood and turning a ball off the leg stump straight to the forward square leg.
And just came up to me and said, I've been delisted, but I really want to get back in, and I want to keep training with the squad. And he goes, I don't care that I'm not getting paid. I just want to be around the squad and try and get back into the team. And I said, that's all well and good, Marnus, but you're not contracted anymore.
Yeah.
So we've only got limited spots here.
So much net time, etc.
Yeah, so much net time. We can't really accommodate you. I said, but if you come along, work on your fielding, work on your fitness, you can come and do the fitness with the boys, bowl in the nets to the guys. He was bowling his leggies at the time.
New over beginning from Ebadot Hussain, who's bowling to Smith. The player miss or an edge. Was there an edge? The finger goes up. Smith immediately refers it. He's not happy, Steve Smith. It was a flamboyant drive. It was a heck of a flourish. It was more of a golf swing than a big drive here. He believes he's hit the ground. Has he hit both?
I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
It was a big swish, wasn't it, Ben? Wasn't much feed. Big cover drive on the up. Hard to tell live from square of the wicket where we are.
It was a woolly whoosh. Ball shapes away.
Okay, ball is very close to the bat.
Definitely hits the ground.
Yes.
I don't think he's hit the ball.
No. Bat is scraping the ground as well. Yes, keep it going. Come back, please.
There is a noise, but I think the ball is past the bat by the time it makes...
No, go back.
Yeah, the ball's about a foot behind the bat by the time that there is a sound on.
There's a clear spike. There's a flat line. Next frame. Yes, bat is scraping the ground. Thank you. I'll go back to Kumar on field.
Not out.
Kumar, you need to change your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal now.
My apologies. I was talking over Nitin Menon for a moment there. I hope I paused in time that he could hear all of that. So he does survive Steve Smith. 2 for 40 Australia. Smith on 3, Labuschagne on 15. He did refer it immediately.
Yeah, he was very confident, wasn't he? It was an uncharacteristic shot, though, wasn't it? Very loose. Got away with one there. Yeah, anyway, so Marnus Labuschagne, he ended up, I said to him, look, I'll work with you one-on-one on your batting. Bring your gear along, and if there's a spot in the net rotation, I'll give you a crack.
Ebadot from the airport end, bowling to Smith, who's knocking a ball off the off stump down towards mid-on, all the way along the ground.
And he turned up a bowl, did pre-season fitness, and effectively he didn't get it back for about a month at training. And then slowly but surely, I just kept giving him bats whenever bowlers couldn't be bothered or wanted to. There was an injury in the ranks. Kept sliding him in there just for a hit, and he broke his way back into the team and ended up playing the first game of the season and had a breakout year. And I think it was just good for him to be able to feel that hurt and that pain.
Ebadot hits the crease to Smith. Again, just dropping the bat on the ball. A very straight delivery from Ebadot. Ball trickles down towards mid-on. It's a great story of persistence.
Yeah, absolutely. And anyone that gets delisted or gets dropped has to work their way through that, and often away from the squad. And he was lucky that he was sort of in and around it still, to a degree, albeit having to bide his time. But yeah, what I'm saying with Marnus, I tend to agree with what Xavier Doherty said earlier around the intent that he's had. There's definitely been a more upbeat intent with Marnus this second innings.
Ebadot, right arm over to Smith for defensive. Sort of chops down on it again and puts his bat very close to his bat as he defends.
Well, I actually said I didn't mind how he went about the first innings either. I thought he was leading the ball quite well. The only thing he could have done was been a bit more proactive to get into the line to be able to work the ball and get off strike. But that was just a judgment error. Got knocked over in the end of the day in that first innings. But he's looked pretty good here. He's survived a couple of chances where he's been squared up and been hit on the pads a few times. But there's definitely been a good intent about his batting.
Everett goes into Smith, who's defending from the crease, and goes for a little wander as the bowler picks it up in his follow-through. 2 for 40 Australia, trailing by 188 runs. Smith on 3, Labuschagne 15.
Labuschagne's biggest superpower is his determination to bat time and to make a bowler bowl to him. And I think he's gone away from that a little bit over the last couple of years and trying to get that strike rate a little bit higher than what he has at times in his career. And I think if he can go back to being patient and being busy, that's where he bats at his best.
Everett in and bowling to Smith, who's driving and piercing the infield. Wide mid off and straight at the cover fielder, down to the rope for 4. Steve Smith, it wasn't perfectly timed, but well enough. And Smith along to 7. Australia 2 for 44, trailing by 184. So the end of the over there for Abidot Hussain. So you mean, well, just playing at deliveries away from his body more than he would have for a long period of time?
Yeah. And a little bit on the move when he was hitting the ball, but when he's nice and still and he's leaving the ball and he's waiting for him to come straight into his pads or getting really full where he could drive the ball, I think that's when Marnus is at his best. He's been caught sort of in that in-between length, just on the move a little bit too much, squaring up a little bit too much for my liking, and probably his own liking as well. When he's had his success at test level and at first class level has been when he's been super patient and then made a bowl to where his strengths are, which is getting straight. When they're really full on him, or they drop halfway down, because his pull shot's very good as well. But it's that in-between length. He's just got to be a bit more patient.
Hassan Mahmood to continue from the Michael Long Learning Centre end of the ground. 2 slips and a gully. Point, short catching cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as well. Hassan, who has 2 for 13, begins his 6th over to Labuschagne, who again, like Phil Jaques has asked of him, just leaves a wide delivery, asking the bowler to bowl to him. He did also open with Steve Smith in his first game of break cricket for Sutherland, did you not? So you've seen Steve Smith from very early on in his career, as well as Marnus from very early on in his domestic career. When you first saw Steve Smith with this very unique batting technique that he has, did you think that he could become the player that he's gone on to be?
He always had something special, and the special superpower that he had was he could play a game plan.
Hassan, right arm over to Labuschagne, who swishes his bat out of the way.
He problem solved really well. He'd sum up the conditions pretty well. And early on in his career, he didn't really know exactly how it was. But if an older player or a senior player would say, "Hey mate, first hour today, just put your cover drive away," he wouldn't play one.
Yeah.
And as a young, like you see a lot of young players, and they can't do that. They can't restrain what they're trying to do to be able to play a plan. But he just played the plan and then went.
And almost his cricket brain is his superpower.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to play a plan. Once he knows what the plan is, being able to make that plan and put it into action is his superpower. And now he's played so much cricket, he's got such a bank of knowledge that he can sum a condition up in 3 balls and play a plan. And then his plan is that he will not vary from that plan for the entire day.
Little change here for Bangladesh. Lytton Das has rid himself of his hat, and he's going to come and stand up to the stumps. So he's getting a helmet run out to him. So he'll come up to the pegs. There'll be a first slip standing back, a second slip, a gully. Quite a close-ish point. Cover fielder, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a straight-ish fine leg. Which is fascinating because we hear Justin Langer and all kinds of people talk about his ability to problem solve. Hassan bowling to Labuschagne with the keeper up and driving into the covers, doesn't beat the field. So that's it. That's essentially what they're saying there. You've just couched it differently, if you will, Jaques.
Yeah, 100%. He would look at it. He'd play 3 balls on a wicket and go, this wicket is like the game I played 15 years ago in the Caribbean. And I played this certain way, and then decide, I'm going to play that game plan. And you watch him, and he almost changes his technique mid-game. Well, he does all the time.
Labuschagne straddling the popping crease as he's defending here. Straight delivery from Hassan Mahmoud. Just noodling it away, and it goes behind square on the onside. Most coming up. Just change this for Labuschagne a little bit here, Jaques. Keep going though.
No, I was going to say, like most batsmen take an entire pre-season to make one technical change.
Yeah.
And then still may not get it right. Steve Smith does it within 2 balls and will change his whole trigger, sometimes his grip, and just completely change the way he plays. It's fascinating. He's one of a kind, and he's an absolute freak of nature.
Labuschagne awaiting Hassan, who's delivering now, and he's going forward on the drive without timing. Didn't get right forward on that drive, Marnus Labuschagne, who rehearses it now. The keeper coming up. What do you make of that from Bangladesh and Lytton Das? And what does it do to you as a batsman when the keeper does come up?
I really like it because Marnus Labuschagne, for most of this innings, has been batting out of his crease. He's been out of his crease by a couple of feet, trying to take LB out of the equation. For that ball that nips back in on him, and by being in the crease, it just keeps you there, and it means that you're actually in line with the stumps as well. Hard to get outside the line.
Right home over the wicket, a full toss, and it's whipped away by Marnus Labuschagne. Straight to mid-wicket, wide to mid-on. Mushfiqur Rahim slides in and fields, and 2 more for the Aussies. 2 more for Labuschagne. 2 for 46. Smith on 7, Labuschagne along to 17. Closing in on T here on day 3 of this test match. 2 for 40. Sorry, 240 will be the tea time. 2 for 46 of the Aussies.
Saw Australian fast bowlers last year in the Ashes use the keeper up method, didn't they, with the medium paces with Michael Neser and Scotty Boland at times. Keeper coming up and just pins you to the crease a little bit, and sometimes can make you a little bit more apprehensive with your footwork. You don't want to get as big a stride in case you overbalance. Brings in another mode of dismissal in the stumping as well.
Looks like there might be a change in the bowling here. Tajul Islam is going to have a roll with his left arm orthodox. Going to come around the wicket to the right-hand bat of Steve Smith. So just organising the field here. Shanto, the captain. So a slip, a bat pad, a deep square leg mid-wicket. Slightly deeper than regulation mid-on. 3/4 of the way back is the long off. Catching cover, deep extra cover, and a point. As Tajul unfurls, gives it some air, and Smith is driving. Bump ball back to the bowler.
You asked the question, did I think he was going to be as great, Steve Smith?
Tajul bowls again, straighter this time, and Smith playing the on drive that mid-on, slightly deeper than regulation, as I said, so they accept the single on offer. 2 for 47.
You could see that there was a talented cricketer there, but to do what he's done in his career, I don't think anyone could forecast that. But he's been a true modern great of this game, hasn't he? Steve Smith, no matter which way you look at it.
Labuschagne back on strike. Tajul bowling to the right-hander now, and a ball on the leg stump, a half volley, but Labuschagne very timidly just knocks it to mid-wicket. Full face of the bat, presenting the bat in front of the pad. Labuschagne whacking away. Tajul off that short approach, bowls full and wide and driving Labuschagne through the covers. Almost scooping it out with a bottom hand drive through that cover region. 2 for 48. One of the Aussies. Labuschagne 18.
Nice manipulation of the strike from Marnus. Just hitting the sweepers. He'd be quite happy that the spin's on, I reckon. Just to be able to knock the ball around for a while.
Tajul to Smith. Wicker ball forces Smith back to defend. Getting deep into his crease as he fends it away from the off stump. Should be 1 over after this for the tea break. Tajul bowling again, quicker, straighter. Smith drops the bat in front of the front pad to defend it away. End of the Tajul Islam over. 2 for 48, Smith on 8, Labuschagne on 18. 1 over before the tea break, you would think.
He's got a good record, hasn't he, Tajul Islam? 270 wickets, Test cricket. 61 matches, tick over 30. He's the leading wicket taker for Bangladesh.
270 Test wickets, an average of just a smidgen over 30. His 61 Test matches. Story of the day, if you're catching up, you've been running around on your Saturday. Bangladesh resumed at 6 for 351, so Mahedi and Hassan just resuming with their 7th wicket partnership for Bangladesh. Eventually, Mahedi was out for 65, Hassan was out for 14, Tajul Islam added 17, Tuscan Ahmed and Abidot Hussain. That would annoy the Aussies, really, as Hassan Mahmood begins a new over. A pull shot from Labuschagne, takes the aerial route, doesn't get all of it, it'll flop in the outfield. And they'll come back for a couple, so that brings up the 50 for Australia, 2 for 50. Really, the partnership between Mahedi Miraz and Tuscan Ahmed frustrated the Aussies as Mahedi was able to just manipulate and farm the strike. Eventually, they were all out for 426. First innings lead of 228. Josh Hazlewood, the pick of the Aussie bowlers, 28 overs, 6 for 69. Also took his 300th Test match wicket, the 9th Aussie to do so. Hassan to Labuschagne, forward defensive to the offside out towards mid-wicket.
Amazing career, wasn't it, Josh Hazlewood? 300 Test wickets. He's had his fair share of injuries of late, but every time he's played, he's done his job for his country, and 6 for today again, adding to that tally. He's had a long career and a really strong career for Australia, the boy from Bendigo.
Yeah. How early did you see Josh Hazlewood? Were you retired by the time he came through, or you saw him early on?
I saw him early on. I was one of the senior players with the Blues at the time.
Labuschagne picks up his bat. Hassan right arm over on a good length, and Labuschagne walks into a forward defensive. Back down the pitch to the bowler.
New South Wales locked him up really early. He was like super young, and he's still living at home when he was contracted, and they were paying him to live at home for the best part of a year, and played him in a few games towards the back end of the year, second 11 games and things like that. But he was super young when they, still at school when they contracted him, and but you could see that there was something truly special about him.
They knew what they had there.
Oh yeah. He looked like a Glenn McGrath clone, and their crystal ball was certainly not hazy at that occasion.
Little change in the field here. The mid-wicket's gone about 15 metres deeper from what would be the edge of the ring in a one-day match. Hassan again to Labuschagne, who turns his back on a leave very wide of the off-stump. 2 for 50 Australia. Labuschagne on 20, 2 balls away from the tea break. The Aussie innings, Jake Weatherald out for a 3-ball duck, bowled by Hassan Mahmood, and Travis Head, the same fate, out for 17. And now it's Labuschagne and Smith combining in the middle.
The breeze is picking up on the far side of the ground as well. The trees are noticeably starting to bend a little bit.
Hassan Mahmood in again, and Labuschagne, very soft hands defending out into the covers. He's bowling down breeze here, Hassan Mahmood, isn't he, with this prevailing breeze that is, it's almost going from what would be long on to fine leg. It is predominantly down breeze and slightly across the ground, ever so slightly.
It's certainly picked up in the last hour. He
was bowling from the other end earlier on, Hassan Mahmood, but Swung around. Last ball before tea. Hassan bowls and Labuschagne whips off his pads. That slightly deeper mid-wicket, and they get through for one. And that will do us for the middle session here on day 3. And Australia 2 for 51. Trail by 177 runs. Steve Smith on 8, Labuschagne on 21. And the teams will sit down, have a cup of tea, have a breather, reassess and get ready for the evening session. Phil Jaques, what did you make of that middle session?
Well, it was a good start from Bangladesh, wasn't it? 2 early wickets. Australia haven't quite signed their death warrant yet in this match, but for them to come back into this game, they're going to need Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith to knock off most of this Bangladeshi lead by themselves, and they're going to have to roll their sleeves up and get right into those trenches because it is a fight on their hands.
A bit of love for Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne as they do make their way off. Plenty of fans crowding around and cheering, taking photos as they walk past and letting them know how pleased they are with their efforts. So Australia 2 for 51 at this tea break, beating the scorecard. Weatherall, the first man to go, he was out for a 3-ball duck. The Aussies at that point were 1 for 4. Travis Head combined for a short while with Marnus Labuschagne, then he was out for 17 after a 35-ball stay at the crease. The Aussies 2 for 37. Labuschagne 21 not out. Steve Smith unbeaten on 8, the other not out batsman. The bowling figures: Tuscan Ahmed 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9. Hassan Mahmood, again the chief destroyer, 7 overs, 2 for 18. Abidot Hussain 4 overs, none for 18. And Tajul Islam just the 1 over, none for 2 from that over. Okay, on that note, we can pause for the time being with Australia with a lot of work to do before they can get themselves right back into this test match. But grandstand at tea is coming up. Corbin Middlemas about to talk you through it all. Australia 2 for 51.
This August, Science Week is blooming around the ABC.
We're celebrating Australia's favourite wildflowers.
Vote now this Science Week.
Get involved at abc.net.au/science.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Darwin. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
It is tea on day 3, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand at tea. And the good news in that second session on day 3 is that Australia finally got Bangladesh all out. Hazelwood in again to Abidot, and he plays all around it. Comes off the bat through to the keeper, Carey, and that'll do. Hazelwood wraps it up. He finishes with 6. But Bangladesh, the halfway stage of the test match, are well on top. All out for 426. So 6 for 89 in the end for Josh Hazelwood. Also picked up his 300th test wicket today. Becomes just the 9th Australian to get to that milestone. So the Aussies had plenty to do. 228 is the target just to make Bangladesh that again in the match. It did not start well in the second over. Weatherall goes back. He plays on. Weatherall's out for a duck. And Hassan Mahmood is in business early. Jake Weatherall is out for a 3rd baller. His opening partner, Travis Head, he was able to get his way to 17, but then fell in eerily similar circumstances as Travis Head. He's bowled, chops it on, looking to carve it away on the offside, and Hassan Mahmood, for the second time in as many innings, has packed up both the openers. Sounds there from the second session on day 3. Head out for 17. Weatherall for a duck. The Aussies at tea. 2 for 51. Marnus Labuschagne on 21 and Steve Smith on 8. Still trailing the test match by 177 runs. Needing to make Bangladesh bat for a second time. The tea break here on what is a mostly sunny day in Darwin. The temperature hovering around the low 30s. This test is going to go days. And you get the feeling unless something dramatic happens in this final session, we're going to touch day 4. And perhaps even longer. But last summer, Ben Cameron, we did have a couple of test matches that were all done and dusted inside 2 days. And what introduced a new little segment to our Grandstand cricketing family where you decided to give your top 10 things
for the touring Barmy Army folks to do in Perth and then again in Melbourne, given we only had some 2-day test matches there. And back by popular demand through the SMS line, someone said, hey, Ben, why don't you give us your top 10 things to do in Darwin? And so here we are at tea on day 3. What have you got for us?
We did it for Perth, didn't we? Because it was a 2-day test match and the Barmy Army had all of this free time. So then it happened again in Melbourne. Yep. Perth's our hometown, so we thought, look, we've got some good ideas. We'll give you some suggestions. Then we did it for Melbourne, which is our adopted hometown. And as you said, it's backed by popular demand. So from 10 to number 1, Corbin.
Okay. Have you done all these things?
I've done all of these things.
All of them?
Not all of them. Most of them. Most of them. I haven't done one of them, I think.
All right.
Number 10, walk along Bicentennial Park. So this is the waterfront, sort of off to the side of the waterfront where we're staying, but there are some World War II monuments there. It's a beautiful little walkway. You run along this area.
Maybe Esplanade, yep.
It's a pretty esplanade to go for a walk and take in the sight. So I've got that at number 10.
I like it.
Number 9, the aviation museums that are around the place. So there is a Qantas museum. There's some relating to World War II and the relics of World War II. So my dad is a big aviation buff. We used to go to the airport when I was a kid and watch the planes take off and land and chart which flights it was. So the aviation museum is a great thing to do.
So number 10, Bicentennial Park. Number 9 is the aviation museum.
Number 8 is the Parrot Markets. So Saturday mornings you can walk around there, plenty of fruit and veg. You can do plenty of things, and this actually relates to number 7, which is a laksa for breakfast.
Yes.
So this is a quintessentially Darwin thing that they do here, which makes little sense to me, given they are hot. They can be spicy as well, and it's already humid. I'm already sweating. I'm going to eat something that is likely to increase both of those things. It doesn't make sense to me, but that comes in at number 7 and is intrinsically linked to the Parrot Markets.
People love them though, don't they? Yeah. Everyone tells you, oh, you've got to go to the markets, got to get a laksa. I think it's a bit of a stretch that they fill 2 places on the top 10, but I'm happy to pay it. This is Ben's top 10 things to do in Darwin. Number 10 is Bicentennial Park. Number 9 is the Aviation Museum. Number 8 is the Parrot Markets. Number 7 is have a laksa for breakfast.
Oh, I did even meet a young group who were here watching the cricket, who had been listening to ABC Sport throughout the Test match. They live in Darwin now, but they're all originally from Wagga. I think you and Diz got a photo with it at the end of Grandstandard Stumps, and they were big, telling me you've got to have a laksa for breakfast. They were saying that they went there the other day, and Bo Webster was there doing it.
Right. Okay.
Big Slug was in there having a laksa for breakfast.
I have been to the markets. I don't think I've had a laksa though.
There you go. So. Coming in at number 6, the World War II tunnels. So this is very close to where we're staying. I know that you've gone and checked it out when we're up here for the football, Corbin. It is a worthy experience. Yeah. So obviously the northern part of Australia, it has great history relating to the Second World War. So
the bombing of Darwin.
Yep, you can go and check out all of those tunnels, and it's well worth doing.
I like it. Number 5,
an afternoon at the waterfront. So this is the area in which we are staying, and you've got the wave pool, you've got the little lagoon to go for a swim. There are restaurants, there are bars. If it is a warm and balmy afternoon and you can go for a dip, you can get out in your boardies and your slightly damp shirt, you can have a cool refreshment.
You can have the rashie on.
Yeah, the rashie on. You can have a bowl of chips. You can get back in the water. You can do it again. You can watch the football codes on the TV. Both the rugby league and the Aussie rules are on there. If there's a better afternoon than that, I'm not here. I love it.
They embrace them both up here, don't they? The two footy codes, and we experienced that last night, a Friday night, obviously, here with even in our team. We're pretty split, weren't we? Some people more interested in the rugby league, other people more interested in the footy. Number 10 is Bicentennial Park. Number 9 is the Aviation Museum. Number 8 is the Parrot Markets. Number 7 is a laksa for breakfast. Number 6, the World War II tunnels. Number 5, an afternoon at the waterfront. Ben's top 10 list of things to do in Darwin. Number 4.
Sunset markets at Mindle Beach. So it is a glorious sunset. There are some people who do me in when they applaud at the sun setting. Yes. I think that's taking it a little bit too far, but
it's like cheering when the plane lands. I think.
It is. But it is a glorious beach. People stand and watch the sun just dip below the horizon. It is picturesque as you're ever likely to see, and it's a great thing to do here in Darwin. You get a bit of market food, a bit of street food, eat that, wander around, enjoy the festivity with the other revellers, and then watch the sunset.
Love it. Number 3?
Adelaide River Crocodile Tour. So a little bit out of Darwin, but you can get out there. They take you out on the boat. We've done this together, Corbin.
Multiple times.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
They feed the crocs meat. These are prehistoric creatures.
The big lizards.
That feel like they are existing in a modern world.
Oh, yeah.
Like they lived at the time of the dinosaurs, and they're still here. And you can see them slink into the water. You see their tail come up to the surface, leap up out of the water, and snatch these lumps of meat that are being fed to them.
Yeah.
It's just something so foreign to us.
Yeah, and you're on the boat, you see the whole thing unfold the way that it happens. That's it. Ben's on fire here. It's going to be a big finish. So Bicentennial Park, number 10, number 9, the Aviation Museum, number 8, Parrot Markets, number 7, Aluxa for breakfast, number 6, the World War II tunnels, number 5, an afternoon at the waterfront, number 4, the Sunset Markets, and number 3, the Adelaide River Crocodile Tour, which brings us to our top 2.
So Darren Lehman's not here. He's usually our social captain. He's passed on the responsibilities to Jason Gillespie. I suggested this could be a social function for the team. The Darwin Sailing Club at sunset.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting there watching the sunset. Just an exquisite setting. You're out on the lawn. You can sometimes, see crocodiles out in the water. That not so much, but they are off in the distance. Beautiful beach. The sunset, similar to the night markets where you watch the sunset, but just a beautiful, relaxed environment to enjoy your evening.
I love it. And number 1?
The Litchfield National Park watering holes. If you have not done this, you've missed out. It's about a 45, 50-minute drive, maybe a little bit longer than that, out of Darwin. But you get out there, you lose reception, which is beautiful. No one can contact you. It's like the old days when you used to fly.
Yeah.
And you sit out there in these watering holes, and you feel like you are being cleansed by these natural springs, like the dirt and grime of city life and the busyness is just slipping off you with these pristine crystal waters as they just flow over your skin. So I think the Litchfield National Park watering holes is the best thing you can do if you were to visit Darwin, albeit you need to get out there. It can be tricky, but that comes in at number 1.
Ben's open for feedback. He's happy to get your take. So 0467 920 222, 0467 920 222. Number 10, Bicentennial Park. Number 9, Aviation Museum. Number 8, the Parrot Markets. Number 7, Aluxa for breakfast. Number 6, the World War II tunnels. Number 5, an afternoon at the waterfront. Number 4, the Sunset Markets. Number 3, the Adelaide River Crocodile Tour. Number 2, the Darwin Sailing Club. And number 1, Litchfield National Park are the best things to do in Darwin. Hats off to you, Ben Cameron. That's Ben's 10 things to do in Darwin. This is the tea break. This has been Grandstand at Tea on ABC Sport. Back with the final session on day 3 next after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Gharibabadi says Tehran will not be intimidated by threats from U.S. President Donald Trump. Earlier, the American president claimed he would soon be declaring the Strait of Hormuz a U.S. territory. Writing on social media, Mr. Ghabadi says the strait cannot be seized with a tweet. Speaking in New York, Mr. Trump says that the U.S. is hitting Iran hard.
And after we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States.
Officials in Indonesia say at least 2 people have died after a powerful magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck off the coast of the island of Flores. More from the BBC's Jonathan Head.
The earthquake struck early in the morning, sending people in Malmere, the main town on the island of Flores, running into the street. Video taken at the port shows large chunks of concrete breaking off the terminal building onto passengers waiting to board an inter-island ferry. Some were thrown into the sea when the gangway to the ship collapsed. A stream of people could be seen moving inland on motorbikes after the authorities issued a tsunami warning, although this was later lifted. Search and rescue teams are already in Malmere, working to free anyone trapped in damaged buildings. Luigi Mangione has admitted to killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City in 2024. Here's our North America correspondent, Cayman Gok.
Luigi Mangione spoke calmly and without emotion in court as he admitted to shooting United Healthcare executive Brian Thompson. Now, this brazen shooting took place in December 2024 on a sidewalk in New York and sparked a days-long manhunt to try and track down the now 28-year-old. He has pleaded guilty to 2 federal stalking charges, and in court today, he described how he'd had years-long pain from a broken back and felt that he hadn't received the support or care whilst navigating the insurance system.
New South Wales has confirmed its 5th case of H5 bird flu found in a greater crested tern on the state's south coast. It's the 3rd confirmed case of bird flu detected in a native and Australian bird in New South Wales. More than 200 cases of bird flu have been confirmed in Australia. Meanwhile, aerial surveys of the Tasmanian coast have been continuing today following 2 confirmed detections of bird flu. Helicopters and drones are being employed to search the upper west coast, King Island, Northwest Islands and Stanley region. Tasmanian Premier Jeremy Rockcliffe says aerial surveys are conducted alongside field surveillance on the ground.
Proactive surveillance is, of course, a crucial part of our approach, and it has already worked. The first bird flu case was found by our Parks and Wildlife staff undertaking proactive checks.
A University of Cambridge professor at the centre of a plagiarism scandal has been found dead in London. The BBC's Helena Wilkinson has more.
3 years ago, Jason Arday made history when he became Cambridge University's youngest ever black professor. But earlier this month, he was at the centre of a plagiarism row, and last week he quit his role with immediate effect. Cambridge University announced an independent investigation into his appointment. He had denied the claims, but he admitted errors in his work, and last week said the recent furore had led to an unrelenting level of public scrutiny and personal attack.
If you or someone you know needs someone to talk to, you can contact Lifeline on 13 11 14. Authorities have uncovered almost 300 kilograms of cocaine hidden in a tractor that was imported into Melbourne in a shipping container. Fraser Fife with the story.
Australian Border Force officers discovered the cocaine hidden in a shipping container carrying 2 tractors and machinery parts that were shipped to Melbourne from Germany via Panama. Authorities say an X-ray of the consignment on Monday identified anomalies, and a further inspection found the illicit drug in 6 large boxes wrapped in blue and black tape. The Victorian Organised Crime Task Force is investigating and is still working to identify those responsible for the importation of the illicit drugs, as well as the intended recipients. The Australian Federal Police want to speak to anyone who has information about the consignment.
And the owners of English Premier League club Liverpool have agreed to sell a 30% stake in a team to a consortium that includes Amazon co-founder Jeff Bezos. You're up to date with ABC News.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Hello, Jim Maxwell in Darwin alongside the afternoon celebrity of the press crowd here today, making a very entertaining little chat with them. Have we got a bit of that? Got any highlights? Dizzy, you play a few shots, did you? What did you do to entertain the press?
Evening, Jim. Evening to all our listeners. I'm not quite sure why I was asked to do a press conference from the Bangladesh media contingent, but they just asked questions about their bowling attack. What do I think about the state of the game? Can Bangladesh win the game? Just a number of...
No self-indulgence about night watchman?
No, I've done a bit of that. I did that at lunchtime today with Corbin.
I thought it was the Bangladeshi media that instigated this event.
They did instigate it, yes. Yeah,
and the Aussies turned up.
No, there was no Aussies there. It was just the Bangladesh media contingent.
You had the opportunity to do a bit of a thing, but I suppose you thought that could have been discourteous.
What was that?
just have a bit of fun with the whole business of reminiscing about a night watchman's double century?
I could have done some reminiscing, but no, it was actually quite serious. I wasn't quite sure what to expect.
So you're talking more about the moment than the history?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. You got some curly questions?
No, the questions were pretty straightforward, just about what I thought was going to happen in this game.
What's going to happen? Come on, what do you think?
Okay, well, I think obviously Australia are very much on the back foot. I highlighted the fact I thought that Bangladesh, their seamers have had plenty of rest, so they're nice and fresh, so they can come out and, the afternoon session and this evening session that's about to start, they've got fresh legs, so they can really attack it and really try and make some inroads into this Australian batting order. So everything's pointing towards Bangladesh driving this game, and they still are. Australia are behind the 8 ball, but you sense that with Labuschagne and Smith at the crease, if they can just continue this partnership, Australia, can chip away at this deficit. I don't think it'll be. They did ask the question: Can Bangladesh win by an innings? And I just don't feel that at the moment. I think Australia will bat a lot better than they did in the first innings and set Bangladesh a tricky run chase.
Well, we will see. 2 for 51, 2-2-8 was the deficit. Both openers out. Weatherald early, chopped on for a duck. Travis Head then chopped on for 17. Just thinking a bit longer term, although Travis Head has come off as an opener, is that where he should finish his career in the next 4 or 5 years? Or go?
I'm not sure.
What would you do?
To be honest, at some point I think he'll end up back in the middle order.
Yeah.
And that's no other reason other than a gut feel, Jim. I think we've got a lot of Test cricket, in the next 12 months. 20 Test matches, up to 21. For the World Test Championship final. I'm not entirely sure that Travis will be opening in each and every one of those tests.
We're about to get underway after tea. Australia has faced 17 overs for 2 for 51 after eventually bowling out Bangladesh for 426 on the highlight Josh Hazlewood 6 for 89. His 5th wicket gave him 300 in Test cricket, and the great quartet of Australian bowlers have taken over 1,100 wickets between them in their careers. So here we go. After the break, let's go with Labuschagne getting a single, just tucking Texan away on the onside, and he races down to the other end. Right, 2 for 52. So we've got some hope that the game will go at least into a 4th day. Whether a 5th day depends a bit on the partnership, but I think one of Australia's major issues, apart from some rustiness, is the opening batting, and I think we were spoiled for quite some time, mainly with David Warner opening for Australia. He may not have had the success away from home, particularly in England, that he has here, as we watch Taskin go in. He beats the edge of a pushing, probing bat from Steve Smith. I think we've got to find a reliable opening pair. Not an opening pair that can play shots and keep the game moving and take it on. But they've got to be a bit more dependable, like a Bill Laurie or a Mark Taylor. And be a bit more sturdy at the top, knowing when to leave. Not having batsmen who just chop the ball into their stumps, even though they look as though they're fantastic. Don't you think we need to change direction a bit? I don't know, McSweeney. Who is it, of course, who goes up there?
It's a really good question. I don't think the selectors have any answers. The CA11 game, obviously they played Campbell Kellaway and Sam Consis, so it appears the selectors are keeping an eye on those guys.
Who's your next opener if there's to be a change, either in Mackay or South Africa?
I'm actually not sure, Jim.
I don't think we'll select it.
Let me have a think about that. But,
yes, you just think that Weatherald 3-ball duck has put himself under more pressure today. The keeper's come up over the stumps. Taskin bowls, and Steve Smith takes it on the rise, punches it without any timing, just through cover for a single. He's 9, 2 for 53. Where's McSweeney in the shake-up? He's had a pretty good season at Northants.
He's playing well. He's captaining Northants as well in the one-day stuff there. I think he's signed again to play next year. And I think he'll learn a lot under Darren Lehman. How to go about the game. I think it's a really good move for Nathan McSweeney. I really like him. I think he could play in this Australian side, but not necessarily as an opener. I'd rather see him somewhere in the middle order.
Tuscan goes in and cross behind and pushing. Labuschagne sends the ball back down the pitch. The pitch looks pretty good. And the new ball is not as new as it was. It's survived so far for around 20 overs. I think we're in the 18th of the innings, but there's still a bit happening there, and they're pretty disciplined, these bowlers, as we saw in the first innings, and their hero of that innings has taken a couple more here with the figures of Hassan Mahmood, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18. Labuschagne bats outside the crease as Taskin bowls to him. He's coming forward and clipping it away beautifully on the onside. Wide of mid-on. It's scampering up towards the rope, but it won't get there. And they'll take 3, the leisurely 3, on a nice onside shot from Labuschagne, who's now 25. It's 2 for 56.
Just lent on that. Marnus Labuschagne. It's a bit straight from Taskin Ahmed, a little bit full as well. He looks to be moving well, Marnus.
Yep, as we keep saying that, particularly in these circumstances with Australia having to knock off a deficit. It's just one ball, one thing can change it all, and the wicket here would change a lot of it. As Taskin bowls it short, and he pulls it away mightily. It goes out to the boundary for 4. He picked the length very quickly and swatted it hard out to a deepish mid-wicket in the direction of Cow Corner for a boundary. So Labuschagne, who, apart from a few wraps on the pads, has looked pretty assured so far as Australia try to build and knock off the deficit. Talking about was that Steve Smith? Yes, well, Smith. They took 3 from the previous ball, and Smith picked up the length and smacked it away for 4. Sorry about that, folks, but that's how it goes here on day 3 after tea. 2 for 60 at the moment, and Australia working hard with 168 required to get even. After that, depending how many wickets are in hand, I wonder what Australia may be able to set as a target, if that's the question that will be asked, going into the 5th day. That's all ahead of us, as my old mentor used to say. Now, from the other end of the ground, the scaffold end, it's Ebadot, E-B-A-D-O-T, Ebadot, who's bowling his medium-fast deliveries with the keeper standing back.
Well, I think you're selling him a bit short there. I think he's a little bit quicker than medium-fast.
You mean the keeper's not going to come up with the stump?
I don't think so. I think he's Bangladesh's fastest bowler, Ebadot. Yeah, he's bowled with good pace, good rhythm. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings. Bowled with lively pace. He's getting good carry through to wicket-keeper Little Das.
Runs in once more, and Labuschagne, yes, a good firm stroke, and the ball skates away on the onside of straight, and towards the side screen it's eventually collected as they gather 2 runs. Labuschagne's 27, and Australia moving brightly here, keeping the board turning over, and that's what this partnership can do to any side if they get set. In partnership in particular, these 2 you would reckon are the best hope that Australia have, even though there's some good players, particularly Carey, still to come. Badot goes into the ball, and Labuschagne chops it down. May have skidded a bit, and he got it on the toe of the bat, and it went away behind. And Smith
South on 13. 426 for Bangladesh out today. Mahidi eventually for 65. Hassan 14. A very vigilant innings. He faced 192 balls, 163 minutes at the crease. Tajul Islam made a rapid 17. Taskin Ahmed 14 with a 6. And Ibadat Hussain 7, 4, 2, 6 all out. Here comes Ibadat again and back and across, defending out there on the onside. So what can Bangladesh do to get some wickets? We haven't seen any evidence. Well, we haven't seen much spin bowling, but that's one of the great qualities of their attack. But is there anything in this pitch for the spinners?
Well, we haven't seen any evidence to suggest that there's much there. Nathan Lyon didn't really look overly threatening on this surface. There wasn't much on offer in his defence. There wasn't much on offer for him.
Yes, it's been the fast, medium, quick bowlers who've done the damage. He bowls again. Ibadat is pushed away by Labuschagne, easing it through the offside as they go through for 2, and they should collect a third run as the ball's collected inside the boundary out there in front of the Italian club on the far side and beyond. Labuschagne to 30. This is more like it. A few shots from Labbers. Smith 13, 2 for 65.
Yeah, I think Labuschagne's moving nicely at the crease. His pre-ball movements, and he's looking like he's well balanced at the crease. There's a nice shot through the offside off the back foot. You see Steve Smith scratching like a chook there.
Yeah, scratching like one of your cats. As Ibadat goes in and bowls to Smith, who says, yep, we'll get a single. Just dinks the ball away behind the square. Waiting, watching, and a neat little twirl to collect a run. He's 14, 2 for 66, clickety-click at the end of that over. And Australia slowly grinding this deficit down.
Partnership is building. Jib 29 off 52 balls. So it's just developing. They've been out there for 9 overs together.
Here comes the spin, or not? Yep, I think we're going to get some spin bowling here. Is this Islam?
Yes.
Coming back with his left arm spinners. He's got a mighty record in the game, a long career. When did he turn up? He's now 34 years of age.
He's Bangladesh's highest wicket taker, I think.
Yeah, he's gone past the great all-rounder. 270 test wickets at an average of 30. Yeah. And add a few one-day wickets as well. Now Smith goes inside out on the drive. Spanked away through extra cover for 4. Although there's a man back out towards the boundary, there's no problem there for Smith. He got to the pitch of that. And Taskin Ahmed, he moved a little bit, but he couldn't cover it out of deep cover. 4 runs.
Steve Smith hit that far too well. Beautiful shot, over-pitched.
So, Tajul Islam, left arm around the wicket. 1, 2, 3, pops it in there to Smith, who comes forward and waits and sends it down towards a deepish mid-on. And it's fielded out there by Hassan Mahmood as they get a single. So the board is ticking over attractively, more rapidly than before. Smith is up to 19, and they're going to get around 4 and over now Labuschagne looks around. What has he done with the field? He's got a short mid-off and a shortish extra cover and a deep cover, and Labuschagne leans forward and pats it down the pitch. So 1, 2, 5, 6 on the offside, onside, mid-on, mid-wicket in the deep square. From the airport end, here he comes. Islam rolls and tucks it away to the onside. Now towards the man in the deep at square leg. Labuschagne to 31. 2 for 72. So there's not much evidence of turn in this surface. It's more the variety, the trickery, the variation of pace that matters. Here he comes again, and back he goes. Smith gets another easy run, just knocks it away on the onside. So particularly if you're watching this partnership, you get an understanding of how important it is to turn the strike over. It just gets into the bowler's head. He's got another bloke to bowl to. Where do I work away at him? Bowlers like to have one bloke down the other end working on him, and he's bowled him. He's pitched it up and he's bowled him. So there you go. That's a big wicket. He played all over that pitched up delivery from Tajul Islam, and Labuschagne, who looked to be on stride for a score, is out for 31. Australia's still trailed by 155. They're 3 for 73.
Yeah, I think he yorked himself almost, minus Labuschagne. Just went straight on with the arm. It was very full from Islam, and I think Marnus Labuschagne looked to be really positive through the leg side, Jim, and just almost yorked himself. So yes. It's a big blow for the Australians. 31 runs, Marnus Labuschagne, 59 balls. He was looking very good, in fact. He'll be bitterly disappointed with that. He's got to start. Hasn't been able to go on.
The story so far of Australia's game here. They just haven't quite put it together. Whatever the preparation may have been, maybe it's a shortage of match practice, but Labuschagne looked to be getting in, deceived there, and played all over a full ball. And well done to Tajul Islam. Yeah, leading wicket taker, now 271 test wickets. So Australia have been in the pool house for a fair while in this game, and a little bit further into it too.
Yeah, still trailing over 150 runs, 155 in fact, Jim.
Mm-hmm. And Cameron Green, the man with so much obvious talent and ability, gets another chance to show his best. It's the end of the over, and Everett is bowling to Smith, who leans forward and sends it away on the onside. 3 for 73, and Australia looking a bit more shaky now that partnership's been broken.
Almost certainly. 155. They need to score just to make Bangladesh bat again.
So, Smith and Green are out there. Gambardot comes in and bowls, and Smith pushes away on the offside out into the covers. And there's a dot in the scoreboard. You can just hear a nice little burble on our stereo sound around the ground. Various conversations going on. So it's a bit like it's sort of being on a bus that's not making too much engine noise. And if you tune in, you can pick up conversations. Or a train, maybe. Or just being at the ground. And there's someone alongside you wants to have a chat. Can you hear that? And here comes Everett forward, Smith driving and sending it to the deepish cover. And they collect a run. Smith 21, 3 for 74. And that's what we like about being at the cricket in particular, or any sporting event. The burble of the crowd. the sense that there's an atmosphere here with people enjoying what they're seeing or each other or something else. And you can hear it in the background.
It's been a wonderful vibe here, Jim, hasn't it? This test match here at Marara.
So Labuschagne out, bowled, deceived, played all over a full ball and lost the leg pole. Now Green's off the mark immediately as he goes across and pushes the ball around the corner. So I'm not going to speculate anything about anyone doing something with the bat for Australia, because it's bound to put a cactus in your mouth somewhere along the line. Others can have a go if they want it, but I think a few have got a bit wary of predicting what might happen. So best to shut up and watch the game. Okay, you got that? 3 for 75. They trail by 153. Zerdot runs in and bowls, and it's bouncing outside the off stump. And Smith lets it fly past. You want to make a specky, do you? Hey? We're here tomorrow? We're here on the 5th day?
Yeah, we're here tomorrow.
Yeah?
We're here tomorrow.
And what'll happen? Too hard to tell.
I do think Australia will make Bangladesh bat again. It's just how many runs are going to be required. I think it'll potentially be a tricky little run chase for the Bangladeshis. That's my prediction.
Braddock runs in again, and Smith plays to the offside, into that gap, through cover point, and runs through for a single. His brain's like a computer when he's batting. He knows where to put the ball when he gets the right delivery to collect runs. So that's the end of the over. Corbin Middlemas is going to come in and give you his thoughts and whatever else, and Dizzy's going to tell you a bit more about the highlights of the press conference.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
For 76, the Australians, 152 runs behind in the test, so 228's the magic number. That's what the Australians need to get to just to make Bangladesh bat for a second time. 3 for 76, Smith 22, Green 1. Tajul Islam ready to continue. The left arm finger spinner on his way into Smith, driven, can't break the infield, and it's picked off. Then coming in there and Tanzan Hassan, the century maker, fields of cover. Afternoon, Diz.
Afternoon, Corby, and afternoon to our listeners.
Smith on the leg side, an appeal for caught behind. Not out. Umpire Damasena shakes his head. So Steve Smith just said that Lytton Das waste another one. Time's going to tick out here, and they won't go up.
Gee, do you reckon Steve Smith got in their head a bit there?
Let's see if we can listen to a bit more of this. The conversation stops for now. So Steve Smith was given out earlier in his innings, caught behind, reviewed it straight away, and was overturned. Bangladesh 1 down on their reviews. Tajul Islam bowls outside the off stump, driven by Smith straight to cover. Actually, in that instance, conversation going on in the back of the box about the fact that Smith basically teed it up. So he did the review signal before the umpire had even given him out.
Not quite, because
Smith just bobbles the ball up, defends on the offside, 3 for 76.
Before umpire Damasena's finger went up, he was actually nodding. So I think that's why Steve Smith went because he's nodding that it's out and then put his finger up. So I think that's why Steve Smith reviewed it so quickly.
Islam on his lane again, bowls to Smith, who's forward and driving, breaks the infield this time down to long off for 1. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that front. I wasn't aware of that, but if he hadn't, you would think that that's not that's impacting the umpire's decision.
If if he wasn't nodding, if the umpire wasn't nodding, I'd have to watch it again. That's what I saw. That's what I saw. So,
So he sort of knew that
I would assume he was nodding and then about to raise his finger, and Steve Smith saw that and put the tee up. So.
Cam Green, she doesn't need some runs. 1 off 1, awaits Tajul Islam, and he's just defending forward on the front foot, pushing out towards Tanzit Hassan, who fielded cover. So Smith's 23, Green's 1. We're in the final session. We're about 25 minutes or so after tea on day 3. And the Australians 3 for 77. They are bang up against it here just to make Bangladesh bat again in the test. Weatherall chopped one on, third ball for a duck of Hassan Mahmood. And then Mahmood also got Travis Head for 17 in almost identical fashion. Marnus Labuschagne yorked himself from a ball from Tajul Islam in the previous over that he bowled 31. Labuschagne made. He too is done. So Australia 3 down. Still a long way behind in the test.
They are trailing by 151.
Abidot Hussain starts a new over, bowls to Smith, who square drives, and there's protection back. Just a single with a sweeper on the offside.
There's a lot of scrutiny on the number of Australian batters at the moment, isn't there, Corby? And probably none more so than the man that's about to face up, Cameron Green. Hugely talented player. But I think the whole dialogue is when are we going to see that talent convert into consistency? I think that's the question that a lot of people are asking.
37 tests, average of 32. He's batted everywhere in the lineup in his last 9 test innings. 3, 5, 6, 7 and 8. He's in at 5 here. Abidot to him now, and Green kicks one out on off stump. 3 for 78.
As a player, you want to have a role. You want to be really clear and have that role wherever you bat, whether it's batting at 6, batting at 7. Just knowing that there's going to be some consistency there. Knowing, right, I'm batting at 6. That's my position. I've been given an opportunity to make it my own. And as you said, the last 9 tests, he's batted in a number of different positions, hasn't he? So.
3 for 78. Abidot on his way in, bowls to Green. He lets it pass. We heard a lot yesterday about how the wickets flattened out, and it's ideal for batting. There were only 5 wickets that fell all day yesterday for 255 runs across 86 overs. So it was a sort of an old school classical day of Test cricket. The return of the grind rather than these big gaudy numbers. And I think England in the prime of baseball were scoring over 400 runs in a day, and that certainly wasn't the case yesterday. The Aussies took only 5 wickets for the entire day. Abidot on his way in again here, delivers to Green, who lets it pass. 3 of them were in a 3 of them in a 23-ball span after the second new ball was taken, and outside of that, obviously the century maker held out down to long off, and the only other man dismissed was Mominul Huq, who chased a wide one and nicked off. So you compare that with what's happened with the Australians against the new ball here, and they've had 2 guys chop on trying to cut a ball that's too close to the stumps, and Marnus Labuschagne yorked himself off the spinner.
Basically yorked himself, He's probably tried to hit it too square as well.
3 down already, still 150 behind. Green works it off his thigh pad, just drops it on the onside through mid-wicket for 1. Hassan Mahmood comes up to do the fielding, who's no hat on at the moment. It's not overly sun-smart.
No, not here in the Northern Territory. Maybe he's trying to get his profile out there. A lot of English cricketers do that. When there's TV games, they don't wear hats because they want to promote themselves.
There you go.
Yeah. You can always tell when there's a TV game in county cricket.
And on his way in again, bowls to Smith. Gets a short one, weaves out of the way of it. It's the end of the over. 3 for 76, the deficit 149.
Just before I go, Corbin, you can always tell when there's a TV game in county cricket, because lads all get fresh haircuts, shave, everything, and they never wear hats. So and then if they get out or they're walking out to bat, they don't have their helmet on. They only put it on when they get out there. So the camera follows them. And
helps the marketability.
Marketability, Oh, that's hilarious to watch. Anyway, I'm out.
Away break to it. More from Jason Gillespie throughout the day. Final session on day 3 here at Marara Oval. There were a lot of conversations that we had at Darwin on Tuesday about just how long this test match would go as Tigel Islam starts the new over. Green drives. He's going to get 1 for that. Hand on it from Tanzit Hassan, dived in at cover, just took the pace off the ball, and Taskin Ahmed fielded a more regulation cover position. So 1 more for Green. Moves to 3. Smith's 24, 3 for 80. The Australians. Phil Jaques sits back down. 3 back already. Jaquesy.
Afternoon, Corby. Afternoon, listeners. Yeah, 3 back in the sheds.
Tigel Islam around the wicket. The left arm spinner to Smith, who drives back to the bowler. What did you see from Marnus?
He just missed. He missed a straight one, didn't he? He played over the top of it. Looked like he yorked himself a little bit. Might have been a fraction quicker from the left arm spinner, but it was a disappointing out for him. He'll be devastated with that. He was well set.
Tigel, quicker one on the leg stump, and Smith just calmly noodles it off his pads. Down towards fine leg. He'll get at least 2 for that. I think he wants 3. They decide against it, just the 2. So 3 for 82. Smith to 26. The deficit 146.
And like in a couple of seasons of struggling to get those starts, and you get out for 30, it's nothing more frustrating as well. I'm not out of form, I'm out of runs. I can't get those big scores.
Tigel Islam on his way in again. Smith's back and defending. It's now 23 test matches since his last century. 23 tests. It's over 1,100 days. You have to go way back to the 4th test of the 2023 Ashes series in Manchester, where he got 100 there. And Smith off leg stump tucks it backward with the square leg umpire for 1. So 3 for 83. When you think about the fact we're in the 3rd quarter of 2026, and you've got to go back to midway through 2023. 3 years ago, and 23 test matches since he last got 100. He's been in and out of the team since then. He obviously got dropped and recalled. But it felt like this was a great opportunity on a good deck. He'd done the hard work, got in 31 off 59, and played all over the top of it, out for 31, bowled by the spinner.
Good ball,
Green just defending the same bowler, Tigel Islam, out on the offside. It's the end of the over. Green 3, Smith 27, 3 for 83, the Australians. They need 228, and that's the magic number to remember, just to make Bangladesh bat again.
Yeah, extremely disappointing for Shane. You can tell the class is there, that's the thing. And he's got a history of scoring runs at this level. He averages 40, mid-40s. What is it, 44 he averages in Test cricket? Something along those lines.
Yep, so, 44.
So, that's a class player. That's a good career. However, you look at those numbers and you think, 3 years without 100 for a player that good. It's, he's in need of 100.
Smith defends Abidot Hussain out on the offside, 3 for 83. So if I was to say to you, Labuschagne, Weatherald, Green, who would you be the most concerned about is in immediate danger if you're looking at those guys in the batting lineup?
For me, immediately, without signing a death warrant,
yep.
I'm not a selector, and I don't death right players either. You'd probably say the last one in, Jake Weatherall, just because he doesn't have the runs on the board historically at this level.
Smith on 27, Abidot to him now, and he's defending back down the pitch.
You want to give a new player a decent run, and how long that is the age-old question. It's like how many is enough to know whether that player is going to cut it at this next level or not. But if they're desperate to make a change, it's probably that one right now. And you got a guy that averaged 50 last year in Shield cricket waiting in the wings, and Matt Renshaw, who has opened and done well at this level at stages in the past.
Hussain on his way in again to Smith, who square drives. That's a cracking shot. And away for 4. There's Steve Smith at his best. He moves to 31. 3 for 87, the Australians. The deficit 141.
Nice shot, wasn't it, by Smith? Just lent on it, used the pace, opened the face. Really nice timing. Moves along to 31. It's been a nice touch as well, isn't he, Stephen? He really looks out of form. Class act. The players in the waiting in the wings, you've got a lot of good young players coming through that maybe not quite ready yet. Guys like Campbell Kellaway and Ollie Peake.
Hussain on his lane, Abidot Hussain bowls to Smith, who just turns it off his middle stump straight to mid-wicket.
Sam Constance has played a little bit, but you'd like him to probably go back and do a little bit more in Shield cricket. The ones that are really probably ready to go are Renshaw and Connolly. And then you may be going to guys like McSweeney, who's already had a little taste of it as well. Probably needs to do a little bit more in Shield cricket to come again.
3 for 87. Abidot Hussain pulls out on the runway, so we'll do that all again. So just on Jake Weatherald now, so that's 6 test matches, all of them at home. His total returns now in 12 innings, 224 runs. From 11 completed innings, he's once been not out. So his scores from debut, of course, when he started with the duck over in Perth. Smith awaits Abidot Hussain, and he hits a cut shot very straight. Picks out cover, and you heard Smith's reaction. 3 for 87. Duck 23, 72, 17, 18, 1, 10, 5, 21, 34, 23 and a duck. So he's got some starts there. There's a few numbers sort of in the teens and the early 20s, but just that 1 half century in his first 12 hits. Jake Weatherald with 72. That was his 3rd innings. His 12th innings, which we saw here today, out for a 3rd ball duck. Bowled or LBW 6 times out of his 11 times dismissed.
Yeah, a few chop-ons, a few fall-overs as well, which he's gone away and worked at his game and sort of changed his technique a little bit, his balance and how he stands, but that output's not great reading, is it really?
Smith on 31, again trying to hold it together for the Aussies as he just blocks the ball on the offside. So you can hear the talk there from Linton Das and the Bangladeshi fieldsmen. Understandably, they're up and about. They'll have to bowl one more here, though. So it's a no ball. The call coming from upstairs. Of course, they review every delivery. Overstepping. So make it 3 for 88 and 1 to come in the over.
And the fallout of a loss here, you expect there'd be some sort of fallout.
The other thing, I'm sure they would have been thinking, hey, these are our 12, 13 guys. They're going to get us to Africa. I think if you lose to Bangladesh in the first test at home, and they're just trying to level the series, there's got to be some doubts as to, have you got the right guys for such a big tour? And Smith with a great late cut, threw back the point and away for 4. I'll tell you what, there's no problems with the way Steve Smith's going about it. He's 35 not out, and he stands out in his batting lineup at the moment with the way he's playing. 3 for 92. The team still trails by 136. Smith with Green, who's just arrived on 3, and the Aussies need to dig themselves out of a hole. Steve Smith's got his bat and he's got a shovel and trying to help Australia out of such a predicament. We're in the final session here on day 3 grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's coming in to join Phil Jaques.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
I like that little word picture there from Corbin Middlemas. Steve Smith trying to dig Australia out of this hole. 3 for 92. Jaques, good to see you as Tajul Islam begins a new over to the big Green, who uses that height to lunge down the pitch and drive to the deepish mid-off. Takes a single. 3 for 93.
He's not armed with a shovel either. He's armed with a backhoe. Stephen Smith. It's a big hole.
It is a big hole.
It is a big hole for one man to dig out of. He's going to be there a while if he's got a shovel in his hand, Ben. Long way behind in this game. them, Australia. 135 to even make them bat again.
Tajul Islam bowling to Smith, bat in front of the pad, almost slicing across the ball, playing it out into the covers.
Then they've got to get a lead on a wicket that's still pretty good.
Trailing by 135 at the moment. Broad sunshine here in Darwin at Barara. Tajul Islam bowling again. Smith forcing on the back foot. Down to long off for an easy single again. 3 for 94. Broad blue sky above us. The green of the tropical trees lining the ground. Strong breeze bowling into that Tajul Islam. With a little bit of dip for him. Fans dotted around the outer. Around the wicket again. Tajul Islam full and straight and green driving, but knocked down by the bowler. Lots of fans in the main grandstand enjoying the seats, fanning themselves to keep themselves cool. Those in the outer hiding in the shade out of the warm sun.
There's a steady hum of anticipation, isn't there?
Tajul again down the leg side. A plate, a miss from Green. Well taken by Lytton Das.
Anticipating what are they going to see the rest of this game? Are they going to see rearguard action from Australia? Are they going to see a famous Bangladeshi victory? Are Australia going to capitulate this afternoon?
All of those questions are in play. I feel like we'll get to tomorrow. It's just whether that's enough as Green goes forward on the defensive once more, really smothering the spin of Tajul Islam. 3 for 94. Smith on 36, Green on 4. They trail by 134 to try and make Bangladesh bat again. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. The SMS line 0467920222.
They're going to have to bat until the end of tomorrow to try and win this game, even save this game. It's just, there's a long way to go.
Feels like a long way for Australia to get back into it, doesn't it?
Yeah. And all they can do really is one ball at a time, one over at a time, tick off a couple, 2 or 3 here, get through an hour, get through another half an hour, another hour after that. Just bat some time, and there's no rush. They've just got to occupy. They've got to bring their bowlers back, spell after spell. Every spell becomes a bit easier for the batter. Every spell takes a little bit of confidence out of this Bangladeshi bowling attack as well.
Tuscan back into the attack, bowling here to Smith, back of a length outside the off stump, crabbing across to defend Steve Smith. Goes for a little walk out to square leg. So Tuscan from the Michael Long Learning Centre end of the ground, bowling down breeze.
Every chance and every opportunity, even a half chance, brings a bit of relief for Bangladesh, doesn't it?
It does.
So they need to not only bat some time, but they've got to bat in a way that makes Bangladesh think that a wicket is a long way away. Break their souls, break their hearts a little bit. Test their fitness, test their character, see how much they're prepared to dig deep and get to the bottom of that well.
Smith picking up his bat as Tuscan approaches and bowls, and Smith turns the ball from outside off stump down towards fine leg and just walks through for another single, moving across his crease and turning that line square on the leg side. 3 for 95, Smith on 37, Green on 4. What about earlier on today, Jaques? Did you see when Travis Head got out, chops on, fixed the stumps up, put the barrels back on, then walked off? I think Adam Gilchrist on the pay TV broadcast said he's never seen that before. Have you seen that before?
Not in my lifetime. I've heard of it happening once before, and the batsman not going anywhere.
Oh yeah. They came to watch me bat.
I'm not going anywhere.
2 slips in a gully. Tuscan into Green, who's well forward. Firm defensive stroke down towards mid-off. Our friends from
Travis Head probably had a case to say that as well. They've come to watch him bat as well.
Our friends at The Rest Is History, who we interviewed during the Brisbane Test last year on the Ashes, they did a search for Jack the Ripper. Who was he? They tried to find him and get all of the available information. And there was a theory that it could have been W.G. Grace, that he could have been the man. Taskin bowling again, Green driving through cover point. Caught him square on the offside, and there'll be a couple more for Australia. 3 for 97, Smith along to 37, Green up to 6 with that stroke. So theory being, I think he was medically trained, was he not, Jim? W.G. Grace? Yeah. So he was medically trained. He was a doctor.
He was obviously in town at the times when
he was in town. He was famous, so he could have moved around without arousing any kind of suspicion or arousing any kind of suspicion. So
maybe Jack came to watch him bat as well. He was just a really big fan. Happened to be wherever WG was.
I listened to the series from The Rest Is History, and it was compelling listening. Taskin arrives to bowl, and Green forcing off the back foot. That's a nice stroke. And they'll take at least a couple more, maybe even more than that. They'll turn and come back for a third. Run in by Mominal out of the cover boundary, returns it to the bowler's end. And that will bring up the 100 for Australia. 3 for 100. Green on 9, and Steve Smith at the other end. Just in his own world at the moment on 37 not out.
Very appreciative Darwin crowd as well for Australia bringing up 100. Almost a little bit of a wry clap, wasn't it? Cheer. Happy to see past a milestone, but a long way to go in this game, folks.
Taskin goes into Smith, who's on the crease as he plays his ball from wide of the off stump away into the offside. End of the over, 3 for 100, and the drinks will be run out to Steve Smith. I don't think we're officially having a drink, just a change of gloves and a little sip for Steve Smith. Luca is texting, he says, find yourself a partner who appreciates you as much as Ben appreciates Corbin. There's a bit of bickering that goes on as well, Luca, let me tell you.
They are like an old married couple.
It's not all sunshine and rainbows. There's a bit of bickering, a bit of displeasure from time to time as well.
Very good text.
Tim has texted in, he says, enjoying the coverage. When was the last time Smith scored a century in the second innings of a test? Wikipedia suggests that it was the SCG earlier this year, says Tim, but we'll check that and come back to you, Tim, as we move through. Looks like Haiti Hassan Miraz is going to have a little spin with his off spin here for Bangladesh as well. 3 for 100, the Aussies. Slipping a bat pad, unfurling here to Green. He goes well forward to a very full delivery. Pushing it out into the cover region. Goes for a little walk out to square leg. Gets out of the office.
It's a big stride, isn't it? Big man.
Field spread. There's a deep mid-wicket, a long on, deep point. Haiti bowls again, and Green leaning on an on-drive down the ground. That long on runs around and ensures it's only one. 3 for 101. Green into double figures on 10. Looked pretty short of himself here, Cameron Green, in this second innings. It has to be said, Phil Jaques.
So far, so good. He's 1 to 10. It's uncharacteristic. Poor shot, wasn't it, in the first innings? Long way out in front of himself.
Haiti bowling again on the leg stump, and Steve Smith just goes with it as he turns it around to mid-wicket. All chopped off.
He looked like a man in a hurry, didn't he, in the first innings? Skipper had said that he wanted him to back himself and play positively, and took it very literally.
Smith awaiting the Haiti, gets a full delivery and swats it away. With an unconventional on-drive, somewhere between a whip and an on-drive down to that long-on fielder, Mominal, who returns it to the bowler. Just a single, 3 for 103, the Aussies. 3 for 102. Scoreboard beat me. The Haiti bowling to Green, who goes back and just knocks it away, deflecting it through point, taking the single on offer with the point fielder out in the deep. 3 for 103.
That's good footwork by Green. He got done a little bit in the air there and pressed back quickly, pushed it in the offside. There's a lot of spare real estate out there on the point boundary.
Mahady, an arm ball, a straight delivery to Steve Smith, who plays it very straight back down the pitch. He was up to the challenge. Australia 3 for 103. Smith on 38, Green on 11. Trenton on the Sunshine Coast says East Point Reserve. He missed East Point Reserve, best part of Darwin. This is in relation to my top 10 things to do here in Darwin. And Brad in Alice Springs says the Trailer Boat Club and Crocosaurus Cove dunk tanks are also a good visit. You and Corbin were discussing that earlier on in the trip, and whether you'd be willing to get in there, Jaques. You're not so sure?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I want to be able to drive my car into the shield first, I reckon, just to test it as strong enough. I always said that I'd do that in a great white shark cage as well. I'm just not sure that steel is strong enough. Perspex cases strong enough. They're big animals, aren't they?
2 slips in a gully. Taskin to continue from the Michael Long Learning Centre end of the ground. Passing the umpire and bowling now to Green, who's playing from his crease. Back down towards stumps at the other end. Hits the stumps, and umpire Richard Illingworth called into action to repair them.
Wouldn't be much room to get out if it snuck underneath the shield.
I'm not sure it's for me. I'm happy to look from a distance.
I'm more than happy to admire from the sideline.
Yeah. I was even a bit nervous on the boat when we did the Adelaide River tour.
Thought I was going to eat the boat.
If the boat went down, or
how big was the boat? How big's the boat?
It's pretty big.
Big enough. Bigger than his teeth, or?
Slip in a gully. The point is very close here as well. They got a deep point. Taskin, right arm over the wicket to Green. One that just keeps low. Green defending on the front foot. Flex off his bat to backward point. Story of the day, Bangladesh. They resumed at 6 for 351. A couple of early wickets for the Aussies, and then the 8th wicket partnership between Mahady and Tajul Islam. It was 46 runs, and Mahady was just able to farm the strike and frustrate the Australian bowlers. Reached lunch at 8 for 417. So 2 for 66 in the morning session. Green awaiting again, flexing at the knees. As Taskin bowls to him now, wide of the off stump, shouldering arms through to Lytton Das. Josh Hazlewood was able to join the list of great Australian quicks, the 9th Australian bowler to 300 Test wickets, and then Bangladesh all out for 426, 228 behind. Australia 228 behind on the first innings, and then this second innings for the Aussies. Jake Weatherald out for naught, and Travis Head out for 17. Short time ago, Marnus Labuschagne dismissed for 31. Taskin to Green, and he lets it pass through to Das. 3 for 103, the Aussies trailing by 125.
It's a proper test match arm wrestle, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah. Two batters trying to form a partnership. That partnership now up to 30. And it needed to be a significant one for Australia's fortunes to be a favourable one. They're really digging in. Bangladesh are in the grind as well. This area's inconsistent.
Green awaiting Taskin, who's arriving now and bowling wide of the off stump again. Through to the keeper it goes. Green very unmoved. A few SMSs have rolled through, Jaques, about Matty Renshaw and where he's at in the pecking order. I think you might have even mentioned his name. Someone who could come in. Rick Finlay has run the numbers. Last 24 months in first-class cricket, 995 runs at 37, plus a score of 8 in another first-class match for Australia. So first numbers were in the Shield, and then another first-class match for Australia 8. Taskin goes into Green, forces him to defend this ball. A little straighter from Taskin on the off stump.
So what was the period there, Callum?
24 months.
Yeah. So last year, he averaged 50.
Yeah.
Chill. So
clear uptick there and a spike that suggests he's rediscovered his best, you think?
Yeah, I think so. And there was a little bit of... It was a bit up and down that year before, and probably even the year before that. He was shifted around the order a little bit at Queensland in the middle order. And up to the top, and he's found a home back at the top, and I think that's where he's at his best, is opening the batting. When he plays with discipline and he has that ability to do that, he can be a long-term opener for Australia. He needs to not worry so much about strike rate.
Mahady bowling here to Smith, who again is playing forward to the off-spin here of Mahady and bunting it out to the offside. 3 for 103.
As a young player, he was really disciplined.
Yeah.
And he made big hundreds and could bat days, which is what this team needs with no Usman Khawaja in the side anymore.
Mahady bowling to Smith and just deflects off his pad, backward a square on the leg side.
They're actually crying out for an anchor, aren't they?
Yeah.
Somebody that can bat time and make big hundreds, and he's one player in the country that can do that.
Mahady goes in again to Smith, who's defending back down the pitch, lunging forward. Just drawing up here a little bit of run scoring for the moment for the Aussies. Das goes down. Bowling again is Mahady, and Smith just whipping it away to that mid-wicket fielder. Putting a little bit of pressure here, Bangladesh. Got a deep point, a long on, a deep mid-wicket. Catch up close to the wicket on the onside. Mahady bowls again. Smith goes back, whips it away, and on the bounce, well fielded by that man I was just speaking about. Shabman Islam in there, fielding about a pitcher's width away, 3/4 of the way down the strip, back towards the bowler. Mahady unfurls. Smith goes down the track and knocks it away wide of Shabnam this time, and will take a single down to long on. Smith on to 39, 3 for 104, the Aussies.
It's an Australia A tour coming up as well. India, is that right, Ben?
There is. So I think that's in September, October, because the talk is around possibly taking players out of the ODIs in South Africa to go to India instead, so that they can get experience ahead of the February Test tour there.
Yeah, and that's just before South Africa as well.
Yeah,
so
before the Test series in South Africa.
Probably the only cricket you're going to be able to select from. So that'll be a fascinating precursor if Australia do lose here and they don't make many changes for Mackay, because if there's not a dominant performance in Mackay, there's going to be a lot of calling for some change before South Africa.
Taskin to continue from the Michael Long Learning Centre end. Bustles past the umpire, bowls out of Smith, who's standing up on his toes and turning it towards square leg, and easily they get through for one. Cameron Green put in the dive. He thought he was in trouble. There was a bit of work being done there by Tanzit, but he couldn't quite take it cleanly, Tanzit, and had a little knock on, as Jim Maxwell would say, in his beloved rugby league.
Rugby league.
Rugby league, as PVL calls it. 3 for 105. Green needs a new pair of gloves after the dive. Has a change there. Where do you stand on Australia not playing a tour match before the Test series against India? Is that a concern for you, Jaques?
Massively.
Yep.
In Indian conditions, that's huge. It's so different.
We lambasted England for not playing a tour match when they came to Australia last year. And we're going to do the same thing.
I don't think there's any substitute for games. But if they're not going to play games, they need to spend some time in the country.
Taskin, right arm over the wicket to Green, who's deflecting, gliding. That put a point for an easy one again. On to 12. 3 for 106. Smith on 40 and Green now on 12.
It's Australia to India is a massive difference. It's more of a difference than England to Australia.
Yeah.
takes so much longer to adapt to Indian conditions than it does to, Australia to England. Australia to England, it's probably harder to come from Australia to English conditions in that it seems a bit more and it's a bit slower. But yeah, to India, wow, that's a big call.
Yeah. Particularly when you look at the fact that there's basically a fortnight between the first test in Nagpur and the last test, the New Year's test against New Zealand here in Australia. So there's not an awful lot of time. If they're going to do some kind of training camp, which is how they've done it under Andrew McDonald, whether that is going to be enough for them is going to be a watch. Smith flexing as Taskin comes in and bowls wide of the off stump. Smith, no interest in that, turns and walks away.
Maybe I'll take a big squad and play something in-house. And just have a bigger group of players there.
Even then, is that going to get it done?
Well, at least you know the quality of the opposition, and you know you're going to get a good quality game. When you go to a different country, you don't know what the quality of the opposition is going to be.
Yeah.
You don't know what the conditions are going to be like. I mean, India will not produce a spinning wicket for a trial game ever in their lives, so you're not going to get it anyway.
Taskin, a little false start. Walk. Steve Smith is unhappy. If you'd never believe it, something or someone around the side screen, there's a bin bag that is blowing along in front of the side screen. Like your black rubbish bag. Where does that come from? Someone was changing a bin bag and it's been blown away, and Steve Smith said, "What's that doing over there?"
Caught the corner of his eye. Great concentration.
Can Bangladesh find a breakthrough? They find this fourth wicket. Taskin's trying here to Smith, who squared up slightly, a thickish outside edge, but along the ground, very controlled. Out into the deep, through backward point for one more for Stephen Peter Devro Smith. 3 for 107, he's on 41.
That's the only argument for no trial game, is that you're probably not going to get a spinning wicket anyway. Yeah, if you actually go and play a trial game. So, what is the actual benefit of it? Is it just to get out and play some cricket out in the temperature? Get used to that aspect of it, because it's probably not going to be the same conditions anyway.
Green whacking away, looking down the pitch as Taskin bowls to him. And, I think that's hit the stumps. He's got an inside edge, and it's ricocheted away down to the boundary, but it's certainly made an awkward sound, whether it's flicked a bat and hit the stumps on the way through as well. It's gone to the rope, we know that, but I think that might have hit the woodwork, and the bails have stayed on.
Well, is that the fortune that Cam Green needed? It made an awful thud, didn't it? Like a bail that jumped.
There was an inside edge onto his thigh pad. It went close to the leg stump. I don't know if it has hit the stumps on the way through. It made a weird sound in our effects, Mike.
Yeah, I think it was his inside leg rather than the bails, but it wasn't far away, was it?
That was very nearly curtains for Cameron Green.
Strike of fortune. Cam Green, doesn't he need that right now?
3 for 111. Taskin bowling to Green, who's getting more bat on this one as he's pushing out to cover point. 3 for 111, Smith on 41, Taskin on 16. Green on 16. The end of the Taskin over. Corbin Middlemas is coming in.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Well called by Ben. Did hit the stump on the way through. We just saw the replay from Snicko that there was a spike as the ball went past the leg stump. So there's definitely some kind of contact and noise there as he articulated on the way through. So 3 for 111, the Aussies. Corbin Middlemas alongside Xavier Doherty, who steps in. Haiti Hassan Miraz on the way in and bowls in at the thigh pad of Smith, who turns it straight to mid-wicket.
There's something you see in the short format, Corbin, the bails not come off when you
when you've got the battery and the heavy bales. We've got the old-fashioned wooden bales here.
Betty on his way in, poles on leg stump again and turned away by Smith along the ground a bit wicket. 3 for 111, 117 the deficit. So the Aussies need another 117 from here just to make Bangladesh bat again. Partnership up to 38, Green on 16. Nervy moment in the previous over. Smith looking in control as again he just turns straight to mid-wicket. So we've got plenty of noise.
There is. It's piercing my ears. How do I turn that down? Can I turn that down? Oh, my goodness.
Good ball,
Smith forward and just prods in front of the non-striker.
That's fine. That's fine. Cool. I can deal with it. I'm pushing through. Is
that better?
Yeah, thank you. They're up and about, aren't they? It's fantastic.
4 dot balls. Mehdi Hussain Miraz on his way in and Smith again forward defending.
Bowling Miraj.
3 men out so far. Hassan Mahmood got both the openers. They both chopped on, almost identical dismissals. Head for 17, Weatherald for a duck. And a maiden for Mehdi as Smith just prods forward and pushes back to the bowler. Meanwhile, Tajul Islam, he picked up the wicket. Marnus Labuschagne went for 31. He was bowled. Yorks himself.
Beautiful piece of bowling call. That's one thing you can see from side on is the pace of the ball, and no doubt that like an arm ball or something just sort of pushed more out the front of the hand, came out. Not extremely, an extreme change in pace, but just a couple of Ks quicker, and as you say, it snuck under the bat of Marnus Labuschagne and onto the stumps, and he was actually a little bit late on it. So some really good left arm off spin.
Cloud in the sky, sun shining. Bangladesh well on top in the test match. The Aussies already 3 down. Still with another 117 to get to make the tourist bat again. As Tuscan bowls in at the middle stump and tucked away by Green down to deep backward square for a single. I know you're a big listener to the ABC Cricket Podcast. Your former state teammate Ed Cowan joins me every Monday as we pick apart all the topics in the cricketing world.
Enjoyed last week's.
I knew you did.
Well, this week's. Where are we? Saturday, aren't we? Yeah, earlier this week, yeah.
There's a couple of topics in particular which grabbed your attention.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to play a few of them out here on air with you now. It's Tuscan Ahmed on his way in again. The northern end of the ground, the Michael Long centre end. Bowls to Smith. Chops down on one out to backward point and picked up. Man jumping out of the gully and Mehdi Hussain Miraz. So Ed did pose a question last week.
Yep.
In this potential 21 test odyssey, as it was dubbed, which is a fancy word for adventure that Australia is going to go on over the next 21 tests.
Which includes these two. South Africa away. Home New Zealand.
Yep.
Away India. World Test final, potentially.
Or Sesquicentennial Test.
Okay, yep. Sorry, yeah, of course.
World Test Championship final.
And then the Ashes.
And then 5 against England in the Ashes. Smith on strike. He's driving on the hop out towards cover point. No run, so 41 for Smith. 3 for 112, the Australians. How many players will Australia have represent the test team across that period? So how many players will be used by George Bailey and the selectors during the next, 21 tests?
And your answer, your initial answer, I think, was in the teens, wasn't it?
Was way too low.
15? No.
I think I was 17.
17.
And then I readjusted to 20.
And Ed went 22, didn't he?
I think we said over or under 21, and I took the unders.
Yeah.
And he took the overs.
He's gone 22.
It's Tuscan on the way in, and Smith gets jammed up, almost a French cup, as the ball squirts between his legs and rolls away. Litton Dash jumps out from behind the stumps to retrieve it, so 3 for 112, the Australians. I feel like I'm unders.
I think so. Yeah. I think at 20, well, there's a very good chance that by the end of this series that we're going to see at least one, maybe two changes in this, depending on how these quicks pull up.
So that gets us
at 13, 2 tests in. The
two that I probably forgot off the top of my head was Kuhneman and Murphy in India. So immediately that's tack two more on.
Well, you've got Murphy. You got Murphy going to India.
Taskin pushes Smith back and turned away on the onside.
Rockacholi. No?
Right.
Has he not overtaken? He's a Perth boy. I thought he'd be in his camp. No?
I feel like they've been preparing Murphy for a long period of time. But they did the same thing with Marcus Harris. He was getting prepared for a long period of time, and
you haven't taken that well either.
When it became time that we needed another batsman, he was no longer the guy. So maybe the same thing.
Exactly right. So there's two. There are going to be two spinners to come and accompany Nathan Lyon.
The whole idea in investing down this path and picking teams that are suited for the subcontinent, and they've been pretty consistent with it, as Taskin's on his way in, bowls to Smith, that foot drive back to the bowler and fielded on the follow through. It's the end of the over, 3 for 112 the Australians. They trail the test by 116. And in fact, the over's not yet done. It's a no ball, as Richard Illingworth signals that, so make it 3 for 113. I was thinking we're going to try and get away from the era where we just, time to go to the subcontinent, let's pick the next spinner, let's rotate through everyone that hasn't had multiple journeys and multiple trips to the subcontinent. So the whole idea was India last time, A tours, Sri Lanka, and be able to give guys like Murphy and Kuhneman and these guys multiple trips there to be able to get that experience. So it's not that it's a straight pick Rockacholi or Murphy. As Taskin's on his way in, bowls to Smith, and he just plays it back for a drive out the mid-on, and now it's the end of the over. 3 for 113, the Australians. Isn't it more about the core group that goes together multiple times to hopefully achieve something, rather than just a lightning bolt? Let's hope we can do it as a one-off, having done very little preparation collectively for it in 4 years.
Yeah, well, it's a great point, isn't it? But also, when you come to that point, those players need to be in form and have built a case. You can't just handpick them because they've been before. And whether they've played a lot or performed in those conditions, they probably get a bit of a leg up. But they've got to be fit. They've got to be in form. They've got to be playing their role and
the best. So they're both off spinners.
Yeah.
They're different?
Yeah, I think they are.
Meddy's on his way in, bowls to Green, who jams down on one to cover, picked up by Mushfiqur Rahim and zips it in. Single taken, Smith gets back to strike, Green to 18.
They are, subtly, I think. I see Murphy as someone who, I think you might have described him the other day, as more a skidder, and more someone who sort of attacks the stumps a little bit more, and Rockacholi sort of attacks and he's up and over. He's a tall man and gets some, they both get some good revs on the ball.
Smith turns it straight to mid-wicket.
So suddenly different. Maybe that comes into it when they think, if we are going to play two off spinners, two guys spinning it the same way, and Kuhneman maybe, or whatever the makeup might be, do we need someone different?
Smith throws the hands at it and drives through cover point for one. There's protection back on the boundary. Tajul Islam, 42 for Smith, 18 for Green, 3 for 115.
So we had those two spinners. So that takes us up to 15. The three tests in South Africa are within the space of 3 weeks, aren't they? So that's going to be a huge ask. And they might go with the same couple that potentially may or may not come in next week.
Heading to Green, and again just defends out to mid-off.
But it's a big ask for 3 quicks in there, 4 quicks in the mid to late 30s to play back-to-back tests or 3 on bounce.
Green reaching forward again and just defends on the offside. So who's the 5th best quick in the country?
I was just looking through my list here, Cool. It's a great question. Where's Doggett at? Is he injured? I don't know. We're sort of out of season a little bit because I sort of haven't stretched my research that far on where players are at and injuries, and it's such a common part of being a fast bowler.
Green, it's a thick edge. It runs away where the gully would be, and first it jumps back out in much more sharp toe to retrieve it. Single taken. Green to 19. Smith 42. 3 for 116. The Australians. Drinks are about to be taken here at Marara Oval.
So I've got a list here. Nessa at the top. He's been ruled out of that one. Whether he comes back in or not, I'm not so sure. But I'm assuming someone will be added next week. Boland will be next man in, but given the workload of these guys,
that they will add another name to this list, given that they didn't replace Nessa when he pulled out last week.
Yep. So who that is, and then we're into the likes of
Nathan McAndrew, guys that we probably haven't seen as much of.
Yep.
Riley Meredith. Xavier Barlow, who's played a bit of short form cricket.
Yep.
Sean Abbott, someone who started in the Ashes squad and had to pull out before a ball was bowled with injury. Is he still in the frame? I think all these guys at some stage will be in squads, and now that I think they'll take 2 or 3 extras to South Africa with them just in case. So I think pretty quickly, without getting too far ahead, you're up to 16, 17 before you've even reached Australia this summer.
It is drinks midway through the final session here. Australia 3 for 116. Smith's on 42. Green is not out on 19. All right, we'll just pause here for a moment with drinks on the field.
I don't know what I'm going to find here. Discover a vault filled with all the cases, all the crime. What's dangerous?
You don't trust anyone.
Shetland, The Capture, Treasure and Dirt, and so many more.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Stream now on ABC iView. ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
And he's bowled him. He's pitched it up and he's bowled him. So there you go. That's a big wicket. He played all over that pitched up delivery. And Labuschagne, who looked to be on stride for a score, is out for 31.
Abidot Hussain on his way again to Smith, who square drives. That's a cracking shot. And away for 4. There's Steve Smith at his best. Smith with a great late cut. Threw back with point and away for 4. I'll tell you what, there's no problems with the way Steve Smith's going about it. He's 35 not out. And he stands out in this batting lineup at the moment with the way he's playing.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
It is drinks halfway through the final session on day 3. Australia 3 for 116. The target is 228. Again, that's not to win. That is to make Bangladesh bat for a second time. 13 into the match. 3 for 116, the Australians, with Smith on 42 and Green on 19. What we've witnessed so far in the Australian innings, they only got the chance to have a hit halfway through, or 25 minutes more so into the second session on day 3. Weatherald got a third ball duck. He dragged one back onto the stumps off Hassan Mahmood. Travis Head went in exactly the same fashion. Chopped on for 17 against the same bowler, Mahmood, who now has 8 wickets for the Test match. And Marnus Labuschagne looks well settled on 31 before he essentially yorked himself against the left-arm finger spinner, Tajul Islam, and he was out on that score for 31. Smith's looked superb most of the way through, so he's 42 not out. Green on 19. Much earlier today, Josh Hazlewood took the last 4 Bangladesh wickets after they resumed with a lead of 153. And they were able to build that up to 228. Hazlewood 6 for 89. Also picked up his 300th wicket in the process. So well on to Josh Hazlewood, becomes the 9th Australian to that mark. Just on Rick Finlay's numbers too. So if you look at how the guys have got there to bowling average and age on reaching 300 wickets. So Glenn McGrath, the best average getting there, so 21.7 was his average. Pat Cummins 22, Dennis Lilly 22.9, Shane Warne 23.5, Josh Hazlewood at 24. So Hazlewood right in the middle of him in there,
doesn't it?
Yep, that's pretty impressive. So Stark did it at an average of over 27. Mitchell Johnson likewise, Lee at 30 and Lyon at 31. So brought on to Josh Hazlewood out of the 9, the 5th. Best average of the guys to get the 300 wickets.
Yeah, it's an amazing effort, isn't it, Corbin? Yeah, that really does tell a tale, doesn't it? So much talk about Josh Hazlewood and more around his injury and being able to get through games and get through series, but the quality you just can't deny. When he is fit and he is firing, the argument with Boland, it's a little unfair because Scott Boland has done absolutely everything every time he gets the chance, but it just says, those numbers just suggest how good Josh Hazlewood has been and still is.
Corbin, Middlemas, Xavier, Doherty. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Jim Maxwell, Ben Cameron, Jason Gillespie, Phil Jaques, your call team. Flip it then, the conversation we were having before drinks.
Yeah.
Who's going to be there at the end?
I didn't come up with a number. I think it's going to be 20 plus.
20 plus.
I'm with Ed.
Yep.
If Ed's at 22, I think that, or maybe a few more, because we haven't even considered injuries in that. You know, you sort of get to 20 just with tactics and makeups of squads and whatever.
Here's Hassan Mahmood on his way in again. He bowls to Green. Starts a new spell, and Green gets a straight ball. He's able just to work in front of the square leg umpire for a single. So Green's calmly got to 20. Sort of put a bit of focus on Jake Weatherald, who missed out, and Marnus Labuschagne, who looked really good for his 31 before he was out. But Cam Green, who's under a fair bit of pressure too, has got to 20 without too much concern here. He did have that inside edge that Ben called 20 minutes ago that grazed the leg stump on its way down to the boundary line on a thick inside edge. Sorry, he grazed the leg stump.
Leg stump, yeah. I wasn't listening.
Wasn't that? Yeah. Mahmood as he bowls to Smith, who square drives. It's a nice shot. And there's a sweeper back and an easy single. Smith just walks it through, moves to 43.
It's certainly been the most settled period, hasn't it? Since Green's come to the crease. You know, you mentioned that there was the near miss, 4 or 5 overs ago past the leg stump. But even with Marnus at the crease, it was a little chaotic. You sort of still felt like, anything could happen at any stage, and it still might. Of course, that's the way the game's played. But it just feels like this little partnership here, the half an hour, 40 minutes, it would have settled the dressing room down a little bit. They've still got a big deficit to wipe off here. 110, they still trail by, and they still have to bat with that in the back of their mind. They don't have the luxury that Bangladesh have of being in front in the game and sort of taking the game on. Not that they did, but they had that luxury knowing they were in front, whereas Australia are going to constantly bat here with that pressure hanging over them.
Hassan Mahmood on his way in again, bowls to Green, who lets it go. This is currently their equal second best partnership in the test. So 45, which the only other 45-run partnership, or the other 45-run partnership they had was for the first wicket in the first innings when they were none for 45, and then Weatherald was out. And the only partnership that bettered it was Carey and Smith, who took the score from 4 for 74 to 5 for 129. So 55 is the best partnership the Australians have had. At the moment, it's 45 unbroken for the fourth wicket in the second innings. Still trailing the test match by 110. Hassan Mahmood in again, outside the off stump, and Green lets the ball go. The tail's back in towards him. Who's still standing at the end of the Ashes? X?
So who's playing the fifth test of the Ashes, Corb?
Yep.
That's the question. Travis Head's playing.
Yep.
You're talking about locks, 100% lock, like from now. Who am I going to pick? Because I've been so good at that this week.
Guaranteed.
Head will be there. Marnus will be there.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
You're writing this down. Yeah, put it in your diary. Smith will be there. Carey will be there.
Yep.
What am I up to? 4?
Yep.
Cummins will be there.
Yep. Hassan Mahmood on his way in again, bowls to Green, who just defends the ball out on the offside.
And Stark will be there. 6?
6.
I've got 6 locks.
I think that's more than Ed and I had. I don't think we had 6 locks.
God, you're miserable, you two, ain't you?
I know. Maybe that's part of it. I think only maybe Marnus was the one we didn't have. I think the other ones kind of picked themselves. Head and Carey for sure. And Smith, that's going to be his decision at some point. And I think Stark and Cummins, when you think about that.
In saying that, like it's not putting a line through Webster or Line or Hazel. Just like you just don't know. Like if you're trying to forecast that far ahead.
Hassan Mahmood, last ball of the over, bowls to Green, who just jams down on a ball out for cover point, and that is the end of the over. I'll let you pick this up with Jim Maxwell, who's about to come in next. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Spin, and he's using his feet and punching it to mid-wicket or thereabouts, but not getting it on. Steve Smith has played with great skill, efficiency and control. He's
just picking the bowling off so far as he wants. He faces the off and he goes back and just dabs it down on the onside. He's 43, Green 20. 3 for 118. Still 110 needed by Australia to make Bangladesh bat again. They were all out earlier in the day for 426. Yeah, tosses up. He's pushed away by Smith down the onside of the pitch. The Budgery guys out there, listen to him all. Here he comes up once more and he drives powerfully down towards Tanson, Taxon at mid-off. Looking to get past him on the extra cover side. He didn't quite nail it as he wanted to. He's watching as the offie goes in again. He's back and behind it. Mahidi playing it down the pitch. Certainly very quickly bowled over.
It is.
Yep.
You're doing a good job here, Jim. I'll stay out of it.
There's a very straight long on in place here as well as he leans and watches and punches out to the onside. Slight fumble, pick up recovery and a dot to finish the over. A maiden over. 3 for 118. Both openers played on and Cameron Green almost did the same.
Well done, Jim. That was a very quick over. He pulled the 6 balls in about 90 seconds there. The over rate at level, which is something you don't see very often in the landscape of Test cricket. They are flying through the overs here. The quicks don't have long run-ups. The spinners bowl them quickly, and they haven't had to fetch that many from the boundary. So the game's moving along, over rate-wise at least.
Now, pace bowling continues down at the top end as Cameron Green comes forward to Hassan Masoodi. Throws the stump stand from cover there, and at the non-striker's end, you could hear that. Boom. But the ricochet didn't produce any runs, nor the hit, a dismissal. They weren't going anywhere.
Now, you're sitting at the back of the box there, and I heard you taking it all in, Jim.
I'm listening.
What did you think? Are we being
about
who's going to be who's left standing in 20 tests time out of this Australian team?
Well, the question is who'll be retiring and who'll be injured retiring and who'll just lose form and get pushed out.
That's right.
That's the first bit. It's pushed away by Cameron Green on the rise. Hassan has taken the 2 top wickets, 2 for 20. I'm trying to think of the peripheral players that might come into play here.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be any obvious fast bowling outside Boland and Nisa beyond the group we've seen here. Have you found any others?
I've just got some shell. Fergus O'Neill's one that keeps coming up. I'm not sure. He's someone he bowls in the mid to high
pace
20s. Yeah, that's right. You need the pace in England.
Bowlers, quick and well.
I think you'll get an opportunity at some stage. And Nathan McAndrew is someone who's had a back-to-back Shield seasons, who I think can't be far away.
He's a smoky, yes. And as he goes back and across here, Smith has scored a lot of runs between deep cover and backward point. And he scores another single. He's 44, 3 for 120. So who are your smokies with?
Well, I think Michael Nessa will play Test cricket again, and I don't think he'll have, whether it's sooner or later, they'll call upon him in the next 12 to 14 months. Jai Richardson, someone who...
Where's your under 30 fast bowlers? Where's your Graham McKenzie from 1961? Your Dizzy Gillespie when he first came on the scene? We need a fast young bowler. DK Lilly. In he goes. He bowls the ball on the length and it's pushed back down the pitch.
Well, the real young ones. Vidler.
Where's Vidler? Is he fit?
Is he fit?
Is he playing?
I'm not sure. He's well, like I said, we're a bit out of season. I'm not sure on where everyone's at with their form and fitness. He certainly grabbed the attention last year, didn't he? He did. There was something about him.
In the immediate sense, things are a bit uncertain because no cricket's being played.
No, that's right.
Around this. And that means whatever happens here in Mackay is going to point us towards who goes to South Africa, I guess. as he rushes in and bowls, and it's punched away wide of mid-on for a quick single well run by Cameron Green, who's 22, and it's 3 for 121. It's interesting to look around at those who have performed and have got some previous opportunity. I notice on the list people like Constance Curtis Patterson,
McSweeney. I like McSweeney's cricket. He was sort of...
Yep, well, we were talking about him before, and given his good form with Northants this year.
Probably I'd love to see him come into the middle order rather than just thrown at the top, and that was brutal to watch him have to contend with Bumrah.
He goes rushing up to Smith, who guides it on the hop to backward point in the gully. It's fielded there. I think one of Australia's big problems pushing ahead is to find an opening partnership.
Yep.
And I'm not sure that Travis Head is the answer longer term.
No, perhaps not.
On certain days and certain conditions,
does the job, and if he's got, and his job probably gets easier with someone at the other end helping him out a little bit, but it seems to be all on him. But we'll see how that one pans out. I'm off, Jim.
You take your book and go and look at the last race at Morfettville. You might find a winner. So spin will continue here, and the bloke alongside me was spinning it out earlier in the day. Were there any good jokes? What came out of your discussion with the media? Nothing controversial?
Evening, Jim, and evening to our listeners. Nothing controversial.
Nothing about dancing or holding hands?
No, nothing.
No advice?
Things.
No advice? Forward goes Mahidi, pushed away firmly by Green down the ground for a single. He's 23. 3 for 122.
There are a few questions about coaching, whether I would ever come over to Bangladesh to coach.
You don't want to be a bus driver, do you?
No, I don't want to be a bus driver, Jim. So I politely declined.
Do you want to coach?
At the moment, I'm really enjoying what I'm doing here with ABC. And I'm dipping my toe into the franchise world from a coaching perspective. I'm enjoying that.
He tosses up to Smith. He pushes back. He's caught and bowled. He's hit it in the air. He didn't have control, and the Bangladeshi boys are full of excitement and embrace, slapping their backs, carrying on. Wow, that is a huge wicket in the context of this game, because Smith is the one fella who looks like he can play the big knock, and he's out for 44. Yes, Steve Smith, caught and bowled, just miscued as he leant forward, and it was caught by Mahidi diving away to his right. It wasn't a very difficult catch, but he made sure of it as he moved away to his right, and that's the 4th wicket down for Australia. Ooh, they're getting into muddy waters. 4 for 122.
Yeah, I think Steve Smith, the lack of turn from Mahidi was the thing that did Steve Smith in there. He's looking to work it through to the leg side off the front foot. Just almost not quite a leading edge, but it was probably the outside half of his bat. As we've got the benefit of the replay here, Jim, and he's looked to maybe just try and hit that a bit square, and it's a good piece of bowling and an excellent catch from the bowler. Well done.
If any young spinners are watching that, it'll make you realise that you don't have to turn the ball to get people out. That was dead straight. It stopped a little perhaps, but Smith was just early on the stroke.
That's right.
It wasn't as if it turned between bat and pad or did anything miraculous. What you need is flight.
Exactly
Bishan
right.
Beatty was the king of flight. Did you ever see him bowl?
Oh, I did, absolutely.
Ooh, what a beautiful bowler.
Bishan Beatty, absolutely brilliant.
This fella's pretty handy. He takes a lot of wickets. And
he's a very good bowler.
Got a caught and bowled, and so there we go. We've got a bit of excitement coming your way now, because Carey's out there, and he can play, of course, but 4 down, still another 106 needed. He bowls around the wicket to him, and Carey's back, and he pushes out towards mid-wicket, and we've still got just under an hour of play tonight, and Australia Sticky spot, this one.
How quickly is Alex Carey going to pull out the sweep shot?
Well, as long as it's not the reverse sweep and he loses his poles. That one worries me sometimes. Perhaps more with a white than a red.
He sweeps early, though. Even in long-form cricket, he does, if he comes out to face spin, he does look to sweep quite early.
My young son was saying to me yesterday about Carey, though, he gets cleaned up a lot by the quicker bowlers, just getting a bit of seam back into him. They go right through him every now and then. The other day when he was looking set, he got out like that. Now what's going on here?
Not sure this.
Oh, it's the equipment's coming out. A box, a helmet, shin pads for the short leg fielder. This is the incentive to make him sweep.
I think so. I think you want him to sweep.
Yeah.
Especially if he bowls it's not really turning.
Yes. Well, Smith couldn't do much of that one. There was no DRS involved.
No.
He weren't for turning as he hit it. It went straight back down the sort of on side of the stumps, just away to the right, and then two hands he dived across and took the catch. So the short leg is in, and Mahidi bowls, and back goes Carey, punches it away past the bowler, and why on earth that little fella's back down there when a new batsman's at the crease to give him an easy single, I don't know, but Carey's got one.
Modern game, Jim.
What is it about the modern game? And some of the strategy around field placing, I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the new batter in, you want to keep them. You want to get as many deliveries as you can to them, and not give them the easy singles. Make them do something that they're not comfortable doing.
Some old mantras live forever. If you can keep a bloke on naught for as long as possible, he can get himself out. Keep him on naught. Don't give him a Christmas present with an easy single. Now, Mahidi bowls, and he's leading forward thick, inside edge around the corner. No chance to score. Green is 23. There's a lot of excitement, as you can hear, out there. Yeah, it's become a garden party for the fielders. They're chatting away and hitting a pretty good length consistently as Smith. Green is back and forces the ball away out to deep cover. And man back there, and a single results. And that will be the end of the over. Mahidi 1 for 10 from 6. 4 for 124. Carey 1. Green 24. Smith just out for 44. Australia still need 104 to make Bangladesh bat again.
That was in the context of this game, in the context of this evening's session. That was a huge wicket for the Bangladesh team. Huge wicket.
Now we're going to have pace bowling from the scaffold end of the ground, as I call it, because I don't see any name on that stand. I see a lot of glass and some aluminium and...
It's the Michael Long Centre.
It's a non-event building, I got to say. Nothing attractive. The way he goes to drive here off Hassan Mahmood. A nice stroke wide of mid-off, and they sprint off for a single. Function. I think that's what we call that sort of building. Yeah, functional. All you need is a bit of aluminium and glass and maybe a few things to hold the joint together, and away you go. It's not going to win the beauty prizes, architecture awards, but I'm sure it's keeping people happy. Who's in there at the moment anyway? No one.
I'm actually not sure.
I don't think they're there either. I don't think there's anyone there. So it's obviously got a purpose, but not on match days when the cricket's being played. Now, Carey on strike. This will be interesting if he can nip one or two off this surface. He runs into Carey forward and defends back down the pitch. He's on 1. 4 for 125. We're in the 39th over. Remembering that Bangladesh was bowled out for 426. And that was a lead of 228. Now, there's a bit of hither and thithering with the field placing. And Hussain is pushed back now from point to deep point. The Travis Head spot covering the boundary. And he rushes in again. Hassan Masood. And Carey just pushes it down the pitch. Yeah, we've been having a little chat here and there and around it all about the likely Australian Test cricketers in the months ahead.
Yeah, I heard you and X having a discussion about that from the back of the box, Jim.
Well, it's tricky to analyse it when they're not playing. They're playing in England or something, or some franchise on the North Pole, but no. Hassan runs in again and bowls a ball. It's driven check drive to cover from Carey. So we're not quite into the swing of cricket. So I was saying that this morning at breakfast, I was sort of tacking it in my phone. Now, where's Eastern Suburbs playing this? Oh, no, they're not playing yet. That's a couple of months away. It's not quite the feel of the cricket season as much as there is the feel of Test cricket.
How are Eastern Suburbs looking for season 26-27, Jim?
It's hard to say. They had one of their better seasons throughout the club last year. Yeah, club championship, won a limited overs competition in first grade. And as he rushes in again and Carey's back and across and behind and away to the offside. But East was number 2 in Australia in terms of the number of cricketers playing for a club. The Valleys is so far ahead of everyone else in Australia. They've got about 1,100 players. I'm talking about from the juniors right through.
Oh, wow.
We're about 600-700, I suppose. But a lot of clubs split the operation of their grade teams and their juniors. But we don't, and quite a few try to do the same thing. So those numbers have been very good, and that's important. But keeping young guys in the game once they get to about 30, if they're not playing first grade, they tend to say, well, you know, I'm going somewhere else to play nothing. As he bowls in. And on the rise, it's taken away by Carey. Punches it through the covers. They take one and they go back for 2. It's not like the good old days when fellas hung around playing. There are a few. 5th grade at the age of 50. It's pretty rare these days, even 35. 2 to Carey. He's 3. It's the end of the over is 4 for 127.
Well, I remember when throughout my whole career, I always said I would go back and play grade cricket for years after. I wanted to play till I was.
Well, you could have played as a batsman after 2006.
So once I retired from first class cricket, my interest levels just dropped off. I did actually captain our B grade for a season for Adelaide Cricket Club.
Did you bowl?
I bowled. I just bowled first change, just off a couple of steps. But I was there mainly it was a young group, so I was there mainly to be the leader. So I batted about 7, I think, and just bowled a few overs.
Now, Mahidi bowls and it's punched away off the back foot down the ground. They sound like the good old days of 19th century county cricket when the captain was the amateur who batted at 8 or 9, maybe bowled a couple of overs during the season, and just,
basically
move the field around a bit.
On-field coach almost.
Yeah.
Captain coach.
Yeah. That was the nature of the social nature of it. Now, off the back foot, Carey plays away out into the covers. But they played for a long time.
They did?
Yeah. So what made you give it up in the end? Coaching.
I was moving into coaching, but I couldn't do what I used to be able to do, which I wanted to bowl fast, and I couldn't do that anymore, so my interest levels plummeted.
Mahidi bowls, stretch, push, I carry down the pitch.
And I didn't want to play as a batter because I'm just standing in the field all day. If I'm in the field, I want to have a bowl, and I couldn't bowl how I wanted to bowl.
Right.
So, I just didn't enjoy it as much.
Yeah, and on the back foot, he gets tightened up there. Carey plays it out on the offside. Yeah, you got to enjoy it. If you're not enjoying it, that's right. Go and play marbles or something. Go fishing. You're a fisherman?
No.
You you don't eat fish either, do you? Goes, Kerry plays down the other side of the pitch. You have a pretty boring life when it comes out to going for dinner. I noticed that. There's not much on the menu that you can eat. Tofu.
That's tofu at lunch.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Stick a bit of chilli on it, that's all right. As he goes forward and plays it up on the offside towards cover. And you've got the menu organised for the big show tonight. 4 for 128. 100 is the difference. Green 26 and Kerry 3 at the end of the over.
There's lots of, had a look. There's lots of options on that menu.
Lobster?
There'll be lobster for you, Jim, if you want some. Yeah, there's plenty of options.
You can't beat a lobby. It's Henry Blofeld's regular excuse in broadcasting days. You're coming out for dinner with us, Blows? No. I'm going to have a lobby in my room. I'll see you tomorrow.
Blowers is still going.
He's 85, 86, yeah. He's around. He still does a show.
And he does a bit with the Lashings World 11.
Yeah, that's right.
He does
True.
He goes and does this. Gets up and talks to the to the people there.
Oh, he's good. He can tell a story and a joke. Now, new over in here from Hassan Massoud. He gets a single there as he pushes the ball away into the covers in Greens 27.
He always starts with my dear old things.
You know why he starts with my dear old thing?
No, I don't.
He's got no bloody idea what your name is.
Is that what?
Yeah. Why didn't you pick that one up?
I didn't know that.
My dear old thing. My dear old thing is lovely to see you.
But he does that at every event he does for Lashings. Like the first thing he said, he walks in, he's got his microphone, and everyone's walking around the tables. He's got my dear old things, and then everyone just laughs because that's his catchphrase. And
it is,
and that kind of gets him, warms the room up, and then he goes into his repartee. It's fantastic, Bowles.
There's no age of factor going on there. The brain's good as Kerry pushes forward and sends the ball down the pitch from Hassan Massoud. I think he's about 85, 6, and he's still doing the rounds. I think he lives up on the old Blofeld estate, up there in Norfolk, somewhere around there.
Does he?
His brother owns it, but he's got a cottage there.
Yeah.
You know a bit of the history, don't you, of the use of the name Blofeld in James Bond?
Bond, yeah.
He was the villain.
He was the villain, yeah.
And it's because Ian Fleming was looking for a name for a villain for the Bond stuff. And here he comes around the wicket, and it's pushed away behind point. Easy single out there for Kerry.
How did he come up with Blofeld?
Well, he went to one of the old clubs in London.
Yeah.
Boodles, I think it was, and he was wondering about this name, and he got the list of members out, right?
Yeah.
And he started going through, and he got down to B, and he saw Blofeld. Blofeld! That's the name I want, and that's how it happened.
That's brilliant. I love it. I love it.
So, if you're looking around for a name for one of your galores or whatever, you've got 3 galores, haven't you? The Cats.
I'm not getting any more cats, I can assure you.
Last tango.
Blofeld the cat, you reckon?
Well, I'm just trying to help out your daughter. This is pushed away on the onside for a single here by Cameron Green. Yeah, but you need to increase your menagerie, your zoo. You haven't got enough there. You need to get a dog.
No, we've got 3 cats and a rabbit.
And a rabbit.
No, a rabbit.
Reggie the rabbit? Which one?
No, Plum.
Oh, Plum's the rabbit.
Yeah, Plum is called the rabbit. Now, I don't know why
What about the
Gillespie
PGs,
called her
the galores?
Plum, but just, Plum the rabbit.
Plum the rabbit, okay.
Yeah.
And I thought when you named them, they all had 4 letters, and I thought, well, if that's as far as the alphabet and everything goes in the family, I understand.
We had...
around the wicket, he bowls here and is pushed away to backward point. Hassan Massoud goes for a single.
So when we're in the UK, we end up getting 2 cats. They were sort of siblings. And we named, there was a boy and a girl.
Yeah.
So we named the boy Tango and the girl Cash after the movie with Sylvester Stallone and Kurt Russell, Tango and Cash, around the early 90s.
Right.
But unfortunately, we moved back to Australia and brought the cats with us. They had to...
Didn't bring them back into quarantine?
No, we did. We did. And they quarantined and all that sort of stuff. But then...
Very caring.
Yeah, we were living down on the south coast at Normanville in South Australia, and unfortunately...
You had the goats down there, didn't you? Goats?
No.
No goats?
No.
Over the wicket, Masood Bowles is pushed away by Green out there on the onside. That's the best Lawnmower in town's a goat. And they take 2 runs with that shot, probed away. And in fact, they get a third, 4 for 135. But you had a lawnmower, so you used that, didn't you?
We lived in a place called Normanville, and about 80 k's out of Adelaide, down on the coast.
It's down towards the ferry off
It is, yes,
Kangaroo Island.
That's exactly right. And we and unfortunately, near the golf course, obviously lots of snakes, and unfortunately Tango got bitten by a snake and passed away. So
I'm going to make way for one of these young blokes. They've eaten all the good snakes in the fridge.
Have they?
They're vacuum cleaners. They're like goats. Goats. I'll see you later.
See you, Jim.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Poor Tango. Bad way to go.
Yeah, no good. Unfortunately. Poor little thing. So then Cash was left on her own, and little Delaney wanted another cat to replace Tango.
Green a back foot drive all the way down to long on for 1. So Green's up to 32, just calmly ticking them over without much fuss, which is exactly what he needs at this stage of his Test career. Cam Green, 5 for Carey. And the Aussies on the ropes, as they've been pretty much every moment of the Test match. 4 for 136. The Aussies need another 92 just to make Bangladesh bat again. It's amazing. A lot of people sort of wonder what we talk about in the box. It's this kind of stuff, isn't it? It's amazing as the Test advances and the weird conversations that tend to develop.
Well, I learned something about Henry Blofeld. He's the surname is Bond villain. Have you met Blower's Corbin?
No. Carey just keeps a ball out, plays in front of a non-striker. Heard plenty of him, of course, growing up.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, delightful man. He's
iconic sound.
I was just saying to Jim before, he's still with the Lashings World 11. He still gets around to the functions and where they go and play a game, but they have a sort of a luncheon in the tent first.
Carey awaits Matty, who's forward, and just defend him back down the pitch.
So they go to a cricket club, for instance, and they'll have a luncheon, and people come in, and the players will sit at each table and stuff, and they have a bit of an auction and Henry always goes in and just does a speaking gig.
Matty around the wicket, cutting away but safe. Carey out towards cover and fielded out there by Tenzin Hassan, the century maker. A dot ball, 4 for 136.
And Henry's always a big attraction, obviously, because he's so iconic in cricket broadcasting in the UK. And everyone loves Bowles. He's very good company. He's a delightful man.
Matty around the wicket again in a leg stump and turned away by Carey to mid-wicket. So Carey's 5, Green's 32. The deficit's 92. The Aussies have already lost 4 wickets before they've been able to wipe off their first innings deficit of 228. No guarantee to get there yet. As Miraz on his way in again and turned away by Carey on the leg side. That's the end of the over. He gets through him quick. Mehdi Hassan Miraz, one of only 2 players in the history of Bangladesh Test cricket that have taken over 200 wickets and scored more than 2,000 runs, along with Shakib Al Hassan. Oh, wow. So he's a pretty decorated player, still in his late 20s. Mehdi Hassan Miraz.
He's got a lot of cricket left in him as well.
ছাড়াছাড়ি হবে না তাইজল প্রথম ওভার থেকে এখন
It's an exciting summer of cricket coming up, isn't it? Corby, there's
lots of cricket. Test matches against South Africa in October.
There's also ODIs attached to that. There'll be a little stop in Zimbabwe to play some ODIs before that. In September, of course, Southern Africa is hosting the World Cup at the end of 2027, which is uber nostalgic for people like me, who was in my cricket nuffy prime in the 2003 World Cup, and of course what a fantastic journey that was for Australia, but just as a cricketing tournament. And that's how the Aussies will get into all of it next following this. A drive from Green, new over starting from Tajul Islam, straight to cover and fielded by Shadman, the opener. Dives out to his left. Deficit still 92. Tajul around the wicket. Reaching forward, Green just kicks it out. What have you made of Cam Green's 52 ball stay for his 32 so far?
He's looked busy, hasn't he? I think he's played quite well. He got off the mark immediately. Just walked out there. I don't think he's been workmanlike, but he's been quite busy.
Tajul again, bowls to Green and blocks it out once more.
Big stride. He's been getting forward to the spin.
He spent plenty of time up here in Darwin. What do you make of Ben's list that he put together earlier of the best things to do in Darwin?
Fantastic.
It's Green, cracks a cut shot out towards the deep. There is protection back. They'll get one for it. Just one. Single taking Green to 33.
Couldn't argue with any of them. I think Benny did some good research there.
Anything he missed?
No, I don't think so. No, it's a beautiful part of the world up here.
One of the commercial outlets, I think it's the Crocosaurus Cove on Mitchell Street, where you can jump in the tank and swim with the croc.
Oh,
does it feel to you?
No, not even a little bit.
You ever done anything like that?
No, I did the swim with the Sharks, the Lullaby once, on a pre-season camp. And
Tajul Islam bowls to Carey, looking to sweep, a play and a miss. Hit him on the pad, a shout for leg before. Umpire Illingworth not interested.
So we had the scuba gear, and you're in the tank, and the Green and the Sharks swim past you, and you could have the opportunity to get a photo with it. And
Is Islam on his way in again and pushed back down the track by Carey. Another dot ball. That's the end of the over for Tajul Islam. The Aussies trail by 91, 4 for 137.
So Michael Bevan, you could have the opportunity to get a photo. And he'd been in the tank with Adam Gilchrist. So they're both in all the scuba gear and that. And obviously the people take the photo. And you see Bevo there in the scuba gear, Gilly there with scuba gear. So Bev got the photo and he asked Gilly to sign it. And Gilly kind of has come to a couple of the boys. I'm not sure why Bevo wants me to sign this, but I don't know what to write. And he said, but I thought about writing to Bevo best fishers, Gilly, right? And then we just all burst out laughing, thinking that's the funniest thing in the world. He's going, no, I've got to come up with something better than that.
Carey and Green, the two not out bats. New over starting for Meddy and delivers to Green, who just pushes it out the point.
So we're crying with laughter. We're thinking this is the funniest thing. You've got to do it. In the end, Gilly's going, yeah, I'll do it. He's getting up and about. He's giggling. He's right. So he's right. Two Bevo best fishers, Gilly, right? And
Green, a back foot punch all the way along the ground out towards long on for a single. Green to 34.
So Gilly goes and gives it to Bevo. And it was the most underwhelmed thank you ever. He's looked at it, he's read it, his face just dropped. He's just going, thanks. And it was like, Gilly stole his wallet. Like, it was bleak. We were crying. We thought it was hilarious.
Carey on 5 and a cut shot out towards point is a little deeper. Pick up and a throw at the non-striker's end, but he's hit his own teammate. The throw is hit the man in what would be regulation cover, and the man at deep point has just spiffed it straight into his own teammate. Well, that is not something you see every day. I think everybody's
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No.
Here he goes.
It's Tanzit Hassan who picks it up, throws it in, and threw it straight.
Well, he's tried to catch it.
At the skipper.
The skip's tried to catch it.
And Shanto's tried to take it, and the ball's just been, as he's trying to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end, he's spiffed it straight into his captain. Jeez. 4 for 139. Deficit 89. Green on 34. Looking well composed, and he's just playing off the back foot here to Shanto, who appears to be okay after having his own teammate throw the ball at pace from close range. Did we work out what was... Did Bevo just want the photo as a keepsake, or...?
Yeah, it was a keepsake. He thought... I'm guessing he must have wanted to frame it and put it up, but he was just so underwhelmed. Like, he just didn't get the humour, or he either didn't get the humour, or he just didn't find it funny. But we thought it was hilarious. We were crying. Best fishers.
Green away to Medium. Back down the pitch. And Fields on his follow-through.
So that was my experience of swimming with the Sharks,
Green is back and just defends out towards Shanto on the leg side. So 4 for 139. 89 runs is the deficit for the Australians. Carey 6, Green 34. Catch up with Diz again in the post-game grandstand. The stumps to follow. We'll be seeing about half an hour from now at the scheduled stumps time on day 3. We look like we're going to touch day 4. So I know a lot of people had questions at the start of the test as to how long this would run. Well, it's been a lopsided test match, but not for the reasons people thought. It's been the underdog in Bangladesh that have bossed the game throughout. If you just clicked on the radio and wondering what on earth's happened today, well, Bangladesh resumed at 6 down for 153 in their first innings. That was the lead, so 6 for 351, a lead of 153. They were able to get that lead all the way up to 228 on the first innings. Hazelwood got the last 4 wickets to finish with 6 for. He also picked up his 300th test wicket. There's a new over starts from Tajul Islam and an on drive from Carey all the way down to long on for a calm single. And then when the Aussies had the chance to bat about half an hour into the second session, they lost Jake Weatherald in the second over. He chopped on against the bowling of Hassan Mahmood. Third ball, so a third ball duck for Weatherald. Head went in the same fashion, chopped on for 17 against Hassan as well. Manus Labuschagne looked good for his 31 before he played all around one from Tajul Islam, who's in live here to Green, who drives to cover. Can't break the infield. And then Steve Smith, who looked as good as any of the batters for something out of the blue, caught and bowled. Mehdi Hassan Miraz able to take a return catch off his own bowling. Smith out for 44. 4 for 140. Green back, cutting straight to point. So Green 34, Carey 7. The deficit 88 for the Australians. 4 for 140 in their second dig. Phil Jaques sits back down to take us through to stumps.
Afternoon, Corbin. Afternoon, listeners.
88 still needed, 4 down. Still a bit to do.
Lots to do.
Green on strike, is forward and drives back to the bowler. And Rick Finlay told me moments ago that win viz is down to 9% for the Australians, so hope is fading.
As Jason Gillespie would say, Mozambique for the Australians.
Tajul Islam around the wicket, driven by Green. Can't break the infield again. Well fielded low down by Shadman, who's standing alongside the non-striker at almost a short bit off. 4 for 140.
They're a long way from even coming levelled in this contest, aren't they? Australia fighting just to get through the day at the moment.
Last ball of the over, Green on strike, forward and again defends to Shadman, short mid off. 88 runs. Australia still trail by. They've lost 14 of their 20 wickets. 4 for 140 in their second dig. Green 34, Carey on 7. I might leave you with Ben Cameron. He's going to come in and take you through to stumps. I'll be downstairs at the finish. Phil Jaques will give his thoughts, and then in the post-play, of course, grandstand at stumps. You can catch up on that anytime through the ABC Cricket Podcast, and we'll get Teddy's thought of the day, along with Jason Gillespie and Xavier Doherty. That's still to come. This is Grandstand Cricket.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thanks, Corb. Haiti to continue. The lefty, Carey on strike, the right arm off spin and driving Carey along the ground down to mid-off. Momodou does the work under the floppy hat down there. Hello, Jaquesy. Good evening.
Oh, yeah, Ben. Last little home stretch for the day.
Haiti bowling again. Carey back and defending. Very defensive to a ball on the off stump. Very watchful in the long sleeves. No change of shirt for when he comes into bat for Alex Carey. Just sticks with the long sleeves as Doherty bowls quicker and flatter, and Carey cuts out into the covers and fielded out there by Eberdot. 4 for 140, 88 runs in arrears, still Australia. Doherty delivers again, and Carey lunges forward to lean on it down towards mid-off. Doesn't look like we'll get to day 4 now. How far into it we'll get, it's a question that remains to be seen. And can Australia set Bangladesh a total? Doherty bowls, and Carey goes back and cuts to backward point. Doesn't time it well, and under edge chops out to backward point.
There's still a bit of fight in this Australian team for sure, but yeah, they're going to need 250 at least lead. Just not sure they're going to get there.
Do they? Could they make it awkward for Bangladesh if it's 120 to 150?
Is so good.
Doherty bowls again on the off stump, and Carey forcing off the back foot.
They'd need to get 3 or 4 wickets with the new. They need 4 wickets with like within the first 10 to 15 overs. They'd have to get on a roll.
End of the over.
There's enough in the wicket.
End of the over from Doherty. So 4 for 140, the Aussies. Shadows lengthening here at Marara, and a few fans have been making their own fun with little chants and Mexican waves that are going around the grandstand at the moment.
What do you think would create a wobble for Bangladesh? I mean, they're not used to being in this scenario against top 4 teams, right? So they're going to get antsy if it's a shorter kind of chase, but the Australian bowlers would have to have their tails well and truly up and get early wickets. Like, you'd have to be 4 or 5 wickets down in the first hour.
There's just that part of me, and it might be the Aussie arrogance, the belief in this team that it could just be a wobble. Tajul Islam bowling again, and Green using all 2 metres of his height as he gets well forward and leans on it, smothers the spin from Tajul Islam.
Is that belief in Australia or lack of belief in Bangladesh?
Maybe a little bit of both. As Islam bowls again, and Green is driving along the carpet, a square drive for a single. Carey back on strike. 4 for 140, Green along to 35. The best we've seen Cameron Green look at test level for a little while as well. He's looked very composed, organised, busy in his second innings, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looked assured for sure. And that's probably been the biggest criticism of Bangladesh, isn't it, over their history in Test cricket, is being able to stay in the contest for a full 5 days and win session after session and put back-to-back sessions together.
Slipping a bat pad as Carey goes forward to defend a straight delivery and scratches away immediately, goes for a little wander.
We're in day 3 now, and they've won probably 8 out of 9 and drawn the other.
Tajul gives the next one some more air, and as it's spinning back towards the off stump, but Carey's up to the challenge, keeps him out again. A slip and a bat pad. They've got a backward point, got a short extra cover as well, as Tajul bowls again, and Carey goes a reverse sweep and bounces it past the fielder at backward point. Clean bowls him on his fielding effort, and it zips away to the rope for 4 on the reverse sweep from Alex Carey. 4 for 145, Carey along to 11, Green on 35. And that was a little bit sloppy from Eberdot there at backward point.
Yeah, they've been good in the field, Bangladesh, up until that point. That was very average, wasn't it? He just decided he didn't want to bend his knees down, bending from the waist, and didn't get within a foot of it.
Carey goes back to the next delivery and wristily whips it away towards the straight mid-wicket. End of the over, 4 for 145, trailing by 83. Carey on 11 and Green on 35. We're approaching the close of play here on day 3.
His best chance of fielding that ball was probably for it to hit him in the shin. Let's be honest. It was so far away from collecting it into his hands, wasn't it?
His hands were nowhere near it.
No.
I would love to hear from you, 0467 920 222. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Luke listening in, sitting around a fire in Waikerie in South Australia. Great coverage as always. How good is cricket in the winter? Go the Blues tomorrow in the AFL. New over beginning. Doherty on the off stump and Green again with the forward defensive. Very casually walks away from it. Late in the afternoon, early evening here at Marara. Doherty trying again. Green gets the bat out in front of the pad as he knocks it away. Is there a late wicket in today, do you think, Jaques?
Another twist, do you think? As an Australian fan, I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't want to see that.
Doherty bowls again to Green, who's playing from the crease, closing the bat face on it out towards mid-wicket.
Often happens, though, doesn't it? Just lose one in the twilight as the shadows start to cross the ground. We're not going to see the pitch disappear tonight.
Green batting again here to Doherty and a little awkwardly playing a ball out into the offside. He sort of went to go back, then forward, got stuck doing neither, but able to play the ball away. It's on 35 here, Cameron Green. Soft dismissal in the first innings. He was out for 13. Doherty goes again and Green just turns it around the corner through mid-wicket along the carpet out into the deep for a single. On to 36 Green. Australia 4 for 146. 82 runs behind.
He's played the spin Corbin, hasn't he? He's used his reach, but deep in his crease as well. Not just coming out, but getting deep. Used his feet quite nicely. He's been that a few times to off spin over the course of his career, around 7, I think. So this is unusual.
Doherty bowling to Carey, the left-hander, coming around the wicket to do so and on the stumps, and Carey respects the delivery. End of the over, 4 for 146, Carey on 11 and Green on 36. And a big day here, the Aussies, they started out frazzled today. They were hot, bothered, making mental mistakes. Bangladesh 6 for 351. The start of the day's play, Steve Smith dropped what you consider a dolly in the outfield. Pat Cummins made a mental error. They had 3 behind square on the leg side, and that caused a no ball. They were frustrated by the partnership between Doherty and Tajul Islam, a 46-run 8th wicket partnership. They got to lunch at must have been a 9th wicket partnership, rather. They got to lunch at 8 for 417, and then Josh Hazlewood recorded his 300th wicket in Test match cricket, the 9th Aussie bowler to do that. Eventually, the tourists all out for 426, which was 228 ahead. New over beginning, Taskin and Green on the drive and dropping the back knee, but chopping his drive out into the covers. The Aussie innings began, and unfortunately for Jaques Weatherald, it didn't last long for him. He was out for a 3-ball duck. Australia were 1 for 4 when he went. Travis Head out for 17. They were 2 for 37 then. Marnus Labuschagne looked good, didn't he, Jaques? But he was out for 31. And he was bowled like Travis Head and like Jaques Weatherald before him.
He did look good, and it sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it, that dismissal? He sort of just stepped out and yorked himself a little bit. Played all over the top of it.
Green facing up to Taskin, who goes full, and Green drives and times it nicely. Wide a mid-off, straight of cover, and away to the rope for 4. Cameron Green, a nice stroke from him. Into the 40s he goes in Australia, 4 for 150.
Might be the best shot Cameron Green's played all game as well. It was beautifully timed. Just lent into the cover drive, big stride down the wicket, full face of the bat, held the pose. A lovely shot from Cam Green.
Just on the dismissals in this innings, Steve Smith was caught and bowled, so he broke the streak. But the first 3 Australian bats were all bowled, which I'll come back to in a minute as Taskin delivers to Green, chopping down on it, bounces high and then eventually dribbles out towards cover. First time since 07-08, the first 3 batsmen of an Australian innings have all been dismissed bowled. And the batsmen on that occasion, Phil Jaques, Matthew Hayden, Ricky Ponting.
You
delve into the stats where I figure it out all the time. Whenever you're commentating, you're always looking for, he got cleaned up here, he got caught in the boundary here.
No, that was Slick Rick. Slick Rick from Bicheno on the Lilo.
Rick, Taskin answer for.
Hitting the crease again to Green, who's comfortably forward, nodding away into the covers.
Just keep sipping that on ice too, there, Rick.
Yep, you'll be having a grand old time. Beautiful place, Bicheno. Little hidden gem.
You don't see 3 top order bowls very often.
No, I mean we had 2
they weren't clean bowled today.
No, we had 2 chop-ons,
but 2 chop-ons and one missed a straight one where he walked over the top. It wasn't like he was cleaned up, but yeah, two of the same dismissal was unusual.
Taskin to Green, back of a length, and Green awkwardly half on the front foot, chops it out towards cover point.
If you put them side by side, they'd look almost exactly the same too.
It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. They were so similar.
So a little bit too close and wasn't quite short enough and not quite wide enough.
Text coming in from Macca says, who's the coaching staff behind Bangladesh in this potentially unbelievable achievement? Well, Phil Simmons is their coach at the moment. Former West Indian Test cricketer.
As well.
He's doing a good job at the moment. Taskin bowling to Green and defending from the crease once more as his shirt flaps in the breeze. End of the over, 4 for 150. Green's on 40 not out, Kerry's on 11. Taskin none for 37 from his 11 overs. Time is 13 minutes away from stumps. 5,821 in the house here today, so another big crowd enjoying a Saturday of Test match cricket here at Marara. Thinned out a little bit, it has to be said. We've got later into the evening, but good crowd coming along and enjoying their Test match cricket.
Yep, certainly is. Good crowd. Lifetime contract for Phil Simmons. If they beat Australia. It could well be. It's going to go down in history as the greatest Test victory by Bangladesh, no doubt.
Mahady beginning a new over around the wicket to Carey. Gets onto the front stool to play it back to the bowler.
They can manage to get these 6 wickets.
Slipping a silly bit off. Right armour around the wicket to the lefty, who again is just leaning on a drive, but straight to the mid-off fielder, who comes in quickly and prevents a single. Mominal. And Mehdi find a breakthrough. Very full and straight and on the leg stump, and Carey happy to just nurdle it away down towards mid-on.
How do you think Australia go about this from here now? To just take what they can get, take some time out of the game.
Heading to Carey again, who's going back this time, but playing it back down the pitch. I think it's just bat as long as they can and see where we end up.
It's got to be minimal risk, doesn't it? It can't be go blaze away. Chip away, take your 1-2 and over.
Mahedi bowls again, and Carey goes well forward on the stretch. He defends the ball wide of the off stump.
However many overs they get, take it. It's probably the only way they can do it, isn't it? From here, it's still 2 days left.
Carey whacking away. He's awaiting the Mahedi, who bowls now, and he awkwardly turns the ball around the corner towards square leg. A lot of foot movement there. He just plonked the bat in front of the pad and flicked the wrist. Kept it out, though. 4 for 150. Carey on 11, Green on 40. His partnership up to 28. Australia's still 78 runs in arrears. Try and make Bangladesh bat again. Leanne and Laura in Essendon. They've sent a photo through too. Clearing out the kitchen and family room for new cupboards and a sanded and polished floor. Being an Essendon family, we're delighted to hear the cricket. There's a modicum of hope. A small amount of hope. Absolutely, but it's only that. To see lots of kids in attendance. This Test match, playing their own little mini games of cricket as they always are. Taskin to continue to toil away. Passes the umpire to bowl to Green. He goes forward and again just calls no as he plays it out towards mid-wicket.
There's lots of green space, isn't there? Eastern side of the ground and out the back of the stand as well. Lots of games being played all the time.
You can see under the scoreboard there's some kind of mini game of cricket by about 6 or 7 year olds. They've got the signature bat and they're using that. Fielders don't have a lot of room to move around. The parents are sitting around on the camping chairs.
One hand, one bounce.
Yep, probably. It'd be hard to stay in if it was. Slipping a gully in place. Taskin hits the crease to Green, who's cutting and an under edge sees it bounce and then dribble out into the outfield. Just one more as Mominal fires back a left-handed throw. 4 for 151. Carry on 11 and Green on 41.
I loved your take having dinner the other night around your childhood games of backyard cricket and your little modified rules.
We had very specific rules. We played full test matches, 2 innings of 10 wickets. Last 3 you batted left-handed to replicate the tail. You got 5 revolutions of the electrical tape around the tennis ball for the seam. As soon as that lost its shape or came off, which it eventually did, you'd lost your new ball.
Fantastic.
It was very specific.
Very specific. Was there a brand of tape you had to use, or could you use any tape you like? Or
Taskin around the wicket to Carey, who's taking a ball that keeps low and just pushing it out into the covers.
Does it have to be electrical tape?
It had to be the thin electrical tape.
So you couldn't get the fiberglass tape out or the strapping tape?
No, and it wasn't one side of the ball because that offered a little too much.
Oh, yeah, you'd be swinging around corners. Right?
We played in
cheating. That's like
everyone becomes Wazzy Macram, don't they? When you got that. So we used to use the car as the stump, so it was the number plate and down, which caused a great deal of consternation as to whether it had hit in line or hit outside the line.
Any DRS in those days?
No. Taskin bowls and Carey forcing off the back foot. Out the cover point.
So that'd be taking it to a new level. Get the tripod up, the video.
Correct.
Get the slow-mo back out. That'd be taking the game into the
modern age.
Into the modern age, wouldn't it?
LBWs were always contentious. Oh, I hit it. No, you didn't. No, I hit it. No, you didn't.
In your backyard.
Yeah. Then the ones when you nicked it. Any time it hit the car, it was considered automatic wiki. So, if you nicked it and it hit the car, you're out.
Dad'd get the cranks.
Yep. Carey picks up his bat high, faces up to Taskin and nudges the ball out towards mid-wicket.
Dad, the umpire. He made up that rule, I'm sure.
Who?
Your dad, being the umpire, made up that rule?
We had no umpires, so it was just us out there for long periods and an honesty policy which wasn't always...
Not always honest.
Not always followed properly, probably mostly by me.
General bullying behaviour.
My friend who I played with was 3 years older than me, so I needed a little bit of assistance. The Aussies trying to push through to stumps here. Carey and Green trying to see if they can make it through. 4 for 151. Taskin right arm around the wicket to the lefty Carey, who plays the ball off his hip, drops it down just on the onside into the over. What do you make of Alex Carey? It's interesting how he picks up the bat. It's very vertical as he has his bat lift. It's sort of the handle of the bat is pointing down to the ground from Jaques. It's not the way that it's always been, but it's quite modern, isn't it?
It is very modern pickup. A lot of batsmen get into that position as the balls let go, but he likes to start with it up there and creates his flow by his arm movements, which is a little bit different, but it is a bit of a modern way to have the bat up already. Just to give you a little bit more time. It's a short ball, but I'm not sure it does. I think if you move your body properly, I think you can still get into those positions and have a bit more flow, but it works for Alex Carey. He's had a fantastic 12 months with his batting, and I think the biggest shift for him is just how mentally tough he is now and how he's just very calm at the crease, isn't he?
Tajul Islam around the wicket. The right-handed Cameron Green, who again presses forward, plays it back to the bowler.
thing about batting technique. It's so individualised. It's really what works for you and what...
Tygel in again to Green, who's going forward and playing out towards short extra cover on this occasion.
What maximises your strengths, minimises your weaknesses, and allows you to be able to hit the ball where you want to hit it. That's the definition of technique, is being in control and being able to hit the ball where you want.
Going to bring in a silly mid-off here, a slip-in play. Tygel Islam unfurls to Green. He's had some flight as well on Green. Again, chin over knee over toes. He defends on the front foot.
When someone gets out a certain way a few times, then that's when the question around technique it comes to the top of the pile, doesn't it?
Tygel bowling again, and Green once more goes forward. This time he gets a single as he knocks it firm enough down towards mid-on, and they set off for a single. 4 for 152. It's almost on repeat. Tygel bowling relatively full, relatively straight. It's Aussie pairing getting forward and keeping him out for the time being.
Just trying to get every ball to hit the stumps, isn't he? Slide it on a little bit either way. Not a big turner of the ball.
All dismissals in play if you do that, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's it. He just mixes his pace up, throws it in a bit quicker, a little bit slower. Generally speaking, the same ball over and over and over, and makes the batter try and make a mistake or do something different.
4 minutes away from stumps here on day 3. Australia 76 runs behind. Tygel bowling and Carey driving firmly down the ground. A flourish of the wrists as he hits it back past the bowler for 4. 4 for 156. Carey on to 15. And this partnership might be the hope for Australia.
Yeah, sweetly timed shot, wasn't it, from Alex Carey? Wasn't your textbook classical off drive, a little bit of a bottom hand thump, but timed it to perfection. Really nice swing of the bat. Beat the bowler, raced away from this lush Darwin outfield. It's an absolute bowling green out here, isn't it? It's a great playing surface.
4 for 156. Tygel tries again to Carey, who's back this time. Perfectly vertical bat as he defends, and that's the end of the over. 4 for 156. Carey on 15, Green on 42. 1 over left in the day. You would think grandstanded stumps coming up. A reminder that we'll hear from the Australian team, so Mitchell Stark is going to join us. We'll hopefully hear from the Bangladesh team as well. And also, Ed Cowan delivers his thoughts on what we've seen today. We have all of that to look forward to.
Partnership between Green and Carey now at 34. Taking along nicely to end up this day 3 of play.
Haiti Hassan Miraz is going to bowl from the Michael Long Learning Centre end of the ground, last over of the day. Could this partnership be like Justin Langer and Adam Gilchrist down in Hobart against Pakistan all of those years ago? This be the one that turns it around. Haiti bowling to Green, and he's back very watchfully, knowing it's the last over of the day. Is there a little twist or a turn here late? Slip and a leg slip. Haiti bowls, gives it some flight on the leg stump, and Green again just carefully knocks it away.
Well, there's 3 critical moments, isn't there? This last over, the first little start back into the next day,
the new ball,
and the new ball. Yep,
been a new ball wicket, hasn't it?
It has been.
Haiti unfurling again, a straighter delivery, and Green tucks it off his hip. Past that bat pad. And they take a single as the ball goes into the lengthening shadows of this grandstand, this Morris Rioli grandstand here at Marara. 4 for 157, 71 runs behind the Aussies.
Bangladesh will be longing for Australia to be around about 6 down by that time that new ball happens, and
clean up the
very short lead, if at all. Try and keep things really quiet over the next 28 overs.
balls left in the over. Mahidi bowls, going back, Carey cuts successfully, pierces the infield, and this will be at least a couple, it'll be more than that, it'll be 4. Nigel went for the slide, took a divot, and the ball beat him to the rope. Alex Carey looking comfortable. Australia 4 for 161, the deficit just 67.
Slowly clawing back into this game. A long way to go. Probably should have stopped that, just got stuck in the ground, didn't he? As we've seen a few times this match.
Mahdi bowls again to Carey, who's chopping a cut that bounces up in the air, and Shabman is under the lid. Gathers on the bounce. One ball to survive. Last ball of the third day. Carey scratches away. Mahdi trots in, bowls. Carey lunges forward. Hat and pad close together, plays it away. And that will do us for day 3 here at Marara. Stumps on day 3. Australia 4 for 161. Green on 43. Carey on 19. And Australia trailing by 67 runs, have the faintest of pulses in this game. Phil Jaques, they are still alive, but only just.
Yep. Pretty well assessed, I think, Ben. It's not quite death, but it's certainly life support at the moment. Got a lot of work to do yet to get into this game, make this game interesting. Said 3 key areas or 3 key times they had to navigate. They've navigated one of them. They've got through till stumps. They're going to get themselves back into the morning, set another foundation, get themselves back into this partnership and back into the 4th day, and then that new ball.
So the scorecard for the Aussies after Bangladesh were all out in their first innings for 426, a first innings lead of 228. Jake Weatherald, he went for naught off 3 deliveries, chopping on bowled Hassan Mahmood. They were 1 for 4 at that point, Australia. Travis Head went for 17. They were 2 for 37. Marnus Labuschagne looked the goods, but he was out for 31. And Steve Smith out for 44. Cameron Green not out on 43. Alex Carey on 19. The wicket takers, Hassan Mahmood 2 for 33 off 11. Tajul Islam 1 for 28 off 9. And Mahidi Hassan Miraz 1 for 20 off his 13 overs. Let's head downstairs to grandstand at stumps. Corbin Middlemas, Xavier Doherty and Jason Gillespie to wrap it all up for us after day 3.
You can call it extreme optimism. Perhaps it was a bit of Aussie arrogance or faith in a great team of the past. But even after Australia were outplayed comprehensively on day 1 and on day 2, there was still a little bit of belief that the home team could do something special. Well, on day 3, that faded somewhat to a bit of helplessness and perhaps an inevitability about this contest here. Bangladesh still at stumps now after a 3rd day on top in the test. We are halfway through the 3rd innings of the match, almost, with Australia 4 for 161. They still need 67 runs just to make Bangladesh bat for a 2nd time in the match. Alex Carey's 19 not out. Cam Green is there on 43. This is Grandstand of Stumps on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas alongside the man who took nearly 260 wickets at test level for Australia, Jason Gillespie. Diz, it's more of the same. End of day 3. The Aussies in chase mode big time.
Very much so, and you just feel that it's this partnership, isn't it? There's one that's developing between Alex Carey and Cameron Green. They need to do the heavy lifting here, the bulk of the work. If Australia are going to have a chance at not only saving this game but winning this test match, they need to do the bulk of the work.
They were going to need a big innings in the 3rd innings of the match, and you felt like Xavier Doherty. There were 2 guys in particular that Australia was looking to. One was Travis Head, one was Steve Smith. Neither of them got to 50. They're both out now, and the Aussies are going to have to do it without them.
They are. It's another test that Australia are going to face, as you say. Corb, we look to those older names and those guys who have stood up before. It's going to have to be a couple of new ones, isn't it? The two at the crease at the moment, Carey and Green, it seems to have just settled things down a little bit. Green's looked excellent while he's been there, very calm. You wouldn't tell that the pressure is getting to him. And Alex Carey, it looks like he lives for this situation. He thrives when they're under a bit of pressure, and it's not that often that they are. But you're right, Head tried. He was batting as though he was trying to restrict himself and trying to get through, and it just wasn't to be for him today. And then Steve Smith, he was, of the 6,000 or so people here today, he was certainly included in one of them that was surprised when he got out. It just didn't look like losing his wicket, did he? But that's the game of cricket. One slight little misstep or drop in conversation, and he's on his way back. So it's going to take someone else or a couple of other people in this Australian lineup to keep him in it.
So, quick little story of the day. First of all, Bangladesh resumed their first innings 6 down, 153 ahead in the Test match, and they batted all the way through until nearly the half-hour mark in the second session, when they were eventually all out for 426. They led the Test by 228 on the first innings. Hazelwood picking up the last 4 Bangladeshi wickets to finish with 6 for 89, including his 300th at Test level. Incredibly, Bangladesh batted almost as long as the entirety of the Perth Test match last year at the Ashes. It also meant Australia had to do something that they have never done before and overturn a deficit of as many on home soil to win a Test match on the first innings. Both openers chopped on. Travis Head for 17, Jake Weatherald for a third ball duck off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood, and both Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith got starts. Marnus out for 31, Smith for 44, but would go no further. So Cam Green there at close, 43 not out, and Alex Carey not out on 19. There were really in our pre-game we were talking about, how quickly can Australia wrap this up? And you felt like it needed to be somewhere in the first hour. I'm sure part of the plan wasn't still to be bowling almost half an hour after lunch.
No, and again, it wasn't down to the lack of trying from the bowlers. Maybe the fielding was certainly played a role in Australia not being able to wrap it up. The drop catches yesterday, on top of that, I think it was 5 in the end in total throughout the innings, but what we saw today was a rattled Australian team, which is certainly not what we predicted coming into this Test match. The drop catch from Smith, the fact that they were able to get off strike Sri Lanka when Australia worked so hard to get Taskin or one of the other lower order players on strike. It was just a very un-Australian fielding performance. The bowlers tried their absolute backsides off, and it was great to see Josh Hazelwood get the rewards, and Starkey's was up over 140 again today, just backing it up again. But they just lacked a little bit of punch, and Bangladesh were able to win another session.
Well, let's not take anything away from Bangladesh. They played good old-fashioned Test cricket, didn't they?
Again.
Yeah, I think they were fantastic, and I agree with you, X. I think the bowlers were fine. They worked hard. The surfaces settled right down. There's no doubt about it. We talked about maybe today being the best day to bat, and Bangladesh certainly made the most of that. The Australians are looking to make the most of that. 4 down in this second innings, but there's still a long way to go, Corby.
We saw in the World Test Championship final at Lords on a featherbed the inability for the Aussie bowlers to try and be able to make something happen, and in the end obviously Markram got hold of them, and we know what happened thereafter. This is a team that has obviously been so successful for such a long period of time bowling its usual lengths without being able to get a little bit of assistance, whether it's through the air or off the seam. Is there anything in that on a very flat wicket, that sort of seemed across 3 days and 6 different sessions that the Aussies struggled to make things happen?
Yeah, look, I'm not sure. I think they're... Sorry, Dave.
No, you did ask, Dizzy, but I wanted to jump in. It's scoreboard pressure, Corb. When you make 198 in the first innings, you don't have that pressure on the batter to be able to back it up, so it became very easy for them.
This is Grandstand at Stumps on ABC Sport. Corbin, Middlemas alongside Xavier, Doherty and Jason Gillespie. 4 for 161 is the score at Stumps. Australia still 67 behind in the Test, just to make Bangladesh bat for a second time. Mitchell Stark's been good enough to join us, future Hall of Famer, with us on the Boundaries Edge. Mitch, tough sledding through the first 3 days. How do you sum up the state of play at the end of the third day?
Yeah, we're certainly pushing it uphill, aren't we? But no, look, I think Bangladesh have obviously showed a lot of patience through their batting innings. They probably although we won the toss on a wicket that we weren't sure about, we're probably one of those wickets where you want to lose the toss and be told what to do. But probably saw the most in the wicket for the bowlers through that first session of day one, maybe a bit after lunch, and then it's sort of gone out. The air's gone out of the wicket, and we weren't good enough to capitalise in the first innings. But then, as a batting team, Bangladesh have really showed that patience, made us bowl to them, and kept us out in the field a long time. So there's no mistaking we're a long way behind in this game, but we've still got a lot of fight and scrappiness.
Just on the toss, if you had your time again, would you have gone the other way? Like, was it that dramatic that...
I'm not the captain, so I don't know about that. Oh, well, it's clearly a wicket we have no idea about. There's been no long format cricket on, so there's no numbers to go off. I don't know of any discussions prior to the game, but I mean, having hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? And you look at the wicket now, and there's no real demons in it. It's I think Travis mentioned at one of the breaks, there's a few little surface cracks underneath that grass covering, but and the odd one's staying low. But outside, the brand new ball, obviously the first session there was a bit of sideways movement, a little bit of swing. Outside of that, there's been a little bit of skid with the hard new ball, and after 10 overs, it's all the air's out of it. So there's no pace or any sideways movement once that 10 overs wears off.
So, Mitch, just a couple of words on your mate, Josh. He got 6 for, he brought up his 300th wicket, and, we know the challenges he's had. He's been in and out. He hasn't played much cricket in the last year. He must be proud of your big mate at the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's look, he's probably not had it his own way body-wise the last 12, 18 months, and it's probably, if his body was right to go, probably would have taken his 300th maybe 18 months ago. So, no, really pleased for him. He's done the hard yards to get back in his team, and 6 for on that wicket, and to obviously bring up his 300th. Very proud for him. I'm sure he will be as well, and hopefully, if we fight as hard as we can, and you never know in cricket, but hopefully a beer at the end of the game with a smile on your face, maybe.
Starkey, what is the modern way of debriefing mid-test? Because clearly the batting today, this afternoon from you guys, there was an attitude change. Was there something said at the end of the first innings that we sort of need to change our ways from the chaos that we're probably used to over the new way that the cricket, Test cricket is played? There's certainly things calmed down a little bit in that second innings.
I stay right away from batting conversations. So perhaps, I'm not sure. We were just focused on trying to bowl them out. But, clearly there's been a little bit of a change. As I said, the wicket's probably calmed down from that first session on day one. But we see that last partnership, or that last spirit of the day's play with Cam and Alex, takes some momentum back, get some time in the middle for both of them to have some confidence into tomorrow. There's still 2 days of cricket left. We're obviously behind in the game a fair way, but it's a funny game, isn't it?
Just on your preparation overall, so there were some numbers that came out on Crick Info after the lean return, obviously, in the first innings total, about how the team performs with the bat after long layoffs, and all of them were sub 210. Did your preparation need a review after this, in the way in particular your batters go about it? Obviously, your bowlers are a different story, but is that something that you'll look at?
How would you do it?
Well, do you need more competitive cricket? Do you need a first-class game? Is there something like that could be incorporated before the return to Test cricket after such a long layoff?
Australia A game against Australia.
That'd be entertaining. I'd watch it. Is it worth it? Is there anything in that in terms of the fact that we've seen a pattern here?
There's clearly no perfect preparation. Whether you've got guys playing county cricket in England, you've got guys clearly going to franchise cricket at different times. I'm not saying that was the case in this one. It is an unusual one for us as well, because we're normally on an overseas tour this time of year, so you throw that into the mix as well. Preparation changes tour on tour based on the schedule, based on the personnel and whatnot. So I would say it's been very personalised, the preparation. I can speak from the bowling group. We've been in Brisbane every week, bowling. I've had Marnus in there batting 3 hours at a time and whatnot, a few batsmen here and there. But it's very individualised. I think preparations for tours these days. Who's to say you play a tour game and that the result's not the same? So it's hindsight's a wonderful thing, and that's an easy target to say that preparation's not right. It was with England last year. I'm sure it will be down the track for us and different teams as well, but each their own.
Did anyone have a chat to Travis when he came in about picking up the bail and putting it back on after he got out of it? We've seen that since WG Grace.
Amazing. Each to their own again.
It's not something you see every day. It's very unusual.
His own man.
He is, absolutely. Hey, Mitch, appreciate your time. All the best tomorrow and for the remainder of the series.
Thanks very much.
Mitchell Stark with us from the Australian cricket team. This is Grandstand at Stumps on ABC Sport, with Australia still needing another 67 just to make Bangladesh bat for a second time in the Test. This team does value being fresh. They've spoken about that in the past, and they have been, not saying Mitchell Stark was there, but they have been quite defensive in the past when their preparation is questioned. But I've touched on those numbers, and we've spoken about it a couple of times throughout the Test so far. So the 4 times that they've come back to play after long layoffs, these are the returns. So 104 all out, 212 all out, 132 all out, 198 all out. So it's not a lightning strike out of the blue. I mean, that's a lot of data over a period of time that shows that when they've had a long layoff from Test cricket, that they've had lean returns in their first innings bat with the bat.
Yeah, they have, and I mean those numbers don't lie, do they? And I think Mitch answered that question really well. I mean, it is. They talk a lot about very individualised preparation. There's players all over the world, franchise cricket. He mentioned county cricket and the like. But he did say the bowlers were bowling regularly up in Brisbane. Marnus was batting for 3 hours at a time. I mean, facing the Australian bowlers at the training facility in Brisbane, it'd be pretty good preparation for a Test match. But I think we all talk about, maybe hark back to the old days where you'd play a tour match. But I thought he raised a good point. Who would you play against?
Well, I know that it was a tongue-in-cheek suggestion from him that Australia play Australia, but that has happened, hasn't it? Was it not that long ago where they went to England and took 25, and obviously there were quite a few already over there, so they didn't have to. They played a 4-day, and it was a 4-day game against each other, and it was a selection trial almost. And isn't that the sort of competitiveness that you want going into a Test match? And clearly, this is not a first Ashes Test, but it's a Test match. Why would you value it any less?
I think a suggestion could be you reward some Shield players from the previous season, because they name a Shield Team of the Year, don't they? Yeah. Could that Shield Team of the Year play a first-class game against the Australians in preparation for Test Shield? I don't know.
Or maybe the thinking was these are the warm-up games for South Africa, and they get 2 Test matches against Bangladesh to find their groove before they go to South Africa. And we've seen how that's panned out across the first 3 days so far, well and truly behind in the Test, needing 67 more runs to avoid an innings defeat. They did look frazzled, must be said, in the morning session. So we saw Steve Smith drop one that he'd ordinarily take. There was a no ball for having 3 players behind square at one point. There were just some weird things going on that we don't associate with the Australian cricket team. And I know the bar's set incredibly high, so they're a victim of their own high expectation. But it's been a long time since we've seen an Australian team like that across 3 different days, 6 different sessions, trying to grind it out in the dirt over 130 overs, and it felt like they were fraying at the edges a little bit by the time they were done.
Remind me again, Corby, when was the last time Australia fielded for so long?
So it was Ahmedabad on the flatty in India at the end of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Right. So
it's old school cricket, isn't it? And clearly they're not used to that. That was Bangladesh playing their game, the way that they're used to playing, grind it out, play it hard and tough. And I'm not saying that Australia can't do that, but they're not used to it. And, like Corby touched on, drop catches aren't unique to, but they certainly highlighted when the team's going badly. But it was the other things, the letting the set batter off strike when they didn't really need to, the 3 behind square, just all these little things that just kept adding up. The 6 off the last ball was just like, wow. Like we don't see these things very often. The last ball before lunch, it was just a cumulative sort of process of all these things added up. It's like, this is not the Australian team that we're used to. And there are outs for that. It's a long layoff. It's the first Test, and they probably weren't expecting this sort of competition. They won't say that, of course, but they probably weren't expecting this sort of competition.
Well, I think a lot of people were anticipating a gulf between the 2 teams. We certainly haven't seen that, and if we have, it's been the other way around in what Bangladesh have been able to do and play from in front throughout. Of course, this is Grandstand at Stumps. Great to have you with us. If you are with us for the podcast feed, the ABC Cricket Podcast, new episode every Monday with Ed Cowan gives his thoughts on what's going on in the game. And what he does at the end of each day's play throughout this Test series against Bangladesh, he gives us Teddy's thought of the day.
How good is Test cricket in winter? How good is Test cricket in Darwin? One thing you can guarantee is the weather. And that's unfortunate, because Australia are having it handed to them, and the only thing that looks like saving them would be some rain. But I don't think it's rained in Darwin this time of year for
nigh on 50 years. So they're up against it. Bangladesh have won every session. They're not dominating the test match. They're absolutely obliterating the Aussies in all facets of the game. And often it's the little moments or the 1%ers that really give you an insight as to where teams are at mentally and physically. And I thought it was this morning. Moore dropped catches, Smith dropped a sitter, and letting tail enders off strike when you shouldn't to give the set batsman at the end of overs. Just those little moments said that these Aussie guys are just they're underdone, and it showed. And I think we're seeing a historic test for the Bangladeshis.
I love how Eddie sits on the fence. Cool.
Well, he calls it as he sees it. That's what makes him as popular as he is. But that's the analysis from someone watching on from afar, and I think that's probably a pretty good pulse check too of the Australian cricket community and how they feel about the first 3 days that have unfolded here in Darwin.
Yeah, and I completely agree with him. The Aussies do look like they're a bit rusty, a bit underdone. But what's the solution? Is it two a game? Is it more practice? X. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Well, a practice game would be ideal. Bangladesh played one, didn't they? No, they played one. Why wouldn't the other team? So,
or is it time that we start talking about Bangladesh differently? I mean, they won 4 of their last 5 Test matches. They had a 2-0 sweep of Pakistan. If Pakistan came here, we would say, oh look, they're a tricky opponent. Australia should win, but 1 in every 6, maybe Pakistan will surprise. Maybe Bangladesh is that team now. Maybe they're the team on the rise, and we should speak about them differently.
Well, they've certainly played some solid cricket, haven't they? And in these conditions, it's been a nice wicket and suits Bangladesh. Stump to stump sort of bowling, grinding it out, batting long periods of time, not too phased about the short ball. And the short balls aren't really getting up anyway, so they sort of bordering on subcontinental conditions. So they certainly do have those things in their favour. But not to discredit the way they've played, they've been sensational for all 9 sessions.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned the short balls. That the Australians that normally go to that short ball plan, they didn't take the bait. Bangladesh, they're just happy to ride it or avoid it, sway out of the way. They did not bite. I barely remember a pull or hook shot from any of the Bangladesh batters. They just let them go, and because bowling fast and bowling bounces regularly is tiring. It is really, really tiring, and you can only do it for so long, Corbin.
A couple of individuals to focus on. First of all, with the ball, Josh Hazlewood, who brought up a special milestone today.
Hazlewood in again to Eberdot, and he plays all around it. Comes off the bat, through to the keeper, Carey, and that'll do. Hazlewood wraps it up. He finishes with 6. But Bangladesh, the halfway stage of the Test match, are well on top. All out for 426.
Brought up his 300th Test wicket in the process. He finished with 6 for Josh Hazlewood, so 301. He becomes the 9th Australian player to get to 300. What a milestone for him to reach.
Absolutely, and we spoke about it on Air Corp, didn't we? Where he sits as far as averages go in getting to 300, and he is right up there amongst the greats. And it's quite strange that we keep talking about is it him or Boland? And Boland's a great. He's done absolutely everything to put pressure on this Australian team and to get a chance when it comes around. But Josh Hazlewood is so good, and I think people, despite the injuries, he is so good, and every time he is fit, this is why they pick him.
Correct. I couldn't agree more. He's been absolutely brilliant. A lot of the media speculation and the public opinion is that Scotty Boland's breathing down his neck, and rightly so. I mean, Scotty's got 80-odd wickets at 19. He's been absolutely brilliant, but the numbers don't lie, X, as you guys mentioned, and over 300 Test wickets. He's been superb for Australia.
6 for 89, his figures in this match. So in the first innings. So obviously, Josh Hazlewood. Congratulations to him. He clearly led the way for the Australians. He picked up the last 4 Bangladeshi wickets on day 3. To the batting, so 228 is the magic number. That's what the Aussies need to get to, just to avoid the embarrassment of an innings defeat at home to Bangladesh. So it started up top with Jaques Weatherald. All eyes on the local lad, the first homegrown Territorian to play Test cricket. Didn't last long. 3 balls in, Jason Gillespie. He was on his way back. He chased a short, wide one. Didn't quite climb off the wicket, ball 1. Then he got bat on ball, knocked it out towards cover point. There was no run in that. 3rd ball, too close to cut. Tried to throw the hands at it, pinned the ears back, jammed it straight back onto his pegs, and that was it. His stay was his stay at the crease came to a close after just 3 balls.
Yeah, I think that was a classic case of a batter wanting to get bat on ball and maybe get down to the other end and get off naught, because it was clearly too close to play that cut shot. It was with a bat at 45 degree. What you want to do as an opener early in your innings, you want to either play with an absolute vertical bat and look to hit the ball back where it came from, or wait for the width and play with a horizontal bat. And anywhere in between, you're asking for trouble, and that's what happened in the case of Weathers and Travis.
Is he in the hottest seat in the Test team at the moment, Jake Weatherall?
Well, I think so. What do you think?
No, he absolutely is. But we spoke about it before play, Corb. I think despite how today went and the rest of this Test match, they're not knee-jerk selectors.
No.
I can't see them throwing Inglis in unless there's an injury or drafting someone else in cold to take his spot. So I think Weathers will stick it out for Mackay, but that becomes a really big Test match individually for him.
I agree. I completely agree with the X. The selectors are very loyal to their players and give them one extra game, then get rid of them a game too early. I suppose you could use that analogy, but I certainly think if there's more failures in Mackay, then I think some serious questions will be asked and some serious conversations will be had among the selection group and the coach.
And then that's a baptism of fire for whoever comes in.
That's right.
It's all of a sudden, hey, the first test is in Durban, we'll see you there, and you're playing the World Test champions in South Africa. Weatherall's returns, by the way, Duck 23, 72, 17 not, 18, 1, 10, 5, 21, 34, 23 Duck. So the ones that are really going to hurt him there are the scores in the 20s and 30s, where he's had an opportunity to get away and hasn't been able to go on with it. Brings us to Marnus Labuschagne, who walked in at first drop and looked pretty good for his 31, and then played all around one from Tajul Islam and really yorked himself, and then he was on his way out. What do we think from Marnie's innings today?
I loved his cricket, and I don't often say that about a 31 or 59, but I really enjoyed the way he went about it, and it looked from ball 1 at different innings to he's certainly he's obviously one that self-reflects. He's 1 off 20 in the first innings, despite the conditions, and the conditions were very different today, but his attitude was different. He was looking to score. Scoring was his first option, then leaving was his second. So which is something obviously he learnt and spoke with Diver and whoever else around him between innings. But really enjoyed his cricket. Obviously Australia need more out of him than a 30, but yeah, he looked really good, and I wouldn't be surprised if a big score is not too far away in Mackay.
And Dizzy Cam Green's 43 unbeaten, so sort of quietly just went about his work, didn't he? Knocked him around. There was one sort of nervy moment where he got an inside edge that Snicko seemed to show it clipped the bait.